Hello. It's nice and quiet. It's peaceful. We appreciate that. I'll be honest, Chet, I've been feeling pretty under the weather today. Physically and mentally. So I could do with a chill reading stream. Something tells me this chapter is not going to be as chill as I might want it to be, but that's okay. We've got mystery, we've got intrigue, we got stuff to talk about. We got vampires to hunt, or well, I guess singular vampire. So that's going to be exciting. Also exciting is the rest of this week. We got Black Myth Wukong coming out tonight. I'm not going to have time to stream it tonight, but I will be on it for tomorrow, and that'll be fun. I'm going to be playing it Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday we're going to have another reading stream, and then Friday we're getting back to Fire Emblem. So we had a pretty stacked week this week. Gonna be a good time. You know, it's not a good time. The new feature that Twitch rolled out, because I keep seeing it and it keeps bothering me. I don't know what they're doing up there at the top, but even the people who like the big streamers, everybody's complaining about it. Literally nobody asked for this. Now you can, as literally John Nobody on Twitch made your account yesterday, you can go to a streamer's stream and you can knock on their door and say, hey, I want to collab. And the streamer will receive a private message saying, hey, I want to collab from you. That's not how you set up collabs. You can't just say, hey, I want to be on your stream right now. Also, who the fuck are you? That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works. I don't know, man. It just seems incredibly out of touch to me. It truly, it boggles the mind how this kind of feature passes. Nobody stops to think, hey, maybe this is kind of a bad idea. Maybe this is straight up abusive to the system. I don't know. I don't know what goes on up there. I don't know what goes on in their heads. Either way, it doesn't really affect us here because I've made it such that the feature is functionally useless. If only I could straight up opt out or disable the feature entirely, that would be nice and convenient. But there is a workaround where you can just kind of limit it to people on your favorites list and then not have anybody on your favorites list, so then everything's like before. But it would be better to just not have the feature at all. Xenoblade came out 13 years ago today, which means in Europe it wouldn't be allowed to drink stuff. Kind of makes you wonder why you would bring that up, but probably would anyway. There you go. And punchline. Stuck the landing. I'll play Xenoblade eventually. I promise. Nintendo's got that, Nintendo Online's got, the voucher thing, where you pay $100 and you get 2 game vouchers. which is functionally it's just like a free discount. You get $20 off. You get $20 off any 2 games because it gives you 2 game vouchers for $100, whereas a game would go for either $60 or $70. So if you buy 2 games, then it's $120 to $130, $120 to $140, and you can just do that. If you're pre-ordering Final Fantasy 16, I posted it on sale in my Discord server. Epic. I'm on the fence because I've already played through the whole game, obviously, right? Like, but do I want to buy it again? Kind of. Do I want to play it over again on stream? We never did finish it. My Final Fantasy version, my Final Fantasy mode run. Maybe we buy it again. Maybe we buy the game again because I love it, and we play it on stream. Maybe we do. I don't know. I'm a little conflicted. It is coming out. What is it, like the 15th, the 17th, like approximately a month. And approximately a month from now, actually almost exactly. No, yeah, exactly a month from now, I'm going to be in San Diego for TwitchCon, so... Who knows? Yeah, that's getting closer and closer every day. I booked the trip so far in advance, I forgot. But everything's already paid for. I can't not go. Unless I, like, break my leg or something. God forbid. I don't think this desk is real wood, but either way, yeah, if the game's coming out in about a month, we're not going to be playing it like when it comes out because I'm not going to be here to stream. But yeah, maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that. Might also play Xenoblade on stream, but I don't know when. Probably not soon. Probably not until like November or something. Just kind of gauging based on other stuff that's going on. Also still on the fence, but it not being $70 was a good call. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I agree. Let me just go ahead and wish list it really quick so that I don't forget about it. Yeah, nice. Yeah, September 17th, and I'm going to be on a plane on the 19th, so... It is $70 for the game and all the DLC, though. That's weird. It lists Final Fantasy 16, Echoes of the Fallen DLC, Rising Tide DLC, and the expansion pass, which includes both DLCs anyway. So that's weird. A little more confusing is going on Steam within 2 days of Ragnarok also going on to Steam. Interesting. Enlo Gilgamesh. Welcome, welcome. Ragnarok meaning like God of War Ragnarok? Oh yeah, look at that. Weird. Bro, what about like what about the other God of War games? We were going through some old PS3 games the other day. And I discovered that I do, in fact, own God of War 3 for the PlayStation 3. I didn't know that I did, but I do. And it made me wish that those speculative rumors about a God of War trilogy remake were true. but we don't know because I mean, it's probably, there's no reason to believe that they are true, or if there's very little reason to believe that they're true. I kind of want them to be, though. Because that's very good. I want to play those games. I only ever played, like, part of the first one. Anyway, I think that's enough yapping. Let's get to the storytelling, shall we? Here we are. It's dark. It's dim. There we go. Tsukihime, and tonight's a full moon. In real. We're on chapter 10, called Waning Moon, but it's not waning, it's full. It doesn't start waning until tomorrow. Malfunction. Load threshold exceeded. A broken vessel cannot be mended. Broken tableware serves no use. It's unsightly. So it's better hidden at the back of the shelf. Or thrown away, question mark. I dreamed of the moon. I don't remember where I was or why I was looking at it. Maybe I didn't want to look at anything else, and when I glanced up at the night sky, the moon was the only thing there. My spine creaks. A midwinter chill courses through my veins. Alone in the darkness, dizziness takes over me. Above me sits the moon, dizzying, blinding, and chanting. How strange. Instead of suffocating me, this cruel cold feels oddly comforting in its familiarity.
Shiki-sama.
Master Shiki. Hisui's voice filters through the early morning light.
Shiki-sama.
Master Shiki, it is time to wake up. Her monotonous voice brings me back to my senses. Terrible things flood my vision the moment I open my eyes. It feels like a bullet blasting through my brain. I've only just woken up and I already feel like I might pass out. I fumble for my glasses, rushing to put them on before my vertigo gets any worse.
Shiki-sama.
Master Shiki?
ご気分が
Are
優
you
れない
feeling
のです
unwell?
か?
いや、
It's fine.
昨日の疲
I'm
れが
just
まだ
tired
残っ
from
てるだ
yesterday.
け。
I'll be back on
すぐ
my
に良
feet
くな
soon
るから、
enough, so there's
心
no
配
need
は
to
無
worry.
用だよ。
Giving my head a light shake, I banished those awful lines from my memory. This is the price I have to pay for keeping my word to Arkwade. But damn if my senses aren't feeling dull today.
おはよう、翡翠。
Good morning, Hisui.
今朝も起こしに
Thanks
来て
for
くれ
coming
て
to
あり
wake
が
me
と
up.
う。
Pushing myself to sit up straight, I smile as naturally as I can.
いいえ、
Think nothing
これ
of
が
it.
私の仕事です
This
か
is
ら。
merely my duty.
シキ様に
It is
感
hardly
謝され
worth
る
your
ほどの
thanks.
ことではありません。
そうかな。
You think?
俺はすごくあ
I'm
りが
always
たいけど、
grateful. You're far more
目覚
pleasant
まし
than
時
an
計の
alarm
音なんか
clock.
より何倍もあったかい感じがする。
And it's all thanks to her that I could wake up again today. I get out of bed. It's a little before 7. I'm up about 10 minutes earlier than usual.
朝食だろ。すぐに行くから先に行ってていいよ。
You can go ahead, I'll catch up.
はい。
Understood.
それでは
Please
食
come
堂
to
で
the
お待
dining
ちして
room
おりま
whenever
す。
you're ready. Hisui gives me her usual small bow and quietly leaves the room. Or not.
シキ様。
Master Shiki.
ん？他に何か
Did
伝
you
言
have
と
a
か。
message for me or something?
いいえ、
No.
何でもありません。どうか今日一日、
I hope you spend the day in
健
good
やか
health.
にお過ごしください。
With that, Hisui leaves the room. Now then. My body might not be in top shape, but it's not like I feel bad enough to call in sick. I'm sure I'll feel fine after I have some of Kohaku's homemade breakfast. When's the last time Shiki actually ate anything? When I get to the parlor, I find Akiha seated on the sofa and Hisui standing by the wall. Good morning, Shiki. Did you sleep well last night? Yeah. Morning, Akiha. There's a certain bounce to her voice, betraying an out-of-character cheerfulness. A good mood is indicative of good mental health, so I'm happy to see it, but something's weird here. What's up? Don't you need to change into your school uniform? No, I've arranged to remain at the mansion today. An urgent matter came up. You'll be attending school as per usual, no? By all means, go relish in the delights of being a student. She gave herself a vacation day. I can see she's in a good mood, but she also seems strangely excited. You look much better today, by the way. I take it that's because you managed to rest well yesterday. Yeah. I even managed to get up earlier today. And it sounds like I have nothing to worry about. I'm so glad you decided to listen to me. Except we didn't, but you don't have to know that. Ouch. Right in the guilt. Keeping my word to Arkway came at the cost of betraying Akiha. The fact that I came back without exhausting myself doesn't change the fact that I lied to her. I better make a quick retreat before I do anything to give away how tired I am. Ugh, said the narrator, yawning. I'm going to have breakfast in the dining room. I'll go straight to school afterwards, so don't worry about me. Very well. But please don't hesitate to inform me if anything arises. I will be here for a little while longer. Breakfast ought to put some energy back into my tired limbs. Hiding my less than ideal condition from Akiha, I head for the dining room. That was an ominously suspicious look. Surely that won't come back to bite us later. As soon as I finish breakfast, I leave for school. It was overly optimistic to think that breakfast would make me feel better, especially since I've never been able to eat much in the morning to begin with. My appetite was gone from the start. As a result, it took me more than 30 minutes to finish eating. A long time for a growing student. Oh, I'm so sorry that I couldn't prepare anything which suits your palate. I promise tomorrow will be better. I'll make something good enough to bring a twinkle to your eye. Kohaku clutches her hands in front of her chest in a show of fierce determination. For once, it's her who's sending me off instead of Hisui. I guess it's because she doesn't have to accompany Akiha today. Excuse me. No, I'm sorry for being such a picky eater. I cause you nothing but trouble. Kohaku stares at me in silence. For just a moment, her perfectly unchanging eyes remind me of a machine. Kohaku? Is there something on my face? Oh no, nothing like that. You're just looking a bit pale, that's all. A pang of dread hits me. Akiha didn't notice anything, but do I actually look that bad?
やっぱりお止めするべきです
It
よ
might be
ね。
better if you stayed in today.
明葉様もいらっ
Mistress
しゃいま
Akiha will
す
be
し、
home as well.
四季さんも
What
今
say
日
we
は
call
学
the
校をお
school
休
and
みに
tell
な
them
ら
we
れて
won't be
は？
going?
ああ、いや、
Don't
大
worry
丈夫。
about it.
少し
I'm just
体
a
が
little
重いだけ。
drowsy. I totally get it if
昨
you're
日
still
のこ
worried
とで
about
心配す
yesterday,
るのは
but
わか
I'd
るけ
really
ど、
like to go to school
行け
whenever
る
I'm
ときは
able.
学校に行っておきたいし。
もう、そんな優
Gosh,
しい
I
顔
can't
で
go
言われて
scolding you
は
when you say that
お
with
咎
such a
めもでき
sweet
ません。
face. Now, can I?
わかりました。
Alright,
明葉
I'll
様
keep
には
this a
内緒
secret
にし
from
ておき
Akiha.
ます。でも、
But don't
本
go
当に
pushing
無理は
yourself,
禁
okay?
物ですよ。
ですね。
Of course.
今日は
I'll come
早め
home
に
early
帰って
today,
きて
so
休
I'd
みますから。
appreciate it if you gave me a
そ
pass.
れで多めに見てください。
はい。おかえり。お待ちしています。
Understood. We'll await your return. Kohaku sees me off with a smile. It's not that I'm trying to give truth to my lies, but I do think I'll head right home after class finish. That'll give me some time to rest, as well as the opportunity to reassure Akiha and the others that I'm fine before meeting Arcoid. I'm on my way to school. My limbs still feel stiff as I descend the hill, like I'm wearing someone else's body. I expected this feeling to have passed by now, but I've had no such luck. It still feels like I'm dragging myself through a swamp. I get to the classroom. We're in the middle of the second period. My teacher scolds me for my lateness as I take my seat. Sitting down, I can finally... It's lunch now. Arihiko's absent, which isn't too unusual, but there's another empty seat that draws my attention, Yumizuka's. She's probably absent due to a cold or some other perfectly normal reason. Now, what should I do for lunch today? Eat. Right, if I don't eat, I won't get any better. Except I don't have any appetite at all. Not because I feel sick, but more because I feel like it's lost the ability to function. So there's no need for me to eat. No reason for me to rise from the chair. No energy to expend standing. No excess to waste. The strangest thing is that I accept my new condition without a moment's hesitation. Class is in session. Which class is this? I can't remember what we have for 5th period today. I see the blackboard, I hear the teacher's voice, but none of it makes sense. The universe and everything within it have become incomprehensible. The letters on the board blurred together like smears of paint being washed away. I don't feel so good. The entire classroom is tilted. My sense of balance abandons me. It's like tumbling down a hill. I try to cling to something for dear life, but this world is full of smooth, featureless. My consciousness slips and twists. I fall from the chair, unable to resist. Like a dropped bowling ball, I hit the floor with a hard, heavy, ugly noise. One of the girls screams. I vaguely register the quickened footsteps of the teacher approaching me. I am no longer conscious, but from somewhere off to the side, I calmly watch the aftermath of my fall. After that, things play out the same way they always do. I passed out from anemia, so I'm carried to the nurse's office, which is where I slumber in one of the beds until I feel better. But by the time it hits 7 in the evening, I'm still running a 38-degree fever, so the school nurse contacts the Tono mansion to arrange a pickup. It doesn't take long for someone to arrive. Like a shot from a movie, a luxurious black car rolls into the school's parking lot and slows to a halt. The car transports me not to a hospital, but back to the mansion. That makes sense. It's only a fever. My body is heavy, but I'm still fully conscious. The black car drives through the night-filled city, apathetic to the mundanity of the world around it. It's just me and the chauffeur. They haven't spoken a word. Shigitono sits in the back, fastened in place by his seatbelt. The air is stifling in and outside of the car. This feels more like a hearse, huh? I think of a joke, but I stop myself from saying it. The old mansion comes into view once we cross through the arch of dark trees. I sigh, a combination of wonder and resignation. The mansion still looks like it did 7 years ago. Every decent castle has a dungeon built into it. A place to keep fearsome things, evil things, things that deviate from the norm. All that must be quarantined from the rest of the world. Welcome home, Shiki-sama. I've heard what happened. I will escort you to bed at once, so please endure it a bit longer. The maid greets me in the lobby. I just about manage to make it through the front door, but my knees give out soon after, and I almost collapse onto the carpet. Careful. My apologies. This way, if you would. You seem to still have a fever. By all means, hold on to my shoulder. The servant manages to catch Shigitono just before he falls, and now offers her shoulder to lean on. It's fine. I can still walk, at least. Thanks, though. I know how much you hate being touched. I reply to her with all the strength I can muster. That is true. It is difficult for me. But I must prioritize your health and well-being. I have yet to inform Akiha or Kohaku, so please put yourself in my care for now. Your poor health is not your fault, Master Shiki. You need not act so strong. We all wish to rely on others, and to be relied upon. Having home, we get Platinum and Elden Ring. Epic. We're doing okay. A little under the weather, but we're picking it up. She softly squeezes my cold hands. Alright, if you insist. Obediently, I follow the gentle voice's instructions. In me there exists a desire to be relied on, and to rely on others. To be protected, and to protect. To be given life, and to give life. It all makes sense now. While they may have opposing directions, they don't contradict one another in the slightest. They encompass cravings we all simultaneously yearn for. We're going up the stairs now. Please, mind your step. The maid guides me by the hand. Every step causes my surroundings to flicker as I teeter back and forth through existence. Still consumed by this haze, I let her lead the way. Huh? This isn't right. We're going the wrong direction. We're headed for the East Wing, the place where Shikitono is not permitted to tread. Up ahead, Up ahead lies... This is the wrong way. Shikitono's voice echoes through the hall. The maid doesn't reply. It isn't just her voice that's missing. The gentle touch of her hands and the familiar presence of her uniform are nowhere to be found. What? I force my unsettled mind to take note of my surroundings. There's no one in the hallway. There's no sound. I can hardly feel anything. And now that I'm actually looking, there's no entrance or exit. Like unwanted junk that no longer serves any purpose. I've been left to gather dust at the back of a massive drawer. I collapse like a building shaken from its foundation. Shikitono must have invited the ire over whatever was keeping him alive. The ground feels like a soft cushion, or perhaps a hard tatami mat woven from grass. As I've lost all sensation in my skin, I won't know the answer until the next time I wake up. It all ends with no explanation. Though the truth remains hidden, the curtain still falls. An abrupt conclusion, perfectly suited to Shikitono. I don't understand. I was not given any choice in this chapter. Wait, what? Did us making the decision in the previous chapter lead to us fucking dying in this one? Because that's going to be kind of a problem. Just when we thought day 10 started off normal, we went to school and then it just ended. What's the deal, Ciel? Is the game broken? Did they forget to finish it? It's not like she made a bad decision either. Huh? You broke your promise to your sister? Isn't the promise of the blonde beauty more important? I'm pretty positive this was the right choice. Chad, we might have really fucked it. How can you say that? Akiha was worried sick about you. What kind of brother ignores his sister like that? You've had health problems before, but this time is a lot worse. You won't get better unless you get some rest. You should spend at least half a day in bed. Feel free to ignore your plans with Arkley. You have my full permission. Remember what they say, a promise between friends isn't legally binding. I mean, that's correct, but who says that? I don't think that's the issue here. These are matters of the heart. Though sometimes stuff like this can bring people closer together. I'm getting a premonition. There's gonna be a date scene. Oh, you don't get one of those, do you, Ciel? That must be tough for you. Rip in pieces. It's fine. Besides, I get to spend plenty of time with him at school. Do you? Because we haven't seen you for what feels like a week. In fact, I believe I get more Tono. I believe I get more Tono time by a ratio of 6 to 4. I bet you pad those hours doing weird church stuff exposition. Better than boring him with lectures on vampire hierarchy. I feel like this is supposed to be happening after Ciel's route. which we can't get to yet.
頼れる先輩と迷
For
え
your
る後輩
information, we have a very
清らか
wholesome
な男女
conversations.
交際トーク
Just
で
a
す
third year helping her underclassmen.
学校なら私
I
も行っ
visited
た
the
し
school too.
不法侵入と
More
か
like
あ
you
なたらしいですけ
trespassed.
どね戦闘ドレス
Well,
等々
I've
着
got
替え
cool
もある
changes
し
of clothes, like my battle outfit.
あのブロ
You
ー
mean
ブ
the
に
one you
作
wore
落
when
ち
you
した
got destroyed
出だし
by
だけは
Vlav?
良かっ
I
たで
suppose
す
it did
ね
alright at the beginning. Lol.
よしげ
Alright, let's throw some hands.
しゃ
Bring it on. What the actual fuck is happening? Okay. That's fucked. That's fucked. Can we fast forward through this chapter? Or could we walk back from chapter 10? I don't know. Oh shit. I should have been making a new file every time. I'm, you know. Okay. Well, here we are again, Chet. Dealing with the consequences of my actions. What's up? How's your day? This is so fucked up, bro. Come on. How was I supposed to know that a decision in Chapter 9 was going to lead to my immediate death in Chapter 10? You can't do that to me. Alright, we got another decision coming up. Hold on. You fucking ignore them. I gotta skip all of Chapter 8 because that's the latest save I have that doesn't condemn us to death. And then go all the way through Chapter 9 again. Oh. Oh, I made the wrong choice. Hold on, we want to go back. No, wait. There we go. I gotta choose all the choices that we chose last time so that we can fast forward through them. Oh, man. We do not go check out that abandoned hospital. Why would you ever go check out that abandoned hospital? There weren't a lot of choices in this chapter. Yeah. And we do the thing, and we go and kill the guys. Buh. I'm so sorry for this. This is ridiculous. Yeah. Yup. Then we fought. And then the editor cap appears. And we cut the shit out of it. And now it's dead. Yippee. Don't you guys love getting like the first 2 seconds of every song? This is great. God, fuck. Getting flashbacks to Doki Doki. That's the only time I've ever fast forwarded this much. Hold on a second. Weren't you gonna play a different game? Yeah, it doesn't release until almost midnight in our time zone, so we pushed it to tomorrow. Yeah, Black Myth Wukong drops, I think, at like 10 or 11 p.m. So rather than waiting and streaming it all through the night, we're gonna play it tomorrow. Anyway, we're getting there. God, what an unfortunate circumstance. Oh yeah, the Panther. Just make a new save. Okay, now we're back at chapter 9, and what we have to do is stay in fucking bed and not go see Arquaid. Because if we go see Arquaid in chapter 9, then we have no choice but to die in chapter 10. Luckily, we have read both of these now, so that's good. They can walk around the first floor. That skips the second floor choice. And should immediately put us back into fast forward mode. Yeah. There we go. And then we go out into the woods and into the clearing, and then we have a flashback, heart attack, and pass out. And then we wake up in bed, and Akiha yells at us. Now we have to do as Akiha says. And go back to sleep. I guess I've got no choice. If I keep going against her wishes, I feel like I'll just make her cry. Okay, I'll stay in and rest tonight. I lie back down. Really? You won't try to sneak out later, right? I won't. Honestly, my body is still pretty sluggish. I don't think I could slip out unnoticed even if I wanted to. Thank goodness. Akiha lowers her shoulders, obviously relieved. Hisui, go tell Kohaku that my brother is awake. Will you be having dinner tonight, Shiki? Oh, right. Sorry, but I don't have much of an appetite. I think I'm just gonna sleep. Alright. Hisui, inform Kohaku as such. Well then. Now that I'm lying down, my fatigue sets in again, lulling me towards a deep slumber. I've probably got a minute at best before I fall back asleep. But before I do... Akiha, has that place in the garden always been there? Yes, we played there often as children. Huh.
なんだ
For
か
some reason,
よ
I
く
don't
覚え
really
てないな。
remember it. Yeah, I'd totally forgotten it, in fact.
それともう一
Can
つ
I ask you another
変
question?
なことを聞くんだけど、
This one's kind of weird.
その
Was there,
子供の頃さ、
another kid we used to play with?
俺と秋葉ともう一人ぐらい子供がいたとかいう話は。
These are the answers that I wanted last time, Chet. You made me go see Arkwade.
は？
Akiha tilts her head in confusion. That's a reasonable response. Of course there wasn't anyone else. But if there wasn't, then something doesn't add up. What I saw in my dream, and the dream I had in the clearing, if they're the same, there has to have been another child. A child who was killed. Otherwise...
いや、なんでもない。
it's nothing.
ただの
Just
夢の
something I
話だ。
dreamed.
そうですか。
I see.
ではおやすみな
Well
さ
then,
い。
good night,
兄
Shiki.
さん。今夜はゆっくり休んでください。
Please try to get some rest.
ああ、
Yeah,
そうす
will
る。
do. My consciousness is cut off the moment I respond. The tightening I feel in my chest each time I go to sleep isn't there tonight. It's like a switch has been flipped in my mind. As if to escape from all that's happened today, Shikitono sinks deep into a dark abyss. Okay, proper end to Chapter 9. And now we can overwrite this. Blood Red Moon, Part 1. That's... The chapter is named differently. Okay. Let's try not to fuck up anymore. Did someone leave the window open? I can hear birds chirping outside. A cool breeze brushes my cheek. A faint sunlight filters through my eyelids. I'm wrapped in a scene of warm, gentle hues, greeted by the peaceful morning. I grab my glasses from the pillow without another thought. That's right. I must have fallen asleep after talking to Akiha. My joints are pretty dull, but I still feel better than I did last night.
よし。
Back to it. I mutter to mentally prepare myself. It's time to wake up and face the morning.
あ、やっと
Look
起きた
who's
の？
finally up.
こいつめ。
Chat, what you do in this situation? Barry, correct answer. Correct answer. There we go. Perry and Thrut. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Not that kind of thrust. Unless. Except, when I open my eyes, I find myself facing Arcoid instead. I stare silently at her face. Every last thought has been banished from my mind. My brain's gone so blank it might as well be tofu. At this point, I've even forgotten how to breathe. Seriously, what is even happening here? All I know is that Arcoid is right in front of me. In my bedroom. At barely 9 in the morning. On my bed. Still wearing her boots. You...
嘘つき。
You
また
liar.
明日って
You
約束
promised
し
you'd
たの
meet
に。
me. Her foul mood has dimmed the luster of her red eyes. Except it really hasn't. At this proximity, I can appreciate every last detail. Her eyes are stunning. Arquaid stares at me with unblinking disapproval. She's really close to me right now. Close enough for me to notice the smoothness of her skin, to feel her breath and warmth against me. The weight of her body pins me into the sheets. Martial artists call it a mount. Hold on, Arquaid. What are you doing in my room at this hour? Can't believe you'd break your promise just because keeping it leads to your death. Look, man, the waifu doesn't want us to die either, which means that we have to break her promise and make her mad. It's complicated, alright? Even though I want to yell at her, I try my best to keep my voice to a whisper. It'd be all over for me if Hisui heard and came rushing in. I don't know what all's going on, but I'm smart enough to know how bad that'd be. Come on, get off me. What are you doing, home invader? Did you get your kicks from breaking into people's rooms and straddling them like a goddamn horse? You got some nerve. I'm only here because you broke your promise, you know. Who do you think you are, making someone wait while you snooze away? Arquaid pouts and glares at me indignantly. That's right. I promised I'd meet her last night, and I broke that promise. The birds continue to chirp outside. Finally, the pieces start coming together. I understand why Arquaid's angry. But it isn't an excuse for all this. You don't invade someone's room while they're asleep, especially when you can just rip into them later. The window was closed when I went to bed, but it's open now, so she must have come in through there. Right. Look, I'm sorry for standing you up and not keeping my word, but that doesn't mean you can just break into my house. It's not your house, though. Arquaid sets me straight. Honestly, I was even more angry before. I waited for hours. By the time I realized you weren't coming, even I was surprised at just how mad I'd gotten. There was no way I was going to let this go. I wanted to march in here and wring your scrawny neck until you begged for forgiveness. I mean, you still could. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm kidding. Unless... I've never experienced that state of mind before. I tried to calm myself down, but the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. By the end, I was seething and maulding. It was like being stuck in a swamp where the more I struggled, the deeper in I fell. A swamp made out of all the things I wanted to say to you. You understand how that feels? It was like I was losing my mind. Her scarlet eyes are brimming with anger, frustration, and indignation. Whatever she was feeling before, I'd wager it hasn't fully left. Yeah, that would be rough. I idly nod along, covertly brushing my fingers over my neck to make sure it's still intact. Right? When I couldn't stand it anymore, I snuck in here, but you were asleep. I wanted to at least hear your excuse, so I decided to wait a little longer. But you're a real deep sleeper. I had nothing to do except watch you while you slept. She's like some sort of vampire. I don't... You know, you're scarily quiet when you're asleep. As still as the dead. I'm starting to worry you'd never wake up again. If you were that worried, you could have shook me awake or something.
こっちはお前に
Actually,
いられる
I'm
方が
more
よっぽ
concerned
ど
you.
不安だ
I'm
よ。
more concerned you were here in my room this entire time.
けど起こすのも
Maybe,
もったい
but
な
I
くて
thought it'd be a shame to do that to you.
私
I don't know
自
how I
分の
look when
眠
I
っている
sleep,
姿は
but
知
if
ら
I
ない
could
けど
sleep half as
四季
peacefully
み
as
たいに
you,
眠れ
I'd
るのなら
probably be
幸
really
せか
happy.
もしれないなって
So I just sat here staring,
どうして四季
wondering how
は
you
こ
could
んな
look
に
so
穏やかなん
content.
だろうってずっと考えながら見つめてた。そうしていたら
By
ね
the time I
あ
realized
れ
it,
だけ湧き
I
上がってい
wasn't
た
that
気持
angry
ちも収
anymore.
まって
And
そ
then
の
you
後
woke
に
up.
四季が目を覚ましたの。
それじゃあ
Are you
夜
saying
か
you
ら
were
今
here
ま
all
で
night?
ずっとそこにいたのか。
うん
Yeah.
何度か家の人が
The
やって
other
きたけ
residents
ど
came by a
見
few
つから
times,
ないよう
but
にし
I
ておい
made
た
sure
から
they
大
didn't
丈夫
spot
よ。
me.
さっきも四季を起こしに
Actually,
女の子
one
が
of
来
them
たけど
dropped by to wake
気
you up
に
just
食
a
わな
little
いから
while
追い
back,
返しちゃっ
but
た。
I didn't want that, so I got rid of her. Arkway gives me a flippant chuckle.
待て、
You
追い返したって何を。
got rid of her?
手荒な真似はしていない
Don't
よ。
worry, I didn't hurt her or
ほら
anything.
前に吸
Remember
血
how I
鬼には
told you
無
that
料の魔
vampires
眼が
also
あるって言っ
possess
たでし
mystic
ょ。
eyes?
あの女の子には
I
四季は
mesmerized
もう
her
学校
and
に行ったっ
planted the
て暗示を
idea
か
that
け
you'd
たから
already left for
私
school.
のことも記憶に
She
残っ
won't
てない
even
よ。
remember me.
記憶に残って
She
ない
won't
よって。
remember, huh?
お前ね。
Oh, Arkway sure is pushy about some things. Excuse me for yawning. But I guess I should be thankful. She salvaged the situation for me in her own way.
経緯はよくわかった。
Alright, I think I'm up to speed.
それと
And
昨日のことは
I'm
すまなかっ
sorry
た。
about yesterday,
アルクレイ
Arkway.
ド。その謝
I
罪
won't beg for
ってわ
forgiveness,
けじゃない
but
けど、
I swear I won't break my word
俺
ever
は二度
again.
とお前との約束は破らない。約束。
Our eyes lock as I apologize.
反省してる？
You learned your lesson?
反省して
I
る。
have.
何しろ。
After all,
後
you
の
just
報
made me
復が
realize
恐ろ
what's
し
in
い
store
って
for me if I
今
ever stand
思
you
い知
up
ってる
again.
最中だ。
My hands go up in a show of surrender. Smiling as though her earlier displeasure had evaporated into thin air, Arkwade gives me a satisfied nod. At last, she gets off me and the bed.
にしても、ブ
What
ー
were
ツ
you
でベッド
thinking
に
wearing
乗っ
your
かるなん
boots
て。
onto the bed, though?
シーツに足跡
Do you
が
know what
つ
a
いたら
pain it would
洗
be to get
濯が大
footprints
変
off
だ
the
なと
sheets?
か思わないのか。
I grumble as I sit up straight. Arkwade watches me crawl out of the bed from a few steps away.
あのさ、
Can I help you with
お前
something?
何してるの。
何って
Huh?
四季が着替え
I'm
る
just
のを
waiting
待っ
for
て
you
る
to
ん
get
だけど
changed.
その格好のまま
You
出
can't
か
go
け
out
るわ
with
け
you
に
looking
はい
like
かないで
that,
しょ
right?
まあ、寝巻きのまま
Truly
出
a
歩くほど
monstrous
だらしな
vampire
く
who
は。
wears shoes indoors.
待て。
The
なんて言った
Western people.
アルフレイド。
I mean, if my shoes are dirty, I take them off, but I still, you know, sometimes I'll wear shoes indoors. Only if I've, like, already gone out, though. If I've gone out and come back, I might not take my shoes off right away. But if I wake up and I'm not going anywhere for the day, then it's a no-shoes day. Well, I'm not about to head outside in my pajamas, no. Hold up, what did you just say?
今日一日
I
は
was
ずっ
thinking
と
I'd
四季と行動
monopolize
し
you
よ
for
うと思
today.
って約束を破った
That way you
埋
can
め合わせ
atone for
してく
standing
れ
me
るん
up.
でしょ。
Arkwade replies like it's the most obvious thing in the world. But if we're hanging out all day, doesn't that mean she's asking me to skip school too?
何言ってるんだ。
Hang on,
こっ
I've
ちに
got
は
school to
学
go
校がだ
to.
な。
何よ反省してるって言ったのに私より学校を取るのあなたは。
Oh my god, my yawns are getting worse. Boo, I thought you were ready to repent. Are you really picking school over me? She really knows how to hit me where it hurts. I take a quick glance at the clock. It's just past 9. If I were to head to school now, I'd be late anyway. Besides, I do owe it to her for making me stand around all night. And when it comes down to it, spending time with her does sound like a lot more fun.
わかったよ。
Fine,
今
fine.
日一日はアルクエイド
All
に付き合
yours.
う。 けど昼間に
But we
街
aren't
に
going
出
to
ても
find any new
手
leads
がか
during
り
the
は
day,
何も
right?
ないんじゃないか。
そこは気にしなくていいよ。だって街を
If we're
散
just
歩する
strolling
だけ
around
な
town,
ら
it
昼
doesn't
間で
matter
も
if it's
関
still
係ないんだ
daylight.
し。
なんだ
Now
よ
you've lost me.
昨日の
I
夜
thought
でき
you
な
wanted
か
to
っ
make
た
up for
分
lost time
これ
since
から
we
吸
didn't go
血鬼
looking for
探
any
しをするん
vampires
じゃないの
yesterday.
か。
ええ、もちろん
Well,
夜にな
yeah,
った
we'll
ら調
continue
べ
our
る
search
わ。
after night falls.
けど一日ずっと
But I
手伝
figured
っ
it'd
て
be
もらう
tough
の
for
も
you to
大
be on
変
the
でしょ
job
うか
all day
ら、
long.
お昼
So
ぐ
we
らい
can
は
take it
休んで
easy
も
while
い
the
いと
sun's
思う
out.
の。
もっともな意見だけど
Sure, that makes sense.
二人で
But
街
if
を
it's
歩
just
く
the
だ
two
け
of
っ
us walking
て
around town, it'll
それっ
look an
て
awful lot like a date. It'll look like a date. Sure, we've walked around at night, but this would be different. We 100% look like a couple. These things probably don't even occur to Argwade, her being a vampire and all. She probably just wants me to take her somewhere fun, but come on. Can I even handle time without her? Can I even handle time with her without any vampire hunting to keep us busy?
どうしたの
Strangely structured sentence.
顔
You
赤
okay
いの
there, Shiki? Your cheeks are kind of red. I scramble to cover my face with my hands and avert my gaze from Arcoid. It's not like we haven't already had plenty of alone time. But so far, it's been some life or death situation, fighting for survival. Thinking about anything else would have meant certain death. I've been trying to ignore her beauty in order to focus on the task at hand. But what if we just spent the day together, like normal people, without a clear objective in mind or any impending doom to distract us? No doubt I'd start to notice things I could do without.
シキ
Chiki?
ねえ、やっぱり
I
学校に行
guess
く
you'd
の
rather go to school after all, huh?
わけないだろ
I never said that.
うんと言った
And
ん
I
だから
already
付き
agreed to
合
come
うよ
along. I told you I wasn't going to break my word again,
約束は破らないって言っただろ。
remember?
どんな気まぐれ
I
か
don't
知
know
ら
what's
ない
gotten
けど
into you, but
街を散歩
I'd
す
be
るぐらい
happy to
なら
walk you
問
around
題ないだろ
town.
うし
Oh, thanks,
あり
Shiki.
がとうシキ。それじゃあ早速
Come
行
on,
き
we
ましょ
better
う。
get going then. Her smile is dazzlingly bright. What does she have to thank me for? Argwade practically skips over to the window she presumably entered from.
ちょっと待った
Hold on,
すぐ
I
に着
still
替
have
え
to
るから
change.
そこで
Just
外でも見
look
て
out the window or something.
何呼んだ
Did you say something?
ああ呼んだ
I
け
did,
ど呼んでない止めて
Yeah,
悪かっ
just
た
wait outside. I'll
外に出
catch
てい
up
て
with
く
you
れ
in a second.
すぐに追いつくから
屋敷の正門で待ってる
I'll be over
わ。
by the gate then.
今まで
Don't
散
keep
々
me
待っ
waiting
たん
any
だか
longer
ら
than you already
これ以
have,
上
okay?
待たせないでね、シキ。
Argwade slinks out of the window, as lithe and agile as a cat. I watch as she bounds between the trees. There she goes from branch to branch, never touching the ground even once. Before I know it, she's gone from my sight. Seeing her now, it's no wonder that she managed to slip inside of my room unnoticed.
感心してる場合
This
じゃ
isn't
ない
the
か
time to be admiring her.
俺も翡翠に
Gotta
見
get
つ
out
か
of
ら
here
ないよう
without
外
Hisui
に
noticing.
出ないと
I quickly changed into some casual attire. It's a school day, so putting on my uniform would only draw unwanted attention. Opening my door just a crack, I peek to make sure nobody is coming down the hall. I don't want to risk passing through the lobby, so instead I climb out of the window of an empty room on the first floor. Finally, I make it to the gate. I had to take a bit of a detour through the garden to avoid detection, so it took a little longer than I would have liked. Of course, Arkwade is here already.
お待たせ
Sorry for the
とりあ
wait.
えず移動しよう
Let's get
アルクエ
moving.
ド
The longer we stick
屋敷
around,
の
the higher
周
the
りにいる
chance
と
that Kohaku will
小
catch
悪さん
us.
に見つかっちまう
Huh?
ああ、
Oh,
うん。
right.
行く
Yeah,
な
we
ら
should
早
get
く行
going.
こっか。
Her response is surprisingly flat compared to how bouncy and energetic she was earlier.
なんだよらしくないな
What is it this time?
俺を待ってる
Did
間
something
に
happen while you were
また
waiting?
何かあったのか
ううん。
No, not
別に
really.
何もなかったけど。
In spite of my tone, her head still seems to be up in the clouds.
もしかして、
Are you
昼間
not
だから
feeling well
体
because
調
the
が悪い
sun's
の
out?
か。無理をしてまで出
You
歩
don't
く
have
必
to
要はな
overdo
い
it,
ん
you
だ。
know. We can
苦
cancel our
しいのな
stroll
ら
if it's
や
too
めにして
much.
も。
No, I'm
体
fine.
調は良好なんだけ
It's
ど
just
ね
that。looking at these gates
ちょっ
made
と
me
こ
think
の
of
辺を見
yesterday.
ていたら、昨日のことを思い出しちゃって。
昨日のこと
You
っ
mean how you
て
were waiting for me at the park?
公園で俺をずっと待ってたこと。
Arkwade nods meekly.
昨日の夜はここを全
Yesterday
力
I
で飛び
came
越
here
え
and
て
snuck into
そ
your
のま
room
ま
without
式の部
thinking
屋に忍
twice.
び込んだんだ
But
けど、
looking back,
今にして
it's
思
kind
う
of
と不思
strange
議
what
だ
I
なって
did.
どうして
Why
私
was I so
あ
angry
の
with
時
you?
あんなに怒ってたん
It's
だ
not
ろう。
like it's the first time you haven't
約
kept
束
your
の一
word.
つぐらい今まで何度も果たせなかったのに。
Arkwade folds her hands together as she ponders the mystery.
あ、そうだ、式なら
Hey,
わかる
do
か
you know
な。
why I was so mad?
いつも私をバカ
You're
バカ
always
って
calling
言
me
うしてるんだ
stupid,
か
so
ら、
surely you
これ
got
ぐ
the
らいわか
answers,
るでし
right?
ょ。
あのな。
If Arkwade doesn't know, then there's no way I would. But if I were to wager a guess... I feel like answer number 2 is the obvious one. She wanted to teach me a lesson for standing her up.
そうだな。
Let's see.
俺に復讐し
Because
た
you
いから
wanted
じ
revenge,
ゃない
right?
か。
復讐？
Revenge?
私が式
Against
に
you?
俺は一度
I
ア
did
ルクエ
kill
ド
you
を
once.
殺しているだろう。グローブの件で
You
許しては
forgave
も
me
らった
after
けど、
everything with love,
あ
but
れはあ
that
く
was
ま
only
で
because I
元に
couldn't
戻
reverse
せな
what
い
I
代
did
わ
to
り
you.
の補填とい
So
う
I
か。
might have paid back my
借金は
original
返せたけ
debt,
ど、
but I still owe
借り
you
て
for
いた
putting
時に
you
かけ
through
た
all
迷
that,
惑
don't
は
I?
残っているというか。
ん？
Well, we're
差し
even
引
now,
きが
aren't
合
we?
っているならい
So
いん
what's
じゃ
the
ない
issue?
の？
I wouldn't say we're even at all. We can't expect the slate to be wiped clean just from me being her bodyguard for a day. When I asked her not to lay a hand on humans, she did me one better by ensuring no harm came to the city. If you ask me, paying my debt 1,000 times over still wouldn't be enough.
そうだな。
It's gotta be an emotion
感情
thing.
的な話なんだ、きっと。殺された時のことを思
You
い出
still
して
get
も
angry
ムカ
whenever
つ
you
くだ
think
ろ
about how I killed you, right?
う。やっぱり許せない。
Maybe you
い
haven't
つかや
actually
り返し
forgiven
て
me,
やるって。
and one day you want to exact some sort of payback.
やり
It's
返したい
not
気
like I
持ちは
don't
な
want to
いで
get
もないけ
even,
ど、
but that's
だ
more
って
because
式
you're never on time
一
when
度
we
も待ち合わ
meet.
せ時間を守ってく
I'm
れな
still
いし、
trying to wrap my head around that.
そういうところ今もどうかと思ってるし。
Hey, I've only been late twice. Also, did she just admit she liked to get even with me one day? That's kind of horrifying. I better make sure I arrive on time from now on.
まあ、
Anyhow,
そういう前
isn't
提
that
があるか
plenty
ら
of
お
reason
前
for
は
you to
怒
be
ったんだろ
angry?
うし、
It makes
俺
sense
を
for you to
憎らしく
despise
思った
me.
んじゃないか。
憎らしく、
You know,
確
maybe
か
I
に
do.
そうかも。私、
It's tricky
誰か
since
と
I've
こ
never
んなに
talked to
話した
anyone
こ
this
とな
much
かった
before.
からわからないけど。
Arkwade hangs her head as she contemplates the situation in complete silence.
じゃあ、
Then,
式は私のこ
do you
と
hate me, Shiki?
嫌いなのかな？
Wait, huh? Arkway's sneak attack nearly brings my brain to a stop, but then I remember we're still at the front gate of the estate. It's a bright and sunny day, and I'm fully accustomed to her ambushes after this morning's wake-up call. With that grounding me, I say...
バカなこと聞くな。
What a dumb
好き
question.
も嫌いもな
Whether I
い。
like you or not isn't a factor here.
大体、
I mean,
俺がお前を嫌いだって言ったら
what would you even do
ど
if I
う
said
す
I
る気な
hated
ん
you?
だ。
Would you let me
見逃
go?
してくれるのか。
そん
Of
な
course
の
not.
力ず
I'd
く
make
で
you
協
help me
力
by
させるけ
force.
ど。
ほら見ろ。好
See, it doesn't
き
matter
も
whether
嫌
I
いも
like you or
関
not.
係ないじゃないか。感情と目的は別。
Personal feelings have nothing to do with
協
getting
力
things
関係
done.
ってそういうこ
We
とだ
just
ろ
need to be able to work together. Seems I managed to get through to her with that. At her core, Arkwade prizes rationality and efficiency. It just shows how much yesterday must have pissed her off. She's still riled up to such a degree that she'd let a silly question like that bother her. Alright, fine. As long as it doesn't wind up endangering my life, I'll entertain whatever whims she's got today.
疑問は評価しましたか
Did you find the answer you were looking
な
for?
らさっさと移
Then
動
we
し
should
よ
get
う
going. Even if we haven't decided on a destination yet, we should at least get away from the Tono estate. The hill overlooking the city contains nothing but the mansion and some woods. Neither of which is the kind of playground Arcwade's probably looking for. For now, we'll just head for the station in the middle of town.
追ってかけ追ってかけ
Hi-ho, it's down the road we go. Arcwade skips down the slope ahead of me. She's like a kid excited to go on her first errand.
ところでシキ
By
今
the
日は
way,
服
I
装が違
noticed your
う
clothes
の
are
ね
different today.
いつもの黒い服はど
What
うした
happened to
の
your usual all black outfit?
いつもの黒い服
All black outfit? Right. In her mind, my school uniform and I are practically come as a pair. Though I'd argue our uniform is really more of a dark navy. I really wish she'd stop taking every chance to paint me as some kind of emo kid.
あのな昼間っから
You
学
do
生
realize I
服で
can't
出
go
て
out in
こ
my
られる
school
が
uniform while I'm skipping class.
で
Besides, today's a day... I
今
mean,
日は
today's
特
a
別な
special day.
今までとは違
But
う
we're not doing
街
our
の探
usual
索なんだ
search, right? That's
だ
why
から
I'm
こ
wearing
っちも
slightly nicer
ち
clothes
ょい
than
上
usual.
品な私服に着替えてきたんだよ
To be fair, I mostly just swapped out my sneakers for some leather shoes. But at least it's something.
なるほど
I see.
特別
It's
だ
special,
もの
huh?
ね
ん
Arcwade pauses, as if she just thought of something.
シキそこでストップ
Shiki,
して
stop right there.
周り右して目を
Right
つめて
about face and close your eyes.
そうね
For about 10...
10秒
No,
3
3 seconds.
秒でいいから
回れ右って
Right about face.
後ろを向けって
You mean
こと
turn around? She says it so casually that I don't even think twice about following her orders. I spin around and close my eyes. The moment I do, my thoughts catch up, and I start wondering what the hell I'm doing.
ふふん見てなさい私も
Behold,
負けないから
I won't be outdone. Outdone? In what? Suddenly, I feel a strange gust of wind swirl around behind my back.
おいこれに
Hey,
何の意味
what's the meaning of
こ
this? Look at the size of that bow. It's so cute. My thoughts and words come to an abrupt halt.
どう昼間なら戦うこともないしこれくらい着込んでいても邪魔にならないかなって
She's so cute. I love this look. Oh, I love this look on her. What do you think? It's not like we'll wind up battling in broad daylight, so something like this might be a nice change of pace. I gape in stunned silence. Holy shit. This can't be real. What the hell is this new look of hers? Is that fur and a bow? How did she change in the blink of an eye? No, where did she even get this from? None of that matters. She looks good, devastatingly good. But there's still a conservative look to it. Like, it doesn't go overboard.
ねえ私普段と違
Hey,
う
pretty
私に
different
なっ
from
てね
usual, right?
かわ
Is it
いい
cute? It's so cute. Wow.
わ
What are you saying? How do I even respond to that? Is it cute, she asks, like she hasn't just transcended all known dimensions of cuteness. This is beyond comprehension, beyond human intellect even. Don't tell me all vampires come with perfect date outfits. She was already so cute I could die, and she still outdoes herself. What is she, a fashion model? God, she's like the fluffiest rabbit given human form. I just want to take a picture and treasure it forever. Are you just using every cheat code imaginable, you monster?
も
Oh,
う黙っ
how am
て
I
ちゃいい
supposed
か
to know if
悪い
it's
か
any
もわか
good
ら
or
ないん
not
で
if
す
you
けど
don't say anything?
特 特別な日なん
It's
だ
a
から
special day,
こ
so
れくら
something
い
like
の
this
方
would
が
be
いいのよ
better.
ね
Right,
シキ
Shiki?
いいか悪いかって
Want to know whether it's
お
good?
前
It's bad. Really, really bad, in fact. For my mental stability, that is. I should deny it on behalf of all humankind so she can no longer wreak havoc on us. I wonder if there's anyone on Earth who could deny Arcade when she's looking this fine. I grit my teeth. I gotta fight every urge to raise my white flag under surrender. Pulling together every last shred of dignity in me, I utter a response.
ま
Yeah,
あ
that
それくらいなら
should,
問題
work.
ない
Though I struggled, I managed to preserve humanity's dignity. It's so cute. I would tell her. I would just say it's cute. None of this high school boy antics. You look adorable, sweetheart. And carry on with our day. Smooth. Her earlier play might have broken through my defenses and done some damage, but I've regained the high ground. There's no reason for me to panic any further. Right now, I've got to pull myself together and rein her in like usual.
よし
Well then,
アルクエイド
was there
行きた
anywhere
い
you
ところ
wanted
と
to go?
かあるのか
うんわ
Nope.
からないから好きに
I'll leave
任
it
せ
up
る
to you.
わどこか適当なとこ
Just
ろに
take me
連れ
wherever
て
you'd
行って
like. Wherever I'd like, huh? She's clearly the kind of person who says that anything is fine when you ask them what they want for dinner. It sounds simple enough, but in truth, having this much freedom only ups the difficulty. I have no clue what kind of place Arkway would like to visit, but I'm going to have to think of something before we get to the station. At least I've got enough in my wallet to cover whatever we do. Where should we go? I'm sorry, does option number 2 say a gloomy back alley sounds good? Now, hold on just a minute. Anyway. Am I losing it? No, I'm perfectly sane. This has to be the best choice for our outing. And more than anything, it's my chance to fulfill a desire that's smoldered in my chest since the night we fought Vlav.
お手をどうぞお姫様
Please, princess,
常識
take
知
my
らずという
hand.
意味で
I will
箱
take
入り
you
娘
to
な
a
お前に
venue
ふさわし
befitting
い
one who has grown up
紳士
ignorant of
淑
the
女の
world.
社交場にご案内いたしましょう
Oh, this is gonna be a fucking meme ending, isn't it? Say what? I reverently hold out my hand and offer her a deep bow. Arkway's eyelids flutter in confusion.
すっごく楽し
Okay,
み
this sounds like fun.
どんな素敵なところ
Can't
か
wait to see what kind of
期待してる
amazing
ね
place you got in mind. She gives my hand a little squeeze of gratitude as she takes it into hers, her smile full of excitement. We're gonna get stabbed in the alley or something. I can't wait. Scenic views, modern technology. That said, it's not like I've held her hand all the way here. All that was just to set the mood, to make her feel like I was inviting her to some fancy ball. We're almost there. Once we leave the main street, we'll reach the back alley, far removed from people's gazes.
何どうかした
Is something wrong, Shiki?
いや
Just noticing we're getting a lot of stares.
夜はここまで
I don't think we've ever drawn this much attention at night.
ああそれ
Oh,
は仕
there's
方
not
ない
much
か
we can
も
do about that.
自然保護
My nature
今は
protection
尽く
is
し
a
ている
little
の
on the weak side right now.
私一人なら
Normally people
昼
wouldn't
間でも
notice me
人
even
の意
during
識
the
に
day,
は止まらな
but
いけ
it's
ど
different since you're
今
with
は
me
式と
today.
一緒だから
No, since you're with me today.
あもしかして
Is
問
it an
題あ
issue?
る
She really can be smooth when he wants to, and apparently that's only when it comes to talking girls into back alleys. Yeah, apparently. Like, goddamn, bro. Put the fucking schmooves on her, and we're going to. I don't want to know what we're gonna do in the back alley, but we're gonna find out, I guess.
その自然保護とやらを
What
最
would
大
happen
に
if
す
you
ると
turned your protection all the way up?
月
I
にも
guess
私
it'd
の
be
理
a
想
lot
が
less
薄く見え
noticeable,
ちゃうかな。
even to you.
そのままでいい。
Then there's no need to
こ
worry
れは
about it.
俺の心の
I
狭
guess
さ
I'm
の
just being
問題だ。
self-conscious. This is all making more sense now. Arcwade's the cause of all these glances we've been getting. There's nothing wrong with that, of course. She's absolutely stunning. I knew that the second I first laid eyes on her. And the fact that I'm here while she's drawing all these wistful stares from random passersby is kind of satisfying in its own way. But
急ごう、アルクエイド。
come on, Arcwade.
今
I
日は
want you all to
俺を
myself
独り占
today.
めしたい。
Damn, he's really going in. My possessiveness, or rather my curiosity, assumes full control. Before she can even react, I take her hand in mine and hurry us along to our destination. Yippee.
さあ、ここが都会
Here
の
we
社
are,
交会場だ
the
よ。
promised venue.
さすがに特殊性癖すぎない？
Seriously? Is this what you're into? Ouch. She doesn't allow me a second to explain myself before laying into me. Forget about me. Apologize to all the professionals you just slandered who've used this alleyway, Princess.
まあ待ちなさい、アルクエイド君。
Hold on a moment, Miss Arcwade.
ここで俺がどんな
Why
リ
do
クエス
you
トをす
think I
ると
brought you here?
ドレスに着替えろって言
You
うん
want
で
to
す
ask me
よ
to change back into my battle dress?
その後
And then you want to have a
撮影
photo
会
shoot.
マジかよ、どこまで察しがいいんだ。
How
そ
the
の
hell are you
根
this
拠は
perceptive? Where did you even base that on?
そういう目をし
I
た
can see it in your eyes. This is so stupid. Not the Not the fucking anime push-up glasses. Feh. That's hardly enough to go on. She must have obtained her intel beforehand. Not many people know of this place. It would have to have been.
いやー、俺もたまたま知っ
I
た
only
口なん
just
だ。
happened to discover this recently.
寝る前にネットを
I
見
was
て
just
たら、
checking out some things
ここ
before bed,
1年
and
くらい前に
crazy
映
thing,
画のロケ地
I
に使
found
わ
out
れ
this
てたん
place
だ
was
って。
actually used to film a movie about a year ago.
それ以来、
Ever
たまに
since,
は
it's
ア
been
マ
a
チュアの
fairly
写真家
popular
たちが
spot for
モ
amateur
デルの卵た
photographers
ちと
and
いい
up-and-coming
絵を撮り
models to
に。
take pictures.
コスプレってやつ
So
でし
people
ょ
use it to
知って
cosplay?
るから
You can call it what it
取り繕わなく
is.
て
No need to be
結
so
構です
deceptive. Cosplay at amateur photography time truly the best option of the three? I'm no photographer, even amateur, but like people be taking some really good pictures in just places, you know? It's awesome. I love cosplay. I'm not very good at it myself, and I've only done it a handful of times, but I love it. It's cool.
取り繕ってないよ。正
I'm
しい
not.
情報を
I'm
伝え
just
た
telling you
く
the
て。
facts. Yikes. Something that could have turned me to pulp just crashed into the wall next to me. And I'm talking crashed.
ごめんなさい。よく聞
Sorry,
こ
I
えな
didn't
かっ
catch
た
that.
何かバカ
Did
な
I
こと
just
で
hear
も
you
言
say
って
something
た
dumb?
いえ、何も。
Nope, not a peep.
それで
Well,
シキは何を考
what were you
えて
thinking putting on
あん
that
な
whole
芝居
act
が
and
かった
dragging
真
me
似ま
here?
でして私をこんなところまで連れてきたの？
Arcwade's judgmental gaze stabs me right in the chest. But she isn't disgusted or angry. If anything, she's just disappointed with me. How could I be so stupid? It's Arcwade we're talking about. I should have just been straightforward about what I wanted.
すみません。
I'm sorry, but please show me the dress you wore while fighting Vlav one more
もう
time.
一度見せてください。
Chingy. Such desperation. It reeks. I lay my true intentions bare.
も
Honestly, Shiki,
う初めから素
you
直
should
に
have
そう
been
言え
honest
ば
about
よ
it
か
from
った
the
の
start.
に危うくここでリ
I
ベン
was
ジ仕掛
this
けるとこ
close
ろ
to
だった
getting even
の
with you in this alleyway. Moving right past what getting even would have entailed.
あの服に着替えて
So
くれ
will
る
you
の
wear it
か？
again?
式が見たいっていうの
Sure,
なら
if you want to see
い
it
いけ
that
ど
badly. Hold on, my controller just disconnected. There we go.
後ろを向いて目を
Turn
つ
around
ぶ
and
って
close
い
your
て
eyes for a moment.
もう5日
It's
前の
been
レシ
5
ピだ
days
し
since I last used this
思い出す
recipe,
のに
so it'll
数
take me
秒
a few
かかり
seconds
そう
to
だから
recall it. I immediately follow her orders. I'm not sure if she felt shy about wearing the dress, or if she was simply embarrassed about putting it on again after she lost the blob in it. But looking at her face now, there's no one in the world who could tell me it wasn't worth it. Oh my fucking god, dude. And a 4:3 aspect ratio for real? I can't believe we're actually doing this. This is so dumb. I mean, it's kinda cute, but like, god, it's dumb.
想像してた
That
よ
was
り
way more fun than I expected.
楽しかった
Arcway twirls around, obviously in high spirits. Okay, it's cute again. She was reluctant at first, but you wouldn't know it from her confident grin. She might even have the makings of a professional model.
ああ、思う存分
Yeah,
撮らせ
thanks.
てもらった
I had to take all the pictures I wanted, and suddenly it's kinda gross again.
っていうか、携帯のカメ
This
ラ
is
機
easily
能
the
こんなに
most
使っ
I've
た
used
の
my
は
phone's
初めてだ
camera.
こんな綺麗なド
It's
レ
rare
ス
that you get to
俺の
witness
人
such
生
a
じゃ
gorgeous
生で
dress
見ら
in
れる機
person,
会は
so
そうそ
I
うな
might
い
have
から
gotten a little
つい
overexcited.
興奮
Oh, no way! Does she not show up in pictures because she's a fucking vampire? That's hilarious. If that's what's happening here, that's the funniest shit that's happened so far. No. No! Every last one of the pictures is super blurry.
あ、言い忘れ
Oops,
ていたけど
I forgot to
こ
tell
の
you,
服だ
but
と
in
私
these clothes
写
I
真にはうまく
probably
映
won't
らなかった
show
の
up too clearly in photos.
吸血鬼は鏡に
You
映
ever
ら
heard
ない
about
って
vampires not
話知
reflecting
ら
in
ない
mirrors? Yeah, like
聞い
that.
たことはある
I have, but
けど写真だぞ
these are photos,
データだぞ
pure digital data. Whatever laws preside over mirrors shouldn't apply here.
人の認知出力を
Technically,
通さない
aren't
点で
photos
言
really
うと
similar though?
写真の方がよ
They're
り
outside
鏡
a
に近い
human's
んじゃない
biased perception of the world.
肖像画な
If you
ら
wanted to capture
その
me in
時
a
の姿
particular
のま
moment,
まちゃんと
you'd be
残
better
るで
off
しょうけ
painting a
ど
portrait. So I need to paint a picture, huh? Sorry, but I'm not sure I have what it takes to clear that hurdle.
お披露目はこれで気が済んだ
Are you satisfied?
なら次は
'Cause I
こっ
might
ちの
have
リ
a
クエス
request
トを
of
聞
my
いてもらお
own.
うかな
It's fucking over, Chet.
もちろんいいけど
Sure?
どんな
Lay it on me. Why the sudden change of tone? Arcoid pulls my right arm close.
行きたい
I
とこ
thought of
ろ
a place I
思
want
い
to
つい
visit.
ちゃった
Oh, surely it can't be that bad, right? And with that big smile plastered on her face, she once again does something insane. Okay. I'm assailed by the memories of the last time she sees me and wall jumped up a building. Except this time you can hardly even call it a jump. This girl has us airborne, clearing the surrounding buildings in a single bound. Time to have a heart attack and die. Then just like that, she proudly lands on the rooftop in broad daylight. I'm just glad people don't usually hang out on rooftops, so we do all this without making a scene.
お前な飛ぶ前に
A
一
little
言ぐらい
warning before we go flying, please.
はいお待たせし
Welcome,
ました
welcome,
お
my
客
honored
様
guest,
誰もいない
to a most
秘密の
exclusive
社交
secret
会場
venue.
にようこそ
I'm speechless. Arquette giggles as she lets go of my arm. It seems like she's enjoyed giving me a taste of my own medicine. Also, there's another typo. It says off instead of. If this is our own exclusive venue, she's really outdone herself.
くそ。
Damn.
ほんと。
You're the type to never
や
let
られた
things
らやり
go,
返
huh?
す性格だよな、お前。
もちろん。
Yep.
だって
If I weren't, I couldn't have chased you down the first time.
まあ、
Yeah, okay.
それは
Fair
確かに。
point. She's just so captivating that words seem to escape me. I can't with this girl. Worst of all, she has no idea. There's no need for all of this. That dazzling smile alone is enough to steal anyone's heart.
けど、なん
So
だってビ
why
ル
the
の屋上
rooftop
な
of
ん
some
だ。
random building?
高いところ好
Do you
きな
just
の
like
か。
heights?
前は夜だったし、
Last time we
火
were
の
up
手
this
も
high,
上
it
がっ
was
てた
dark.
し、
There was all that fire.
なんでもない
So
街
I
の
just thought
風
it'd be
景を
nice
一緒
if
に
we
見
could
たか
see
っ
the
た
city
の。
together. The right way.
それに式は人気のない場所が
Besides,
好きみた
I
い
got
だ
the
から。
impression you prefer places
ほら
with fewer people
ここも
around.
邪魔は入らないよ。
I don't see anyone who'd bother us here, do you? Wait, that's really cute. That's... Wait, this was supposed to be... I thought she was gonna get revenge and throw us off the roof and it was gonna be a funny haha bad end, but this is really cute. It's like she laid an ambush for my heart. My heart is beating rapidly, and no longer just because I got shot into the sky at who knows what speed. Slowly, the atmosphere compels me to reach for her. She pulls me in like the tide, drawing my hand towards her without thought or reason.
すみません。ここ私有地なんですけど。
Excuse me, but this is private property. A stranger pops up out of nowhere.
君は一体
Who are you?
どこ
Where
か
did you come from?
どこって初めからいました。
I've been here from the start.
先輩。
I see you're as
やっ
dense
ぱ
as
り
usual.
頭悪いんですね。
Why did she call us senpai? Gloomy ass alley's always the best date option. Exclusive venue wasn't so exclusive. Yeah, apparently.
失礼。
Sorry.
つい口
Slip
が
of the
滑り
tongue.
ました。やっぱり目が
Your
悪いんで
eyesight
す
really
ね。
is awful.
よく見
Take
て
a
くださ
closer
い。
look. I cast my gaze around the rooftop. Sure enough, a tent has been set up beside the building's water tower, probably as shelter from the wind. Was she in there?
やっと気づきました。
So you finally noticed.
普通にも程があります。全身至ると
Guess
こ
your
ろ
brain's
鈍っ
as
てるん
dull
じ
as
ゃ
your
ないで
eyes.
すか。それとも
Or maybe you're
恋
just too
人との
focused
デー
on
ト
your
で
date
浮か
with
れ
your
てるんです
girlfriend.
か。
I'd appreciate it if she kept the scandalous accusations to a minimum. Who knows what'll happen if Arkaway gets carried away. Wait, that's not the issue here. What's with the tent?
そもそも君、
Also,
俺のこ
why
と
are
を
you
知ってる
talking
の
like
か
you know me? Because we've met, do you not remember? I'm as dense as usual? Pretty sure I've never met this girl before.
中学同じでした
Same middle school.
カグ
Kagu,
中
remember?
先輩は3
That
年
was the
生
first
で
year when you were third
私
year.
は1年生でしたけど面識はありませ
We've
ん
never really spoken,
保健
but I
室で
saw you
何
in the
回か
nurse's
すれ違っ
office a
た
few
ぐらい
times. I guess that makes sense. Kagu is short for Kaguraoka Middle School, which I did attend.
でも、
Um,
それなら今は
shouldn't you
学
be in
校じゃ。
school?
一身上の都合で休
Taking
学
time
中
off
で
for
す
personal reasons.
家
Things
に
are
も居
weird
づ
at
らいの
home,
で
so
こ
I'm
こで
just
ニートし
whiling
てい
away
ま
up
す
here.
せっかく
But
属性を
just
忘
as
れ
I
て
was
いた
finally
のに
forgetting about all those stupid worldly things below, you had to show up with your pretty lady friend and break the illusion.
うんざりしています
What is happening right now? I thought this was going to be like a joke chapter. What? How is this relevant to the... what is... I'm just going to keep reading. So she's one of those types. Gotta say, she picked quite a spot to hide away from the world. Is this the modern equivalent of being a mountain hermit?
あと
Anyway,
なんでこ
I'm
ん
the
な
one
と
who
こ
gets
ろ
to
に
ask the
と
questions.
いう権利が
This
あ
is
るの
my
はこっち
building.
です。
I'm calling the cops.
ここ。
Things are really starting to go downhill. We could try to make a break for it, but she already knows my name and face, and we're most definitely trespassing. I don't really have an excuse. Even if I was brought here against my will by a stubborn, spoiled princess who hates not getting the last word.
ふーん。 通
You're
報
gonna
するの？
report us?
いえ、
No.
言ってみただ
I
けで
just
す。
felt like saying that.
そこの人の
Plus,
にや
it
け顔
seems
が
like the
勘に
easiest way
触
to
っ
wipe
た
the
ので
smirk
つ
off
い。
his face.
別に何も見てませ
I
んか
didn't
ら。
see a thing, okay?
続き
But
は
you're
隣の
bothering
ビ
me
ルで
here,
して
so
くだ
just
さい。
move on to another building.
ここにいられると迷惑です。
The girl walks back to her tent.
ごめんお騒がせして。
Sorry about all of this.
それで
Before you
君の名
go,
前は？
can I ask your name? I shout after her. The girl stops and glances over her shoulder.
ミオ、
Mio.
最近ミオ
Mio
です。
Saiki.
別に
Feel free to forget it.
覚えてなくていいですよ。
Sure enough, her last name sounds familiar. She's also the girl that we ran into on, like, day one or whatever in the alley. She made us buy her a drink or whatever. And stopped us from wandering into the vampire hideout or whatever that was. Our private party came to an end without us moving to another roof. I think we'd both come to the realization that we'd be better off inside of a building than on top of one. At least that way there'd be shops to browse. She's an odd one. She seems it. Camping out on a rooftop. That, and we both recognized we might have gotten a little overexcited after it was bluntly pointed out by a third party. About 2 hours have passed since then. We spent some time looking around the department store by the station at Arquade's insistence, as she continued to be a bouncing ball of curiosity. I've visited it plenty of times before, but everything must have been totally new and exciting to Arquade. There were no major incidents after that, but I'd like to think she enjoyed our little window shopping excursion. We end up going for a late-ish lunch at a little past 2 in the afternoon. I would have liked to take Arquade somewhere fancy, but ultimately I'm limited by what my wallet can afford.
私、四季がいつも食べていると
I
こ
want to
ろ
go
で
where
い
you
い。
normally eat. That's what the lady said, so food court it is. Though I'm not sure if Arquade will even want to eat any of this, it's still worth a try. After intensely scrutinizing the menu for a good while, she ends up ordering the same thing as me. I sit in the chair across from Arquade. She takes a restless look around the food court before popping a french fry into her mouth with a practiced ease.
慣れてるんだろ
You seem pretty comfortable.
う。てっきり
And here I'd guess
こう
this
いう
was your
店は
first time at
初
a
めて
place
だと
like
思って
this.
た。
ええ、こういうところは初めてよ。
I've known about these
前
types
か
of
らどういっ
facilities
た
for
施
a
設か
while,
は知っ
but
ていた
only
け
in
ど、
theory,
そ
not
れは
practice.
知識だけのものだしね。
知識だけって。
Theory, huh? I guess you do watch the news.
そっか。
Does that mean you flip through magazines and
雑誌だっ
stuff
て
too?
目を通しているの
Your
か。
clothes look normal, and you seem
服も普通
surprisingly
だし
well adapted to modern
割とこ
society.
っちの事情に適応してるんだよな。
Vlov's attire was a lot closer to my idea of a Western vampire, something more stereotypically medieval than what Arquade's wearing now. But I guess even vampires know how to keep up with the times.
うーん、
That's not really the
そうい
process
う
I
プロセ
use.
スで適応してるわけ
Though
じゃない
obviously I
け
need a
ど、
fair amount of general
ともあ
knowledge
れ
if I'm to
人
set
間
foot
の
in
文
human
明圏に
society.
入るのなら、それに即した常識は必要でしょ。だから起きた時
So
は
I gather as
その
much
時代の
information
情
as I
報を
can
覚え
about
て
the
から
present
行
era
動する
whenever I
の。
wake up,
まあ、
though it often
大
winds up
抵
being a
は
waste
1
of
日や
time,
2日で
seeing
決
as I
着が
usually
つくから
finish
無
things
駄
in
に
a
なる
day
ん
or
だけど
two.
ね。
Every now and then, Arquade says something that goes totally over my head.
無駄になるって。
What do you mean, a
どうして？
waste of time?
だって、
Well,
こと
because
が
I
終わ
always
れ
go
ば
back to
すぐ
sleep
に
as soon
眠り
as
に
I'm
戻
done.
るから。 次の目覚めが何
I
年
never know how
先に
many
なる
years
かわ
it'll
から
be
ないん
before
だ
I
し、
wake up again.
覚えた
Which
知識
means
は
it's
全
more
て捨て
practical
て
to discard
次の目
everything
覚
I've
めに
learned
備え
before
て
my
いけ
next
ば。
awakening. But
でもそれって損を
it
して
feels
た
like
み
that
た
was a
い。
mistake.
私はね、
I've only ever known the
今
world
ま
through
で
what
知
I've
識
learned
でしか
about it.
世界を知らなかった。こういう人
Even
間
though
た
I
ち
knew
の集ま
humans
りがあ
gather
る
in
って知っ
places
てい
like
ても、
this,
それ
but
を
I've
経
never
験
had
す
the
ること
chance
が
to
しなかった
experience
の
it for
よ。
myself.
なるほど。
I see.
けど知ってる
But
んな
isn't
ら
it
それで
okay?
いいんじゃないのか。
Just to know about it, I mean.
現にさっきだって
Sure, you were
メ
a
ニュー
little
に迷
confused
いは
about
し
the
たけど
menu, but
注
you
文
managed
自
to
体は
order
さっ
just
きし
fine.
てたんだし。
当然よ。
Well, of course
そ
I
うい
did.
う風に
That's
対
the
応できる
entire
よ
point
う
of me
知
learning
識を
about
得
these
ているんだ
things.
から。でも、それは数
Those
値
are
だ
nothing
け
more
の
than
話
facts
な
and
のよ
numbers
ね。
on a page.
情報だけの
The
世
world
界
of
はそれ
knowledge
は
has
それ
its
で真
truth,
だけど、
but what
受
one
肉からの
experiences
感
in
覚
the
は正し
flesh
い理
is
論に
about
芯が
more
あ
than
る。
just theory.
経験は理論を
What
凌
I'm
駕す
saying
る
is that
って
experience
こ
trumps
ういうこ
theory
とだったの
any day.
ね。何千億の
I
単
can
語を覚
remember
えていて
billions of
も、
words,
実際
but
に
it's
やってみな
pointless
い
if
と
I don't
何も
go
手
out
に
and
入ら
use
ないん
them,
だ
you
な
know?
って。
A somber sigh escapes her lips.
どうだろう。
Aren't
理
there
論
some
は
who say
経験を
understanding
補
the
う
theory
っていう
behind something
逆説
enhances
も
your experience
あ
of
る
it?
とは思うけど。
それは理論だけし
Spoken
か
like
知ら
someone
ない
who's
人の
only
言葉
ever
でしょ。
known the theory.
まあ、
Though
ちょっ
up
と
until
前ま
just
での
recently,
私がそう
that
なん
would
だ
have
け
been
ど。
me. Arkwright is looking more downtrodden by the second. She's dragging me down too. I'm not really sure how to put it, but I just don't like seeing her this sad.
早計じゃないか。
Aren't you giving up too
単
soon?
にさ、理
There's
論だ
people
け
who
で
only know
経験を補
theory,
え
and
るや
then
つと、
there's those that can
経
override
験で
their
理論
theory
を
by
覆
getting the
せるやつ
experience
がい
they
るだ
lack.
けだと思うけど。ほら、周りを見ろよ。
Just take a look around you.
この店
This
だ
place
け
is
でも
crawling
これ
with
だけ
people
違
who
う
couldn't
人
be
たち
more
がいるん
different.
だ。
There's so many
いろ
people
ん
in
な
this
奴が
food
いる
court
んだから
alone, and not a single
誰も
one
が
is the
自分
same.
と同じじゃないだろ。
ああ、
Oh,
シキが
you
真面目な
actually
こと
said
喋
something
ってる。
pretty deep there.
そっちが真
You're
面
the
目な
one who
話
turned
をし
things
た
all
から、
serious,
こ
so
っ
I'm
ちも
just
それに
going
付き
along
合っ
with
てる
you.
んですよ。
Don't go killing the
話
conversation
の腰
now,
を折らないでくれ。
especially now that you're finally opening up about yourself.
知ってる。
I
シキ
know.
って私の
I can
話したい
talk to you
こ
about
とを
whatever I
話
want
したい
whenever
時
I
にちゃん
want.
と付き合ってくれるって。いつもは怒鳴
You
り散
usually
らすけ
get
ど、
all angry and
深
shouty,
刻にな
but
れ
you'll
ば
actually
話を
listen
聞い
when
て
I'm
くれるでし
serious,
ょ。
huh? Arkwade laughs cheerfully. I'll never say this out loud, but her laugh is nothing like that of a vampire. Do I really get shouty that often, though?
私って視野が狭かったのね。
I was a bit too narrow-minded.
自分がこうと
Once
決
I
めたら、
decide
そ
something,
れ
I
以外の
close
ものは
myself
見え
off
な
to
くな
other
るんだも
options.
の。私には自
I
分し
need
かい
no
ら
one
な
but
い。
myself.
自分だけが
As
正し
long as
くあ
I'm
ればい
doing
いっ
what's right,
て、
things will
そ
be
んな風
okay.
にしか考えら
That's
れない。
just who I am.
でもそうよね。
It's true, though.
こんなにい
There are
ろ
as
んな
many
心が
hearts as
あ
there
るん
are
だから、
people.
私に
Each
でき
one
な
is
いことを
different.
当たり前のようにやってし
Plenty
ま
of
える
them
人
can
だ
do
って
things I can't,
世の
as
中
if
に
it
は
were
た
the
くさん
most
いるんだ
natural
わ。
thing in the world. Arkwit's tone is almost gentle as she considers her shortcomings.
もっとも、
But
反
ultimately,
省
no
した
matter
とこ
how
ろ
much
で
I
私
reflect,
の
I
性
don't think
格は変わりは
I
しない
don't
んだ
think
け
how
ど、
I'm willing to change all that much.
私、今の自分が一番好きだ
Besides,
し、
I like the
やっ
me
ぱ
of
り
right
正
now
しいんだ
most
っ
of
て
all.
信じてるから。
I think this is the right me to be. Arkwit smiles proudly, takes another quick look around the food court, and follows with a hearty bite of her hamburger. Excellent choice. Chomp chomp. There she goes, eradicating my preconceptions about vampires again with each bite of junk food. It's strange. There's no way to eat a burger elegantly, but somehow Arquade still manages to look gorgeous while doing so. So gorgeous, it's almost uncanny.
何？
Why
人
are you
のこと
staring?
チロジロ見て。あ、
Wait,
これっ
was I
て
eating
こ
it
ういう
wrong?
風に食べるものじゃないの？
Arquade scrambles to place the burger back onto the tray. Sheepishly, she pats her lips with a napkin. Even this simple, mundane action looks exceptionally high class when she does it.
いや、それで合ってる。
No, that was right.
合
It's
ってるけ
just
ど、
strange to see you
な
do
ん
it.
か変だ。
It doesn't suit you,
Why?
so it's probably better if you stop eating burgers altogether. Don't tell her that. She can eat as many burgers as she wants. She's earned them.
何よそれ。
Doesn't suit
似合わないっ
me.
てどういう意
What's
味？
that supposed to mean?
イメージの問題だよ。
Just looks
お
wrong.
前みたいに口
You
が
got a
小さい
small
や
mouth,
つ
so
に
it's
ファー
weird
ス
to
ト
see
フ
you
ードは
gobbling
ない
up
んだ。
food, fast food like that.
おとなしくポテトを
You
か
look
じってる
fine
分
when
に
you
は
were just
問題
nibbling
ないか
on
ら。
fries, though. So
俺の分
here,
もや
take
る。
mine. I placed my fries onto Arkwight's tray. Frankly, I'm not really sure what's driving me to act like this either.
いらない。
Keep them.
せっかく食
I'm
事を
going
取
out
る
of
こ
my
と
way
に
to
した
have
のに、
food. It feels like
そ
a
んな
waste
柔
to
らか
only
い
eat
ものば
soft
っかり
stuff.
じゃ物を食べてるって気が
Feels
し
like
な
I'm
い
not
も
even
の。
eating anything. Arkwright purses her lips into a pout, then bites into her hamburger again. Every chop of hers feels particularly exaggerated now that she's aware of my critical gaze. The intense, ephemeral beauty that enveloped her before has diminished a little, making the scene just barely tolerable to the human eye. Shiki, you're so judgmental. What the fuck? Doesn't make a hamburger-eating vampire any less bizarre, though. As a fact of nature, creatures need to ingest nutrients in order to survive. Most do that by eating. And yet Arkwade says she doesn't drink blood. Would that mean her source of nutrition is the same as ours? Just regular food?
なあ、
Hey, Arkwade.
何よ、意地悪。
What are you gonna bully me about this time? Fucking she's got your ass, bro. I have not been on your side this whole time.
いや、もう
No,
文句
no
は
more
言わないっ
complaints
て。
about your eating habits, I promise.
聞きたいことができたん
There's
だ
just
け
something I
ど。
wanted to ask, if
いいか？
that's alright.
いいけど。
Fine.
何？
What is it?
あのさ、
You're a
お
vampire,
前
right?
は吸
I'm
血鬼だ
just
ろ。
wondering if that means the only thing you could really eat is, well,
食事って
blood.
呼べるものは血液だけじゃないのかなって、そう疑問に思った。
Arkway's eyes opened wide. I knew it. This is an inappropriate question to ask. Just look at her. She's obviously not bothered.
あのね、シキ。
The truth
基
is,
本的
I
に
don't need to
私
eat
は食
anything
事
at
を
all.
取らないんだ。確かに、こうい
Sure,
う
I
風
can
に
derive
栄養
energy
素を
from the
口に
things I
すれば
consume,
自分の
but
力だけで
that's
動
only
け
if
る
I
け
feel
ど、
like it.
それは気分の問題なの。私の熱量
The
の
way I
補充
feel
方
my
法は
body
シ
is
キたちとは違
fundamentally
う。
different from you.
確かに
I
食
do
欲
have an
はあるけど、
appetite, but it's
それは
better
人
to
間
think
で
of
いう
it
とこ
like
ろ
a
の性
human
欲
sex
と同じ
drive.
かな。食べないとイライ
I
ラ
might
する
get
けど、
irritated when I don't
私はあ
eat,
んまり
but
食
it's
事
not
に
one
重
of
き
my
を置いていない
priorities.
から、
So it
反対
rarely
衝動
even
に襲わ
it
れるこ
rarely
と
ever
は少
triggers
な
my
いよ。
impulse inversion. Arkwade casually rejects the notion of a blood-based diet. Looks like she really is fine without drinking it at all.
そうか。
Is that right? Thank God. Arkwade may be a vampire, but she isn't at all like the rest of her kind. She doesn't kill people in order to feed. Seriously, why couldn't she have told me this from the start? She could have just said, I'm a vampire that doesn't need to drink blood. Things would have been so much easier. I would have been so much more willing to cooperate.
ちょっと待
Wait
っ
a second.
た。お前そりゃ
You
吸
can't call
血鬼
yourself
って
a
言わない
vampire
ぞ
if you。don't even drink blood. Isn't that your defining characteristic?
言うわよ。
Of course I
シ
can.
キだって食事
You
が味
couldn't
のない
consume
も
the
の
same
ばかりだっ
bland,
たら耐え
tasteless
られ
thing
なくな
every
るで
day,
しょ。
right?
栄養素より
Sometimes
毒
you
素が
crave
多いものを
toxins
食べ
over
たいと
healthy
思う
nutrients.
時がある。
Take this burger,
例
for
えば
example.
このハンバーガーね。シキ、あな
Why
た
did
は
you
なん
choose
で
this
この
shop?
店を選んだの？単純な熱
Because
量
you
補
wanted
充
to
のため？
replenish your nutrients?
それとも
Or because you desperately wanted to eat this
加工され
mass-produced
た粗
lump of
末な肉
processed
と
meat,
安いパンと化
topped
学
off
調
with
味料
cheap
の
bread
塊
and
を
chemical
刺したり工
seasonings
夫
and
も技
served
術
up
もなし
without
に
an
調理し
ounce
た
of
大量生
creativity or
産品
skill?
を心の底から食べたいと思ったから？
Damn, girl, the burger's already cooked. You ain't gotta roast it like that. Bug.
恥ずかしながら
It's embarrassing to say it out
そういう
loud,
ジャ
but
ンクな
yeah.
ハンバーガーを食べ
I
たい
just
と
wanted
思
to eat some
っ
junk
た
food.
からです。
うん、
See?
それでいい。
That's fine, though.
別に恥ずか
Nothing
しがること
embarrassing
はない
about
んだ
it.
よ。私だって
Some things
毒
look
になると
delicious
分か
even
っ
though
てい
you
て
know
も
they're bad
美
for
味し
you.
そうに見えるものはある。 私にとって人間の血液はそう
For
いうも
me,
の。
that thing is human
取らな
blood.
くてもいいものを取
In
りた
that
い
sense,
という
I'm no
要求
different
におい
from
て
you humans, craving
私とあ
something
な
I
たは
don't
変わ
need.
らないわ。ほら、知
When it
生
comes to
体は
basic
繁
life
殖であれ
processes
食
like
事であれ、
reproduction or
それに何
nutrition,
らかの二次的利
intelligent
益を
beings
付加しない
require
と
some
サボってしま
secondary
う生き物で
incentive
しょ。
or they'll slack off.
美味しいから物を
They
食
eat
べる。
because it tastes good.
気持ちいいから
They
交
breed
配を
because
す
it
る。
feels good.
その究
No
極があ
life
な
form
たたち人間
epitomizes
なんで
this
しょう
more than
ね。
your kind.
なんであれ、
Humans know
快
that
楽につ
connecting
な
an
げるこ
activity
と
to
がよ
pleasure
り
will
強
make
い
you
繁栄
thrive.
方法だと知って
You're a
いる。
comparatively weak
比較
organism
的
that's
弱い
figured
生
out
命
its
体が
optimal
最
mode
も
of survival
強
in
い
this
生存
universe
力を
and
示
used
し
it to grow
た。こ
dominant.
の宇宙でも稀有な例なん
That's
だから。
quite rare in this universe. This is an incredibly deep and intellectual conversation in the middle of this food court that we only came to after dragging her to a back alley to take sexy photos and then jumping to the top of a building because she was mad. Just like to remind you all how we got here, in case you forgot, because I didn't. There's a certain passion to her words. She says them without a single drip of disdain for humanity. If anything, it sounds more like a mother fondly extolling the growth of her children. However,
いや、
so
それは
what are you getting at
どう
here?
なんだ。
She's making it sound like humans can't survive without entertainment or pleasure. As a human myself, I find that kind of tough to accept.
いいのよ、それで。
It's not a bad thing.
だからこ
In
そあな
fact,
たた
it's
ち
how
は
you
こ
became the
の
most
星で一
prolific
番の高等
higher
動物
animal
に
on
な
the
った。
planet.
生
An
存す
organism
る
that
ことに
attempts to
意味を
find
見
meaning
出
in
そう
its
と
own
する生命
existence
なん
is an
て
incredible
星から
step
し
in
たらとんで
evolution.
もない進化だもの。まさに
It's
その
honestly
発
pretty
想は
mind-blowing.
なかったね。とにかく
Anyway,
神祖である
as for
吸
true
血種。
ancestors, in other words
私
me,
の場合は
blood
そ
is
ん
the
な
ultimate
刑事
food
上の
for
二次的
fulfilling
利
those
益を満たし
secondary
てくれる
metaphysical
最上級の
incentives.
食べ物が血液なの。だから活
Emphasis
動
on
するという
secondary.
ことだけを目的
If I
とす
only
るの
want
な
to
ら
survive, to
人間の
exist,
血を取る
is
必要は
totally
全くない。
unnecessary.
つまり、
So let me see
神
if
祖
I've
とい
got
う
this
吸
right.
血鬼にとって、
For a true
精神的
ancestor,
空腹を
blood
満た
is
す
the
のに
food
一番
best
適した
suited
も
to
のが
satisfying
血
the
液
mind's
だと。
cravings.
けど、
But
あ
you
る程
told
度
me
は
you
血
don't
を
like
吸うの
drinking
は
blood.
嫌いだって言ったよな。そうか。
I think I
人間
finally
に食
caught
べ
on.
物の好き嫌いがあるように、
Just like humans have some
ある程度は
foods they
血の
like
味
or
が嫌い
dislike,
ってわけ
you
だ
don't
な。
like the taste of blood. The realization hits me out of nowhere. But it's refuted just as quickly by Arcwade's troubled frown.
わからない。
I couldn't
血
say.
の味なんて
I don't
私
know
知
what
らな
blood
いもの。
tastes like. She doesn't know?
私は吸血種として
Can I
は
tell
半人
you, I
前だっ
only
て言
really
ったでしょ
qualify as half a vampire?
血の味は知らない。
I've never tasted
そ
blood,
れがどんなも
so
の
I
な
don't
の
know
か
if it's good or
まだ
not.
わからない。わかるのは
All I know
血を
is
吸
that
う
once
と
you
い
drink
うこと
someone's
は
blood, you stop
その
seeing
相
them
手
as a
を人と
person.
認識しなくなるっていうことだけ。
Arcwade mutters as she casts her gaze to the side.
ねえシキ、
Hey, Shiki,
もしもよ、
I've got a question.
もしも鳥や
What if
魚にあな
birds
た
and
と同
fish
じぐら
were
いの知
just
性
as
と寿命
intelligent
があっ
as
た
you,
ら
and they had
あ
a
なた
similar
は食べられ
lifespan?
る？
Could you still eat them?
どんなに知性
Could
があ
you
って
treat
も
food like
食
food,
べ
no
物は
matter
食べ
how
物だからっ
intelligent the
て
thing you're
割り切っ
devouring
て食
is?
べられる？
いや、それは、
I mean... Could I? I'm not sure. But I suppose if there were still creatures of lesser intelligence around, I'd rather eat those instead.
ほら、
See
そう
what
い
I'm
うこ
getting
と。
at? It's for
私
the
が
same
血を
reason
嫌っ
that I
てい
don't
るの
like
はそう
blood.
いう理由なんだ。
Maybe it really is as simple as a human who
まあ、
doesn't like certain
シキの
foods,
言う通
like
り
you
好
said.
き嫌いはあるのかもしれない。
But if I can help
私
it,
で
I
き
don't
る
even
こと
like
な
to
ら
look
血は
at
見た
blood.
くないもの。だけど、
And yet,
そうね。
if humans didn't possess
もしも
intelligence or
私に人の
values,
知性や価値
maybe I
観が
wouldn't
なか
have
った
any
ら、
reason.
た
Maybe
め
I
ら
wouldn't
う
have
こ
any
となく血を
reservations
吸ってい
about
たかも
drinking
しれ
from
な
them.
い。生きるために他
After
の
all,
生命を
that's the
奪うこと
fundamental
は
law of
自
nature.
然界じゃ当然の
To
説理
continue
なんだし。
living, you must rob the life force of another. I can't help but flinch a little in surprise. She's saying it's not a sin to murder in the name of survival. It's a perfectly natural line of reasoning for a vampire, but hearing it from her lips still makes me recoil. I'm here to kill vampires that follow that very line of thought. And I'm not about to view Arcwade as one of them. While casually glossing over the fact that you're eating hamburgers. Like, yeah, sure, you can morally object to vampires drinking human blood, but then you can't then also not morally object to you eating other creatures. It's you can't have it both ways. You either are or are not vegan. That I don't. Anyway,
そりゃ生きるために
organisms
他の
killing
生き
one
物を
another
食
is
う
all
の
part
は
of the
自然
circle
の
of
説だ
life,
よ。
sure. But
Kid.
aren't you too like us for
人
that?
間とお前は似たような
If
もんじゃない
anything,
か。
it's got to be against the laws of nature to eat
動
something
詞
so
を食べるの
similar
が
to you.
禁忌なの。自然界のルールだろ
That depends on what you mean by similar, I guess.
う。だから、
So
そういう例え
please stop with
話
the
はやめてくれ。
hypotheticals.
もしもの話
I
は
don't even like to talk
あ
about
ん
what
まり好
ifs.
きじゃないんだ。
そう
Really?
私は if っ
I
て好
quite
きよ
enjoy them.
どんな結果になるかわ
You
から
never
ない
know
け
how
ど
something might play
と
out,
りあえず
but
その
isn't
時
there
は
a certain sense
ど
of
こかで救
salvation
い
in
があるような
imagining
気が
what
する
could
でしょ
happen? What ifs? What if she wasn't a vampire? Then I wouldn't have to feel like this. What if she was a blood-sucking monster like the other vampires? Would I be less irritated?
どうしたのシキ
You
い
okay
き
there,
なり
Shiggy?
暗い顔しちゃって
Looking awfully gloomy all of a sudden.
あも
Do
し
you
か
need
し
to go
て
to the
トイレ
bathroom
と
or
か
something?
あのな、
I'm having a
人が
serious
真面目に
existential
悩んでる
crisis
って
over here, and that's what you ask
より
me?
にもよってそれか、お前は。
I sigh. But honestly, that was just what I needed to pull myself back. No matter how hard I think about them, these moral questions about drinking or not drinking blood don't seem to affect Arkwade all that much.
そうだよ。
Right. This isn't any of my business anyway.
関係のない話だった。
も
Stop
う
mumbling
さ
to
っきから
yourself,
一
would
人で
you?
ブツブツ言っちゃって隠し事はずるい
It's
わ
rude
よ
to
シキ
keep hiding things from me. Arkwade huffs at me like an angry kitten.
隠し事なんか
I'm
し
not
ていない
hiding
よ。
anything.
そもそも
Besides,
隠
you're the
し
one
事
who's
だら
always
けなの
hiding
はそっ
stuff.
ちの方だろ。
You always look all
いつも
amused
俺
when
に
you
は
hit
わから
me
ない
with
話を
another
して面
incomprehensible
白がってるの
explanation.
か。
面白がってるって
Not entirely
そんな
untrue
こ
now
と
that you mention it.
あるけど
なんだ、本当にこっ
What?
ちが頭
So
を
you
抱え
do
てる
enjoy
姿
seeing my
面
brain
白がって
break?
たのか。いたずら好きっていうか。
I'm not sure if you like
秘密主
picking
義
on me or if you're just a secretive person at heart.
ま、
Either
どう
way,
せ俺は
it's not
お
like
前
we're the
とは
same
違う生
species,
き物だか
so
ら
it doesn't matter to
どう
me.
でもいいけど。
そんなことない私
I do
ちゃん
try
と
to
好
tell
き
you
には
things, you
話して
know.
あげてるよ隠し事が多い
You
ように
think
見
I
え
have
る
a
の
lot to
は
hide? Maybe it's
シ
because
キが
you're
あん
not
まり
asking
聞いて
enough
こないだけ
questions.
なんじゃない
There she goes again, hitting me where it hurts. To be honest, I've consciously avoided asking her too much. As a human, it's terrifying to venture any deeper into the world of vampires. And as an individual, I didn't want to know so much that I couldn't go back to my old mundane life whenever I felt like it. But after last night, I've come too far to keep myself in the dark. There are some things I simply have to know.
よし。聞
Alright,
けば教えてくれ
you'll
るんだ。
tell me whatever I want to know?
なんでも。
ええ
Yeah,
私たち
we're a team after
協
all.
力し合ってるチームだもの
Then I'll do exactly as she wants. I'll get straight to the core of the matter. To the one thing that Arkwade has been evading this entire time. The identity of her target. I need to know who this vampire is that we're chasing.
それじゃあ質問。
Okay then.
アルクエイド、
And what kind of vampire
お
is your
前の
enemy?
敵って
You
結
must be
局
pretty
どんな
familiar
吸
with
血
them
鬼な
after
の？
chasing them this far.
それは
Well,
その
how should I...
なんだよ。
Come on, you just said you
俺
had
に
nothing
隠
to
し事は
hide.
しないってさっき言ったばかりじゃないか。
そうなんだけど
I don't, but
怒らないで聞い
just
てね
listen, okay? And don't fly off the handle.
この町に吸
It
血
was
鬼
only
が潜ん
recently
でい
that I
ると
learned
分
they
か
were
ったのは
hiding
つ
here,
い
so
最
I
近のこ
haven't
とで
encountered them yet.
私はまだ本体に出会えてさえいない 今回の敵が
That's
ど
why I
んな
don't know
姿
what
をし
form
てい
they've
るの
taken.
か
They could
男
literally
性
be
なの
anyone.
か女
A
性なの
man,
か
a woman,
子供な
even a
のか大
child.
人なのかさえわからない。
じゃあ
Then do we have
他の
anything else to
特徴
go
は
by?
ほら
Love had
グロー
that
ブの懲罰能
eminence
力
art, was it?
だっけ
Those wild
ああい
powers
う
of
特
his?
徴はないのか
Don't they have something like that?
それも実際に見
I
るま
won't
で
know
は
until I
断
see
定
them
でき
in
ない。
person.
私の追ってい
The
る敵
vampire
は
I'm
そう
targeting
強
isn't
力
a
な人じゃない
particularly
けど、
powerful dead apostle.
今回は何を得
The
意とし
difficult
て
part is that I
どん
can't
な
predict
体
what
になってい
form
る
and
の
powers
か
they'll have this
私
time.
には予測できない。そうね。
I guess in
そ
a
の
way,
幅広
that's
さ
what
があい
makes
つ
them
の特
unique.
徴と言えるかも。
The only thing I know for
こ
sure
の
is
町
that
に
they're
あいつの
somewhere
気
in
配
this
がある
city.
ことしか私にはわからないわ。
She seems to be telling the truth. But it does feel like she's hiding something crucial. For starters,
まだ見つけていない
okay,
以上
fair.
相
You
手の
haven't come
特徴
across
は
them
わ
yet,
から
so
ない
you've got no way of knowing when they're capable of, what they're capable of, or what they
当然
look
の
like.
話だけど
But
そ
you
い
should
つ
at
の
least be
名
able to
前
give
ぐ
me
ら
a
いは知っ
name,
てるわ
right? A name.
そう
Yes, a
名
name.
前
Arquid hangs her head and goes silent. She's struggling. Something's preventing her from saying her target's name. Or so I thought.
あいつの
Their name.
名前。
A feeling of foreboding gnaws at my chest. A chill runs down my neck, cold enough to make me believe she's frozen the entire restaurant with a single breath.
あいつの名前はね。
His name,
シキ。
Shiki. It's... She said she wouldn't hide anything from me.
あいつの名前はミハ
It's
イ。
Michael.
ミ
Michael
ハイル・ロワ・バルダムよ。
Valdemar.
人間
A
から吸
typical
血鬼になっ
run-of-the-mill
た。
dead apostle.
どこにでもい
Former
る人の
human
一人。
turned vampire. I believe she actually pronounced it Mikhail. Though her eyes remain downcast, her lips are chillingly beautiful as she mouths the words. Yet a deep sense of loathing fills every word.
アルクエド
Arquaid.
お前
She remains silent, but her shoulders tremble. She's doing her best to hold back everything she's feeling, even now.
つまらないことを聞い
Sorry
て
for bringing up something so trivial.
名前が知れただ
Knowing
け
his
で
name
十
is
分だ
enough for me. The rest, we
あと
can
は
learn
直
when
接
we
見
find
つけ
it
て
for ourselves.
この目で確かめればいいさ
Arquaid lightly shakes her head, as though she's telling me she can't lay the matter to rest now. What a time for the thunderstorm to pick up. That's pretty good. A few moments pass in silence.
ごめんなさい、シキ。
I'm sorry, Shiki.
みっともないよね。
This is pathetic. But
私、
just saying his
あ
name
い
is
つの
enough
名
for me
前
to
を
lose
口
my
にす
cool.
ると冷静でいられなくなるみたい。
Arquaid still won't meet my eyes as she apologizes. This meekness doesn't suit her.
気にしないでいいよ
Don't worry about it.
お前
It's
には
actually a
悪い
relief to see you looking so
む
human.
しろ人間らしくてほっとしたぐらいだし
そうなの？
I look
人
human
間
just
ら
now?
しいってどこが？
なあ
Sure.
憎い
Chasing
相
after
手だから
someone you
追いか
hate,
けて
never calling him by
感情
name
的
for
に
fear
な
of
りそう
getting
だか
too
ら
emotional.
敵としか口にしなかったんだろ無感情に
That's
事
incredibly
務
human.
的に吸血鬼を
It makes
殺す
way
って
more
ことよ
sense than the
り
idea of you
納
as a
得がいく
cold, clinical
お前
vampire
にちゃんと
killer.
理由があるのなら
And if
俺
you've
は
got a
そ
good
の方
reason,
が
it makes me want to help you even more, I almost say. But I stop myself just in time. Those wouldn't be the words of someone who's only in it to protect the city.
とにかく質
Anyway,
問は終
that's
わり
enough questions for now.
この手の飯は
This kind of
冷める
junk
と
food
致命
tastes
的にま
like
ずくな
crap
るか
if
ら
you
さ
get it. This kind of junk food tastes like crap if you let it go cold, so let's eat up.
うん。
Okay.
でもこれ、
So
もとも
honestly,
と美
I
味しく
didn't
ない
think
と
this
思う
tasted
よ
any。good to start with.
四
Is
季の
this the
味
sort
覚
of
っ
thing you
て
enjoy?
ちょっとあれよね。
The princess politely averts her gaze. Apparently, she thinks I have a peasant's palate. It's totally unfair. We just got unlucky today. Burgers can be delicious sometimes. Yeah, usually if they're not fast food. That tends to be the answer for that. After finishing up our food and wandering around the main street for a while, we decided to go to my school. The idea came about when the sun was just about to set. Without warning, Arcade perked up and said something totally out of left field. I want to go see your school. I'm not sure what she had in mind, but that wickedly disarming smile made me cave. It's a little before 5. Due to our school's early dismissal and ban on club activities, there's no one around the main gate. I'd wager you could count the number of people left within the building on one hand. As long as we don't do anything conspicuous, I can probably take Arcade as far as the courtyard. Just to remind you, we really shouldn't be here. For one, I decided to skip class today, and you would be considered a trespasser. I get it already. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Arcade curiously glances through the gate to see what's going on inside. We'd better move. I can't think of anything more noticeable than a random blonde beauty loitering outside the gate. Come on, Arcade. Let's go to the courtyard for now. Taking her by the hand, I lead her inside. The courtyard is just as quiet as I'd expected. Come to think of it, Arcade actually came here once before. At the time, it felt like my heart was going to burst out of my chest. Looking back on it now, though, I can't help but smile. I mean, come on. This vampire strolls around in broad daylight, and into my school, no less? You'd think there'd be a limit to her cluelessness. Hey, Shiki, did you notice? Notice what exactly? The school. As far as I can tell, there's no one here. What? I look through the windows. The classrooms are empty, naturally, but I'm surprised to see the lights in the faculty room are also turned off. Arcade is right. This place is totally empty aside from us. The main gate was still open, though. Could we have just missed the last staff member leaving as we were headed into the courtyard? Hey, nobody's here. You know what that means, right? Arcade looks at me expectantly. Somehow I know exactly what she's trying to say. Don't even think it. My outright refusal goes in one ear and out the other. Thank you for the head pats, James. Welcome in. There's no one around. There'll be no one to get mad at us if we go in. We came at a perfect time. No, not even if you beg. Oh, the inside is more spacious than I thought. The corridors are so wide. How practical. That's weird. Arcade's voice just now sounded like it came from near the windows. Shiki, I can't get this thing to open. Is it okay if I break it? I take off at warp speed. Arcade is standing in front of one of the windows, idly winding up her arm in anticipation. I'm practically nauseous from panic as I run to intercept her before she actually punches the glass in. Can't you listen to me for once? There's no way I can unleash such a deranged vandal into our poor school. Even if I stand no chance of stopping her, I should at least try. Yes, delicious property damage. Oh, there you are. Arcade seems to be in high spirits. Seriously. What's so fun about looking around my school anyway? There's better places where you'd have way more fun. Come on, I'll take you. I kinda doubt it. This is where you spend most of your time, yeah? That makes it plenty fun to me.
私
Tsukihime, I
校
wanna
舎の
take a
中
peek
に入って
inside.
みたい。そこの入り口の
Could
鍵
you kill the lock
殺
on
して
this
くれな
window
い？
for me?
殺してくれない。
Just casually ask people to kill things for you.
私がやるより式の方が
But
綺
you
麗で
do
し
a
ょ？
much cleaner job, you know?
式の切り
Your
口は
cuts
ど
are
んな
sharper
刃
than
物
any
にもで
blade.
きない切断面
Even
だ
if
も
someone
の。
notices, they'll never figure
後
out
に
what
なって
happened.
誰かが見つけても救命できずでおしまいだよ。
She eagerly gestures at the window.
まったく。
You're such a
変
kid
に子供みたい
sometimes.
なんだから。
I tilt my glasses a bit, peering just over the frame. It doesn't take long to locate the arc-shaped line that runs along the window's latch.
くそ。
Damn
す
it.
ごくあるんだ
There's just
も
no
んな。
fighting your whims, is there? Slipping the knife out of my pocket, I smoothly sever the lock. Though I guess it's more accurate to say I kill the lock.
いいよ。ここか
There
ら
we
中に
are.
入ろう。
In you go. I open the window wide and we climb inside. May those that clean up after class forgive us. Oh, I need to stretch. Oh, that's a little better. I'm not sure if I should call it predictable or cliche. But the first place Arkwade wanted to see was my classroom, located on the third floor.
式はここで何を習って
What
る
do you
の？
learn in here?
何って
Standard stuff.
世間
Same
一
thing
般
every
の学
normal
生が
student
習
learns
うこと
about.
だよ。歴史の勉強
There's
から
classes on
自
history
国の
and
文
the
化へ
finer
の深
points
い
of
造形
Japanese culture.
つ
We
いで
study
に
physics and
物
math to
のあ
help
り
us
方
get a
の理
better
解度を
understanding
深
of the
める
world around
物理
us.
や数学。
Oh, and we're taught English too,
ああ
in case we ever
いずれ
decide
諸
to
外
travel
国に
abroad.
旅立つことも想定して英語も教わっている。
そうなんだ。
That's all?
式のことだから
Knowing you, I
効
kind
率
of
のい
assumed
い
they
人
taught you
体解
stuff
剖
like
術と
human
か
anatomy,
刃物の使
vivisection,
い方を
and
習
how
っ
to
てる
handle
のかと
sharp
思っ
objects.
た。
Okay. Arkwade actually managed to land a good one there.
アルクエイド。
Arkwade,
お前、
I'm pretty
初
sure
め
you
から
knew
ここが
exactly
どう
what
いう
type
とこ
of
ろだか
place
知
this
って
was
て
from
言
the
ってる
start.
だろ。
You got me. Arkwade gives me a round of applause as she laughs. It's always a struggle to figure out what's on her mind, but this time she's being especially incomprehensible. Coming to my school has nothing to do with vampire hunting, surely. What is she planning?
式。
なんだよ。
What's
急
with
に
you
真面目
turning
な
so
顔して。
serious all of a sudden?
やっぱりここに連れ込んだ
Let
の
me
は
guess.
訳ありな
There
の
was
か。
a reason you wanted to bring me here after all.
いえ、ここに来たこと
No,
に
I
指
didn't
し
have
て
any
理由
reason
は
in
ない
mind.
わ。私はただ
I just wanted to ask
こ
some
こでのこ
questions
とを
about
聞
what
き
you
たい
do
だけ。
here.
ここでのことっ
You mean
て
at school?
そう。
Yep.
式は
You
ここ
spend
で
half the day
一
here,
日
don't
の
you?
半分を費やしているのよね。そうまでした
Will
知
you
識
actually
や
end
経
up
験は
using all the
全
knowledge
て
and
使い切ること
experience you
がある
pick up
の？
in this place?
あなたは人
Are
生に
you
不必
sure
要
you're
な
not
ことを学ん
wasting
で
your life learning
時
things
間
you'll
を
never
浪費
need?
していたりするんじゃないの？
Oh, girl, if you only knew. Man. Oh, man. I'm not going to pretend and say that I don't use anything that I learned in school, but like, bro, most of the shit that I spent so much time dedicating to memory is long gone. Because I've never needed to use it. Literally never. What a conversation this is.
はい。
What? Out of all her questions, this might be the one I have the most trouble grasping. A Pythagorean theorem, my beloved. See, that one stuck. I don't use the Pythagorean theorem because I don't really need to. I do just... if I use something similar when I'm driving. If I'm ever like, okay, I can take this road and this road to get here, but if I use this road and this road, it's kind of like the hypotenuse of a triangle. So it should be a faster route because of Pythagorean theorem. But like, I'm never actually using the theorem to calculate. And like the quadratic formula, that one's gone. I don't think I've ever used it. I don't even know what it's used for anymore. What constitutes a quadratic equation? Fuck. And history, I never knew to begin with. I'm a big mythology guy, but history, I get lost. It's weird. I'm better at telling fictional stories than I am at keeping track of real ones. It's a very strange line to draw, I know, but history just escapes me.
There
are things you'll learn here that you'll never use in your entire life. Don't you think that's pointless? Yeah, you use the quadratic formula for quadratic equations. And when have I ever run into a quadratic equation except in a math class? Like, what? I've never had to do anything like that practically. I don't know, man. Yeah, I guess a lot of the time I spend here is pointless. We learn math, but if you don't get a job in certain fields, you're probably not going to need it all that much. Knowing basic arithmetic is enough for most people to get by. Like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, order of operations. I wouldn't really... fractions, I guess. Fractions and exponents, and then I wouldn't really do anything more than that. Maybe some basic geometry, depending on what you do. Shout out to the binomial expansion. Definitely gonna need that one. Bro, I only remember the term. I don't even... Binomial expansion. I like kind of... Nah, not really. I don't think I even know what that is anymore. I remember hearing it and maybe learning a little bit of it, but like... Same goes for history or English. I don't know if I'll ever have to use either one in the future. Chances are, it'll be just like you said, a waste of time. History, I find, is uniquely useful. You don't really use it in a practical sense, but you can kind of learn from the future by looking at the past, and keeping the history from before you were born and like learning your own personal history as you live through it can kind of, give you some perspective. It's not useless, but it's not really obvious how it's useful. So you were already aware. But then, why do you even bother? Human lives are so incredibly short. You don't have time to be wasting yours on things you won't ever need. This was also helpful for internet arguments. If that's your bag, yeah. I try to stay away from internet arguments. You think? I guess it's true that I don't have a clear goal as of now. I'm kind of just living my life until I find one. I don't get it. How can you shackle yourself to a daily routine when you know so much of it is pointless? I really don't get it. Arkoid's voice turns into a mutter. I don't quite understand why it's affecting her so much. All I can do is try to find a reply to her soliloquy. I guess you could say we're tied down by routine. But I don't think wasting time is so bad in and of itself. Well, what's wrong with a little inefficiency? Even if I don't end up using what I learn, it'll always be a reminder of my time here. There'll come a day when I'm old and gray. And if I can look back on this period of my life with some enjoyment, I think that'll give it all the meaning it needs. Shiki's a real... Your school days are the best part of your life, truther. And, man, not fucking true. I have a handful of good memories from school, and those are associated with the people that I met at school, not the actual going to school itself. I don't remember a single day of any class, and that includes college. Exactly, a lot of school is for the people, not the subjects. Yes. Unfortunately for me, I don't really keep in contact with most of the people I've met. There are a handful of you, and there are a handful of you watching right now. But, yeah. It just isn't... I'm currently a student, and this really feels right. That's good. What are you going to school for, if you don't mind my asking? Obviously, don't like dox yourself or anything, but I went and got like a generic ass, was it liberal arts and sciences degree from a community college, because I didn't know what to do with my life, and I still don't. So I'm here, doing this, and other stuff, but you know, this. Studying math, physics, and history. Sounds good. Physics can be fun, but I find that if you get too much into the theory, it's not... It just gets like a jumble of numbers and pretty dry. And history is fun for people who like it. I like I said, I could never really get into it as much as I tried. Hopefully going to uni next year. That's cool. That's cool. Oh, excuse me. I had to take another stretch. Anyway, we keep going.
その思い出自体が無駄なことなのに、それを楽しく
You
思い
can
出せる
remember
って
this
いうの
fondly,
式
even
は
if it's completely pointless. The fun thing about physics is the physicists don't even know what the hell's going on. Yeah, yeah. When you try to explain too many things, you just end up with we don't know yet. Hopefully, we'll find out. It's just some of the exams or shit. Yeah. See, I'm not good with like. I don't know why. I'm just not good at like keeping track of all of the people and the years and like all of the things that were going on. Maybe I was just looking at it the wrong way. I don't know. But now I'm like well out of school, so if I were ever to try to learn again, I'd have to like find some history guys on YouTube, which wouldn't be too hard to do. Anyway, I don't want to get too off topic.
ああ、そのあたりは大丈夫。
Sure could.
自分にとって都
Humans
合
are
の
pretty
悪
great
い
at
もの
forgetting the less
は思い
enjoyable
出せないよ
stuff.
うにできてるんだよ、人間って。人生は
In
無駄
the
なこ
end,
とだら
our
けだ
lives
し
are full of pointless
突き
stuff.
詰めて考え
I
ると
mean, what is
生
life
きてる
if
こと
not
自体
pointless?
が無駄
The flipping it
じゃないか。
around, you could say that our entire reason for living is to do useless crap.
無駄なことをするために人間は生きてるのかもしれない。
Damn, Shiki. Well, kind of a downer. Oversimplified, I'll keep them in mind. I also know overly sarcastic productions as Red and Blue, and Red does mythology and storytelling tropes, and Blue does like history and stuff. I'm a fan of them. Red is actually a pretty big inspiration for a lot of what I do, and a source of knowledge for a lot of myths that I'm into. She's cool.
だから俺はあんまり深刻に
So
は
I
な
try
らな
not
い。
to take it all too seriously.
全ては
We
無
all
意味な
pretend
こと
to
なんだ
not
って
to
気づか
notice
な
our
いよ。
entire existence is meaningless
ごまか
instead
し
of
やっていく
deceiving
のが
ourselves into thinking this is
当
the
たり
best
前
way
の
to
生き
live.
方なんだと思うよ。
無駄だと認めた上
So you
で
admit it's
そ
useless,
れを
but you
こな
still
す
do
ん
it?
だ。私は無駄なことはでき
I'm
ない。
just not capable of that.
今までだって
I've never been able to
必
do
要なこ
something
と以
without
外
a
は
good
やってこ
reason.
なかったから。
何言ってるん
What
だ。
are you talking about?
それな
We
ら
just
今
spent the
日一
entire
日の
day
ことなん
doing
て
pointless
無
stuff.
駄だらけじゃないか。アルクエイドの目
It's
的
not like
は
walking around
吸
town had
血鬼を
anything
見
to
つ
do
け
with
る
your
ことだ
goal
ろ
of catching that vampire.
なら
So
俺
there
と
you
街を
go.
歩く
You did
必要なん
something
てない
pointless.
し。
そうよね。
Yeah,
それ
but I
が
still don't get why I
私
was
にも
okay
よく
with
わから
doing
なくて。
that.
無駄しかないような式
That's
に
why I
質
tried
問してみ
asking
たんだ
you,
けど、
since it seems
余
like this
計
is
わ
all
か
you
らな
ever
くなっ
do.
ちゃった。
But it only made me more confused.
はいはい、
Yeah,
悪うござ
yeah,
い
I
まし
get
た。
it already.
どうせ
I'm a
俺は
human who only
無
ever
駄し
does
かない人
meaningless
間だよ。
things. I can't even
自
justify
分で
my
も
own existence.
自分のいていい理由が証明できないしね。
あ、
Oh,
ごめんね。
sorry.
式の言いたいことは
I
わかる
know
んだ。
what you want to say.
人間という
Humanity
種
as a
は
species
価値
doesn't
基
measure
準を
its
個
value
人
on the
ではなく
individual
全体
scale,
で持っ
but
ている。
as a collective.
だからこの間違いも
That's why the sins of a
全体
single
が正し
person
けれ
can
ば
be
許しても
absolved,
らえる。
as long as the collective
あな
remains
たたちは
just.
最後に種が
You
終わりを
thrive for the
迎える
purpose
瞬
of
間
giving
に
rise
た
to
っ
a
た一つ
single
の
answer
答
if
え
the
を生み出
moment
す
your
ために
species
反映
meets
で
its
きる。
end.
けど私たちは
But
個体だから
vampires are individuals to our
自身の
core.
間違いは決して
There's
許
no
されない。
forgiving any mistakes we make.
自分以外の意志を
Whatever happens,
決して
we
自
mustn't
身に
allow
反映
ourselves
さ
to
せ
be
てはいけ
influenced
な
by
い。
any will other than our own.
だから
It's for that
余分な
reason
こと
I
は
was
し
always
ちゃいけないんだ
taught
なっ
never
て
to allow myself
ず
any
っと教
excess.
えられてきた。
Yeah, these type moon gets pretty deep, like in a existential, philosophical kind of way. Really, real head scratcher. Ever so softly, Arquaid strings the words together like she's confessing to something.
でもわから
And
なく
now
な
I
っちゃ
don't
っ
know
た。
anymore.
たった少し。
It's only been 7 days,
たったの7
but
日間
it
だけ
feels
な
like
の
my
に
world is flipped upside down.
私は正しいの
Was
か
I
なって。
really right before?
だって
When all of
す
this
ご
has
く
been
楽し
so
いんだ
much
もの。
fun?
こうして
I
るの
never
が
imagined that I could be
生
so
きている
happy
って
just
いうのが
being alive.
ただそれだけで嬉しいなんて今まで考えたこともなかった。私
Maybe I'm
壊
broken
れちゃったの
somehow.
かな。今までこんなに
I've
長
never
く
been
起きてい
awake
た
this
こと
long
がない
before.
から本当はもうとっくに眠っ
Maybe
て
I
し
went
まっ
back
て
to
いて
sleep long ago.
自分
And
勝
I've
手
just
な
been
夢を見てし
dreaming
まって
my
いる
own
だけなの
selfish
かな。
dreams. I love this. I'm at a loss for words. There's no way I could even start to comprehend what things are like for her. I don't have a clue what she's going through. All I know is that I hate seeing her like this.
壊れてるって
What do you mean
何
broken?
が？
You look normal to me.
お前は普通に見えるけど。
外見はそうだろう
Maybe
け
on the
ど
outside,
中身が
but
違っちゃっ
inside
て
I'm
るんだ。
totally different from how I was.
楽しいとか辛いとか
There's such
So
insignificant,
余分な
meaningless
感情が
emotions.
今は
Yet
と
I
て
now
も大きく
experience
なって
joy and displeasure so much stronger than
以
I
前
ever
は
did
無視で
before.
きたものが無視できなく
I
なって
can't
いる
ignore
な
them
ら
the way I used
そ
to.
れは壊れてるというこ
Does
と
that
で
not
しょ
make me broken?
それにね
And I was never normal to start
私
with.
は普通じゃないよ。
Unlike you, I'm a
四季と
vampire.
は違う吸血鬼なんだから。
Loneliness is etched into her face, but she almost appears to be smiling. She looks fragile, like she might fade away into the sunset.
No.
This... Something's off here. None of this is right. Arquaid, bathed in the sunset's amber glow, is looking more frail than I've ever seen her. How can such a thing be real?
らしく
This isn't
ないな。
like you. This isn't how she's supposed to be. You're a vampire, goddammit. Don't you go looking all vulnerable and sweet like a normal girl.
無視できないとか
Look, just
無駄なことを
forget about
してい
whether
ると
it's
か
useless or pointless
気にする
or
な。
whatever.
自分のことなんて
You don't need to
真剣に考
overanalyze
えても
yourself
いい
like
ことない
this.
ぞ。
Whatever it is that's
何を
bothering
迷
you,
ってるか
it
知ら
doesn't
ないけ
matter.
ど、
You're
お前
fine
は
the
そ
way
の
you
まま
are.
でいいんだ。だって誰にも
It's not like you're bothering anyone.
迷惑なんてかけて。
そうかな。
Do you think?
私
You yell at
四
me
季
a
に
lot,
よく
though.
怒鳴られるけど
Is that different?
あれは違うの？
バカ。
I'm
俺
an
は例
exception,
外
you。dummy. I
俺には
killed
お
you,
前を
so
殺した
you
罪
have
が
every
ある
right
んだ
to
から。
drag me around until I
お
paid
前
my
に引っ
dues.
張り回されるのは自業自得なんだよ。だから
Besides,
いいんだ。
I'm doing this because I want
俺
to.
は好きでやってるんだ
So
か
you
ら
don't have to worry about me.
俺にかける迷惑なんて考えないでくれ。
Yeah, he killed her. In, like, chapter 3 or 4. But because she's a vampire, she put herself back together and then tracked him down, and that's how they met. As for why he killed her, I'm still in the split personality camp, but I do think there's something a little more magical going on, considering his eyes. My words did little to alleviate the darkness in her eyes. I can't stand seeing her like this. She looks so defeated. I just want to pull her into my arms and hold her tight.
頼むから
Come
も
on,
っと
pull
ちゃんと
yourself
してくれ
together,
アルク
Arcade.
エイド。そりゃあお前はわがままだっ
Sure,
て
you're
言
a
い過
stubborn,
ぎたり手を
self-centered
焼
pain
か
in
さ
the
れるけ
butt,
ど
but other than
それ
that,
以外の部分
you're
は
alright.
まともだよ。
You're not broken.
壊れてなんかいないし
You're just like any
普
other
通の
regular
女の子
girl.
と変わらない。だから
So
いつ
come
もみ
on,
たいに
can
笑っ
you
てくれ。
smile like you always do?
お前にそんな顔
I
を
feel
されると
awful seeing you this
こっちの
sad.
気持ちが悪くなる。
ひどい言いようね。
Rude.
私
Really that
そんなに
selfish?
わがままかな。
She mutters as she gives me a sideways glance. Damn it, I let my guard down. And wait, did the little princess really not realize how selfish she can be?
バカ
Oh,
何
you
言ってるん
know
だお
damn
前。
well.
アルクエイドか
If
ら
we
わがま
remove
ま
the
って単語を
selfishness
取っ
from
た
your
ら
body,
も
there'd
う
be nothing but
骨しか
bones
残らな
left.
いぞ骨しか。
I only meant to poke a little fun at her, but I wind up laughing way too hard at my dumb joke. It's just that I never dreamed I'd see her looking this bashful. Oops. She's angry.
四季のバカ。
Dumb
人が
jerk.
真剣
I
に
was
相
trying to
談
have a
してるっ
serious
ていうのに
conversation with you,
何
and
よ
all
こ
you
の
do is
白状
mock
者。
me.
そりゃそうだよ。
That's right.
俺
Didn't
は
I
お
tell
前
you
以
I'm
外
actually
には
really
優
nice
しい
to
って言
everyone
っ
to
たじゃない
except
か。
you?
白
I'm
状な
funneling
の
all
は
the bad your
今に
way.
始まったことじゃないし。
Bite me? Don't say that. She just might. She won't. She'll bite me, though. Man, it is true, though. And I can't help but snort in agreement. This is a better look for her. Pure and honest. None of that doom and gloom that plagued her earlier. Yeah,
やっぱり
getting all worked up like
お前は
this
元気
suits
な
you
方
much
がいい。
better. What a
俺
relief.
もなんだかほっとした。
Huh?
な
Why
な
would
ん
you
で
be
四季がホ
relieved?
ッとするの？私に対して
I
の
thought you
白
had
状
your
なんで
plate
し
full
ょ？
of being a jerk
あなたって
towards me.
いや
Well, you're not
No.
wrong about that.
それはそうなんだけど。
I can deal with her dragging me around and being a general pain in my ass. But what I can't handle is seeing her so depressed. Whoa there. That's a dangerous train of thought to follow. She's pretty. She's a good person. I'm certainly not bored whenever we're together. But that's as far as this goes. I can't allow myself to develop feelings beyond that threshold. Get a hold of yourself, Shiki. Doesn't matter how cute she looks. She's still a vampire.
もうはっきりしない
So
人ね。
baffling.
自分で自分の
Do
ことも
you
わから
even
ないの？
know? Do you even know that about yourself?
さっきまで弱音吐いてい
I
た
really
吸
don't want to
血鬼
hear
に
that
言わ
from
れ
a
たくな
vampire
い。
who just spent the past few minutes having a moment.
いいんだ、俺は
It's
自分
fine
が
if I
わ
don't
からな
fully
くて
understand who I am.
おかしいって自
I
覚は
know
して
I'm
るし。
weird. My memories are
いつも
fuzzy
記
at
憶が
best,
曖昧
and
で
I'm always suffering
貧
from
血ばっかり
anemia.
起こしてるんだぞ。
Most of the time, I can barely even take care of
自分
myself.
のことさえ面倒見きれないんだよ。
そっか。だから
So
四季はい
that's
つ
why
も
you're
ぼー
always
っとしてる
spacing
んだ。
out. Arcade nods wholeheartedly, as if she's finally figured something out. She accepts my makeshift excuse so readily that before I can even be mad, I find myself pondering if what she said could be true. Can he be a vampire? Probably not. For one, Akiha does complain about me spacing out on a regular basis. I must look pretty unreliable from an outsider's point of view.
さて、
Well then, we can't stay in this classroom forever. It's time we headed back outside. Even if there's no one around now, we shouldn't tempt fate in case one of the teachers comes back.
ほら、そろそろ
We
出
should
る
get
ぞ。
going.
もう用
Unless
事
you
は
have
ないんだ
anything
ろ。
else you needed to do.
うん。
I don't
用事は
really,
ないんだ
but
けど。
Shiki?
四季
Yeah, I say with a glance. There's a moment of hesitation before she confronts me with her strangest question so far.
四季には
Do you ever
楽しい
feel
ことって
joy?
あるの？
今日は熱でもある
Do
の
you
で
have
す
a
か？
fever or something today,
お姫様。
princess?
茶化さないで。
Cut it out.
私、
I know a thing or two
少し
about
は
your
あな
body
たの
now,
体のことを
and
知
I'm
って
sure
い
you
るわ。
must be aware.
四季だって分かっているんでしょ。自分の体が
You could die at
い
any
つ死ん
moment.
でもおかしくないってことぐらい。
My jaw clenches tight at the sudden shift. A stinging sensation. My old scar feels like it's tightening.
まあ、
Well, sure.
そりゃ、
All humans die someday.
人間はいつか死ぬ。
あなたの場合、
Though in your
人より
case,
早い
that
でし
day's
ょ
a
うけど
lot
ね。
sooner than most. Her eyes are dead serious. But it's not like I'm the only one that could die easily. I've seen the lines of death that cover this world. Everybody is covered in vulnerabilities. Spots that could render them dead in an instant.
どうしてかしらね。
Sometimes when I look at
あ
you,
な
this
たを見ていると、
fear grabs me out of nowhere.
わけもなく怖くな
I
る。
don't get it, but that's why I
だ
have
か
to
ら聞か
ask.
せて。そんな不安定な
Even though
命
your
で
life is so fragile
楽
and
しいと思え
uncertain,
る時があ
are
るの。
there ever times
四
you
季
feel like you're enjoying it? She's asking me if I enjoy my life? Huh. This girl really is so...
本当にバカだな、
You're such
お
an
前は。
idiot.
そんなの、
How am I supposed to
俺
know
にわ
that?
かるはずがないじゃないか。
I couldn't possibly know whether my life is fun. A model sense of justice, a moral code deemed proper by society, a sense of humanity that prizes peace. Those were all gifted to me by Master, and they've been useful and integral in getting me through life so far. At my core, I'm less than human. From the beginning, I've never really grasped those sorts of vague ideas. But there is one thing I can say with certainty. For a little while after I nearly died, probably while I was still undergoing surgery in the operating room, I think I found myself in total blackness. It was probably a dream, if anything. But at that time, I knew I was already dead. I knew that the dark place around me was death itself. By some miracle, I was revived, and then I got to meet Master, and even regain some semblance of my ordinary life. For that, I'll be forever grateful. It's something I didn't realize until after I died. This world we live in is so peaceful and so very beautiful. Even if my eyes try to deny it. I don't know whether I enjoy this life. I don't think I'll ever be able to say. As long as I have these eyes, death will be an ever-present stain. Shiki's talking about more of a metaphorical death. He got in an accident that, like, changed his life forever, so it's kind of like he died that day and became somebody new. And it awoke his mystic eyes of death perception. So there's that. But even so, life is beautiful. Even if many people never find happiness. My past self knew that to be human means to derive joy simply from living. It feels so long ago now, but I'm sure that before the accident, I lived life to the fullest. So I can keep going, even after I've shown that everything's pointless. I'm no longer the same person as before. It's hard to buy that my values and morals are even sincere. For Shikitono, the idea of joy died long ago. If you were to ask me whether I'm enjoying my life, I'd probably say yes, unless presented with something irrefutably to the contrary. No matter how terrible things get, I'm satisfied simply knowing that I'm alive. I don't need anyone to tell me this. Humans really do find meaning just in living their lives.
たださ、
That said, being
生きてる
alive
だ
is
け
fun
で
enough
楽
for
しいん
me.
じゃないかな。今までが楽しかったか
I've
ら、
enjoyed existing up to this
これ
point,
からもや
so
っていこう
I'll
って
keep
気に
doing
な
what
る
I'm
んだ。
doing.
きっと、そうに違いない。まあ、
Don't know if that's the answer
お
you're
前の
looking
質
for,
問に
but
答えるとし
that's
た
how
ら
I feel.
こんなところか。
Cyndaquil is one of my favorite Pokemon. I'm partial to most of the fire starters, in fact. My favorite Pokemon is Lycanroc, but Cyndaquil is definitely up there. Despite my confident demeanor, I actually feel pretty embarrassed putting it out in the open. After all, I've only got 17 years of life experience. If there's some kind of objective answer to a question like this, I'm not the one to ask. But when I look at the woman in front of me,
そっか、
I see.
それが四季の
So that's
心な
the
んだ。
truth of your heart.
そうしている
You
だけで
derive
楽
delight
しい
simply from living.
か。そうよね。
You know,
余
some
分
things
な
are
ことだって
useless,
分かっ
but
てい
as
て
long
も
as they give you
楽
joy,
しいのなら
you
切り
can't
捨
cut
てる
them
こ
out
と
of
は
your
で
life.
きないもの。私はそれが怖く
I
て
asked
つ
you
まら
because
な
I
い
was
ことは
scared of
聞いた
that,
けど、
but now that I've heard
今
your
はそれ
answer,
が答えでいい
it
かな。
seems alright for now. With the sweetest of smiles, she embraces my immaturity.
なんだよ、さっ
Jeez.
きのことま
You're
だ
still,
引きずってた
you're
の
still,
か。
you're not still caught up in what was bothering you earlier, are you?
そうだけど、とりあえずわだ
Yeah,
かまり
but
は
it's
消え
not
てくれ
bugging
た
me
わ。
nearly as much as before.
だから、この町に救っている吸血鬼を倒すまでは迷わない。
I swear I won't
それ
bend
ま
or
で
break
四季と
until I
一緒に
defeat the
戦うよ。
vampire nesting in the city. And I'll fight at your side till I do. Arquaid nods confidently, flashing that smile of hers again. Till we fight and defeat this vampire, huh?
そうだったな。
Right.
俺とお前って
Come to think of it,
そういう関
that's the
係だっ
kind
た
of
っけ。
relationship we have. Today was an outlier. It made me completely forget that what we have is nothing like this.
なあ、アルクエイド。
Hey, Arquaid.
全部終わった後、
When this is all over,
吸血鬼
once
を
we
倒し
defeated
終わ
the
ったら
vampire,
さ、
I mean,
別れる前に
before you leave,
もう一度だけ
Do you
こ
wanna
うして
do this
遊ば
again?
ないか。
just one more time?
お
Huh?
それ、どういう
What do you
こと？
He's asking her for a second date.
アルクエイドの目的が済んだ
I'm
ら、
saying that after you fulfilled your
もう
goal
一度ぐら
here,
い
we
無駄
should
なこ
spend
とを
another
しよう
day
って
doing
言ったんだ。
pointless crap.
結局、俺とお前は、
Right now, we're only
協力し合
together
って
because
る
we
か
have a
ら一緒
mutual
にいるだけ
objective.
だろ。
So I wonder what it would be
だ
like
か
if
ら
we just
本当に
met
何の義務もな
with
くなっ
no
た後、
obligations hanging over our heads,
何の意味
nothing
もなくなれ
pushing
た
us
ら
together.
どうなるかなって。そう
Though that's not my true motive. What I really want is for us to hang out as normal friends. Then Arquaid could spend a day having fun, making normal memories, not thinking about vampires. I think she'd enjoy that. Come on, Shiki, you know you got a crush on her. Come on. You can't lie to me. You can lie to the audience, but you can't lie to me.
まあ、お前が忙しいって言うなら
That is, if you're not too busy.
別にいいけど。
My mouth spouts the opposite of what my heart yearns to say. Arquaid's eyes briefly widen in shock. Okay,
全部終わった
let's
ら
come back here
ま
when
た
it's
こ
all
こに
over,
来ようね、
Shiki.
シキ。
Even if it won't have any
何の意味もない
meaning,
けど、
I just know
それ
it'll
は
be a
きっと
lot of fun.
きっとすごく楽しいよ。
With a bounce in her step and a brilliant smile, she turns my suggestion into a promise. Here in this classroom, dyed in sunset. The image of her awash in hues outside of time will leave a lasting memory for the rest of my days. How cute. I imagine this chapter is going to turn sour now as night falls. Afterwards, she forced me to take her to the broadcasting room, the art room, and so on. By the time we finish our tour of the school, the sun has long set. It's just past 7:30 now. Still a little early in the evening, but we might as well start hunting now.
すっかり暗くなったな。
It's gotten pretty dark.
他に行くと
We
こ
don't
ろ
really
もな
have
し。
anything else to do, so what do you
そ
say,
ろそろ
Arquid?
始めようか。
Should we get
ある程
started?
度。
もう行くの？
Already?
まだ街は
It's
明る
still
い
light
よ。
in town, you know.
早いに越
The
したこ
sooner
と
the
はない
better,
だ
right?
ろう。
We already
昼間は
spent the
十
entire
分に
day
遊んだんだ
slacking
から
off, so we
夜
should at
ぐらい
least
は
get
き
some
ちん
work
と
done
仕事
tonight.
をこなさないと。
式って変に生真面目よ
You're
ね。
being weirdly serious.
そんなに真面目なの
If
に
you were
ど
this
うして
intense
昨
about
日は
getting the
約束
job
を
done,
破
then
った
why'd
り
you
した
break
の
our
かしら？
promise to meet up yesterday?
仕方ないだ
What
ろ
was I
う。
supposed to do?
昨日は体
I
が
couldn't
動か
even
なかっ
move
たんだから
yesterday. But I swear I
直前まで
was
は
planning to
公
go
園
to
に
the
行くつ
park
もり
right
だっ
up
たんだ。
until I didn't. In hindsight, I was reckless to have ever thought of meeting her in such a condition. If Akiha hadn't stopped me yesterday, I'm sure I would have dragged Arkway down at some crucial juncture.
ふん、
Hmm.
そうなんだ。
Is that so?
じゃあ、そう
Okay.
しよっか。
Let's do it now then.
なんだその顔。
What's with that look?
嫌な予
I
感し
feel
か
like I
しないん
shouldn't
だけ
even
ど。
ask, but do what
なんだ
now?
よ、そうしよっかって。
だから、式
You
は
said you
公
were
園に
planning
行
to
く
go
つ
to
も
the
りだった
park
んでしょ？
yesterday, right?
まだ時間はあるん
Well,
だ
there's
し、
still time.
昨日できなかった
You
こと
couldn't
な
do
ら
it then,
今
so
やり
let's
直
have
せ
you
ばい
make
い
up
じゃ
for
な
it.
い。
Arkway takes off at a light jog. Seems like she's actually headed for the park.
ちょっと待
Hey,
てってば。
hold up a second.
おい
I break out into a sprint just to make sure I don't lose sight of her. She's just making him go all the way to the park for no reason. That's funny.
ほら、なんだかんだ
Well,
言って
look
ちゃ
at
んとつ
you.
いてくるんだよ
You
ね。
actually
式っ
kept
て。
up pretty nicely.
バカ。
You idiot.
お前を
Who knows
一人にす
what
る
she would have
と
done if
何するかわから
I'd
ん
left you
か
alone.
だろ
My shoulders heave as I try to force air into my needy lungs. I can't believe she actually made me run through all those crowds to catch up. She's really putting me through the ringer today.
でも、やっぱりこ
Still,
の時間
it
だと
sure is
人が多
crowded
い
this time
の
of
ね。
day.
そこかしこに
It's
人
hard
の
to
気配が
relax
し
when
て、
there's this many people
ちょっと
around.
落ち着かないかな。
だから
Seriously, this is why
どうして
you
こ
should
っちの話を
listen
聞
to
かな
me
い
for once.
お前ってやつは
そう？
Huh?
私、
I hear you
式の
perfectly
声は
fine,
ちゃんと聞いているつもりだけど。
そうか
Great. You know that's
聞こえていて無視
Worse,
している
right?
となると
if you can hear me fine and you still
悪い
ignore me, that means you're doing this on purpose.
無視もしてないよ。
I wasn't ignoring
式
you.
の小言に返
Just
答
that
す
every
ると
time I
決まって
respond to
バ
your
カって言わ
grumbling,
れ
you
るか
call
ら
me an
黙
idiot.
ってるだ
So
け
I
な
thought
ん
it
だ
was
け
better
ど。
to stay quiet.
そうか
Oh yeah?
それは
I guess I'm partly to blame then.
問題があったかもしれないか
With some deep breaths, I finally get my breathing back in order. It's about 1.5 kilometers from the school to the park. It wasn't even that long of a run, but I still can't get my heart to stop racing. It's not that Arkway was particularly fast either. If anything, she seemed to be going slow by her usual standards. Maybe my anemia is still acting up after yesterday. I don't exactly feel like I'm in the best shape right now.
大丈夫？式。
You okay,
無理
Shiki?
しないでベンチで
You can
休
sit
ん
on
で
the
な。
bench if you need rest.
そうする
I'll do that.
体が落ち着いたら町の方に行くからな
And once I'm feeling a little better, we'll go walk around town.
もう式がやる気になって
Imagine
る
feeling
のは嬉しい
motivated,
け
but
ど
it's still too
まだ時
early.
間が早すぎるのよ。グローブの時もそうだったけ
Just like
ど
with love,
吸血
these
鬼は自
vampires
分た
won't
ち
be
の時
making
間
any
でなけ
moves
れ
till
ば
much
むやみ
later.
に活動はしないものなの。彼らはもっと
They
夜
only
の
go
気
out
配が
once
濃
the
くな
cover
ら
of
ない
night
と
has
活動
grown
しない
denser.
から
So for
しばら
now,
くは時間を
we got
潰
some
さな
time
い
to
と
kill.
ね。
Couldn't she have said so earlier? With nothing better to do, I stare at the park's clock from my spot on the bench. It appears to be a little past 9. The crowds are thinning out little by little as the night deepens. Arquid doesn't sit down on the bench with me. Instead, she paces around aimlessly. Time simply passes. It's so silent. The bright moon tenderly bathes Arquid in the park in its silver light.
月明かり
Moonlight, huh? I think back to 2 days ago, when I was attacked in front of the Tono estate. If only the moon had been this bright back then, I might have been able to get a good look at the assailant's face.
ああ
I jump up from the bench.
式どうした
Shiki,
の
what's going on?
死者で
Did
も
you
見
spot a
つけちゃった
zombie?
いや
No, not
そうじゃ
that.
なくて
I just realized
とんでもないこと
I'd
を
forgotten
忘
something
れてた
crazy. I can't believe myself. What the hell was I thinking? I was attacked on my way home. How the hell could I have forgotten about that?
アルクエド
Arquid, I was attacked by something weird on my way home 2
変
days
なや
ago.
つに襲われた
Something weird?
変なやつって
Weird how?
どんなやつ？
それが
Where to start? Once I've calmed down a bit, I run Arquid through everything that happened in as much detail as possible.
というわけなんだけど
That's pretty much it. After catching her up, I peek at Arquid to gauge her reaction. From start to finish, her eyes remained focused, her brow knit in silent consternation.
あの黒い死者と
So,
ノエル先生
that shadowed zombie and Miss Noel,
代行者って
I
言
think
う
you
んだ。
called her an executor.
あの人はお
Are
前
they
の
your
敵なのか
enemies?
そうね。
That's right.
両方とも私の敵よ。その黒い死者は何者か
I
知
don't
ら
know
な
who
い
the
けど
zombie works for, but I've got a good guess as to who that nun might
見
be.
当はつく。
Arquid narrows her eyes, struck with a foul mood. Though I'd say there's more to it. Beneath her demeanor lies an irritation that pricks at her nerves.
式を助けたやつは
The
確か
one
に
who
代
helped
行
you
者
was
でしょう
almost
ね。
certainly an executor.
念のために聞いておくけ
I
ど、
got to ask,
そいつ
was she alone?
一人きりだった。
ああ
Yeah,
ノエル
I
先生
didn't
一
see
人
anyone
だっ
else
た
with her. Thinking back, I faintly recall her saying that executors work in pairs.
そう。そいつの独断か。あるいは動けない理由がある
Is
の
she
か。
acting on her own, or is there a reason her partner isn't
もう
with her?
一人があの女だとしたら
The
目
other
障
one's the
りね。
woman I think it is. This might get ugly.
あいつなら
She
私
could
より先
probably
に
sniff
棺
out
を見
his
つけ
coffin
出せ
even
るでし
faster
ょう
than
し。
me. Guess I should crush
先
her
に
first.
そっちを潰しておくか。
Arquid's irritation levels are sky high. I'm not really sure why, but she clearly cannot stand Miss Noel's partner. I've seen Arquid demonstrate hostility before. I've seen her act with the full intent to kill, but I've never seen her display such blatant enmity. She must really loathe this woman.
アルクエドにとって
I get that Miss
ノエル
Noel is
先
your
生が
enemy.
敵だっていう
She
の
said the same thing herself.
あっちもそう言っていたしでも
But
目
don't
的
you
は
have
同
the
じなん
same
だ
end
から
goal here?
協力し合えない
Can't you work together?
まあね。
Maybe.
場合によっては手を貸
There
して
have
あ
been
げるこ
times
と
when
も
I
あるわ。
lent the church a hand. Excuse me.
でも今回は
But this is
絶対に無理。
I'm not letting some
人間には
human
譲らない
steal
し
this target from
も
me.
し代行者があの女
The
なら、
other, if
ま
the
ず
other
そっちを
executor
始
is
末
the
し
woman
て
I'm thinking of, I'll start by taking her out. We really won't be able to settle this peacefully, huh? It's probably best to abandon the idea of cooperating with Miss Noel.
OK あっちとは協力しないんだな。
Gotcha. No teaming up with them.
お前がそう言う
If
なら
that's your stance, then I
俺も
won't
こ
push
れ
it
以
any
上は言
further.
わない。
You don't need to
理
say
由は聞
why.
かないよ。
Oh, okay.
うんありがとう
Thanks.
なんかシキ優
Aren't
し
you
く
being a
な
little
い
too nice?
いつもなら
It's
も
not like you
っ
to
と
back
しつ
off
こ
so
く食い下
quickly.
がってくるのに
お前が嫌がっ
It's
てる
because I
の
can
は
see
分か
how
った
much you
からな。
hate the idea.
でも
That
ノエル先
said,
生との
whatever
関係
personal
と
beef you have with
ノエル
Miss
先
Noel
生の
has
背
got to
景
be
については
unrelated
別
to her
問題
job
だ。
description. I
いい
think
加
it's
減
time you told me what these
その
executors
代
are all
行者っ
about.
てのが何なのか教えてくれ。
そうね
Yeah.
余分な知識
I
だから
didn't cover
話
it
さなか
before
ったけ
since it
ど
wasn't important at the
こうなっ
time.
た以上
But if we've
話
come
して
this
おくわ
far, it's better that you know.
以前も説明した
Remember
け
how I
ど
told you that
上司
Castellans
タ
will
イプの
infiltrate
吸
a
血
town and
鬼
try to
が
hide
己
their
の存
presence?
在を隠蔽しよう
They
と
may
する
rack up victims, but they'll
犠牲者を出
they'll
して
still
も
employ
周囲
Magecraft,
にそれ
ensuring
を異
nobody
常だと
realizes
気がつか
anything
せないよ
abnormal is going
う
on.
さまざまな魔術を働かせるこれ
Do
ど
you
うしてだ
understand
かわか
why
る
they do this, though?
外敵を呼び込ま
Because
な
they
いた
don't
め
want
だ
to draw
って
attention, right? If they stand out
派
too
手にや
much,
るとや
they'll
ってく
catch
る
the
の
eye of people who make it their
吸血鬼
business to
退
hunt
治の
them
専
down.
門家たちが。
I mean, I guess there's the police, but it's not like vampires actually view them as a threat. The poor guys facing off against Vlav proved that point all too clearly. The only thing a vampire fears is a monster of the same caliber.
そう
That's right.
吸血鬼には
And
天
vampires
敵がいる
possess a natural nemesis.
それも今
At
で
the
は
moment,
パワーバランス
the
はあ
odds are
っちの
actually
方が
stacked
上
in
っ
their
ていう
nemesis' favor.
殺し屋みたいな集団がね
Think of them as a group of professional hitmen.
吸血鬼たちが
Simply
人間を
put,
秘密裏に搾
vampires'
取す
need
る
for
のは
secrecy
自
is
己保
born
身
out
の
of
ためよ
self-preservation.
彼ら
They're
は
not
社会
covering
的
up
な
their
風
kills
聞で
to
はな
elude
く
the scorn of
その
society.
天敵
They're
に嗅
doing
ぎ
it
つけられ
because
る
they
ことを
fear
嫌って
being hunted
自
down by
然
their
に死体
natural
を隠蔽
predator.
する
それがノエル
And Miss Noel is one of them?
先生みたいな連中か。吸血鬼たちの天
Great,
敵って
another monster to add to the
ま
tally.
た化け物じみたのが出てきたな。
As an unremarkable human being, I could do with a fewer aberrations, getting mixed up in my day-to-day life.
何言ってるのよ
What are you
確
talking
かに
about?
代行者は人間
Sure,
離
the
れしているけど
executors possess
彼
strength
らはどこまで
greater
行
than
っ
the
ても
average
人間よ
human, but they're still one of you.
吸血鬼
Ultimately, the primary
使徒の
enemy of
天敵という
vampires,
のは
of dead
あな
apostles,
たたち人間
is
そのもの
humanity
なんだ
itself.
から
天敵って
Wait, humans are their primary enemy? Us? Even though we're essentially helpless livestock for them to feed on?
もうずっと昔
It all started a
西
long
暦が
time
始ま
ago,
ったばかりの
around
頃
the beginning of the Common Era.
人間は様々な魔
Humans
術
formed
神秘
organizations
学
around various
式
types of
典儀礼を
magecraft,
もとに組織
mysticism,
体
and
系を
rites,
作り
and
人
began
間以外の
eliminating
霊長類を
non-human
排除
sapient
し始めた
species.
その最
The
たるも
Holy
のが
Church was the
聖堂
most
教
prominent among them,
普遍
a
的
major religion that would
という
become
名を掲げた
ubiquitous
欧州
throughout
の
all
一
of,
大宗
of
教
Europe.
彼らは昔
They've
から
always strived for the
人間でない
eradication
も
of
のを徹底
non-humans.
的に淘汰し
Their
てきたけ
hatred
ど
towards vampires
そ
is
の中でも
especially
吸血鬼に
extreme.
対する敵視はどうかしているわ世界中のどんな宗教
No
を見
other
たって
religion in the world is
教
as
会以上
hostile
に
towards
吸血鬼を
vampires
敵
as
視
the
している
Church.
宗教はないあれはね
It's nothing
す
short
で
of
に疲
obsession,
れてる
a fervent
病
sickness.
的すぎる
Even I try to
この
stay clear
私
of
で
them
さ
whenever I can
えで
help
き
it.
るなら関わりたくないぐらいだもの
Arquade sighs in exasperation. Seems she's had her fair share of run-ins with the Church. After all, whenever I can help it would imply there are times she can't.
で指揮を助けたのはその中
The
でも異
person
端
who
狩りを
helped you
専
is a
門
member
と
of
し
the
ている
Church
連
who
中よ
specializes in hunting down
主の
heretics.
教えを代行す
An
る
executor,
という
so
役割
named
から
because they carry
エ
out
ク
their
スキュー
Lord's
ターって
will.
呼ばれてる教会の矛盾
They
点を
work in the
法ではな
shadows,
く力で処理
excising
する
that which the Church views
決
as
して表には
contradictory
出
to
て
their
こない
dogma,
殺し屋み
not
たい
through
なエ
law
クソ
and
シスト
order, but through force. Exorcists by name, assassins by trade. Exorcists, purgers of demons, or vampire-slaying priests in this case. I'm so captivated by the idea I don't even know what to say.
まあただの代
Honestly,
行者な
regular
ら可愛い
executors
も
are
の
so
だ
weak
け
they're
ど
adorable.
これが埋葬
But
期
the
間の
ones from
代
the
行者に
burial
なると
agency
話
are
は
a
違
different
ってくる
story. They'll stop
あ
at
いつら
nothing
は
to
使徒を
ensnare
捕
a
獲す
dead
るためな
apostle.
ら手段を選ばないもし派遣された代行者がそっちだっ
If
たら
these executors are
グ
part
ロ
of
ー
the
ブが
burial
暴れる前
agency,
にこの
they
町
might
は
have
地図から
wiped
消え
out
て
the
いたかもね
entire city off the map. before Vlav even had the chance to let loose.
プローブ以上って
They go further than Vlav?
そんなに
Are
見
they
境
that
なしなのか
indiscriminate?
そいつらは。
ええ、
They are.
連中は相
The
手が吸
vampires
血鬼である
involved,
の
they've
な
got
ら
free reign to
何
do
をし
whatever
て
they
も
deem
許される
necessary.
権限を持っている。
That goes for the city
そ
itself,
れは
too.
使徒に狙われた町も
It
同
doesn't
じ。
matter if there are still people
まだ
living
人
there
間が
either.
生活していようが
In their eyes,
す
it's
でに
already
汚れた土
corrupted
地なら
beyond
もろともに
salvation,
焼き尽くす。
so they might as well burn it to the ground.
そのノエルって
The
代
reason
行
that
者が今まで
Noelle of
何も
yours
しな
didn't
かっ
do
たの
anything
は
drastic is
私
probably
と使徒
because
を
she was
同時
looking
に
for
始
a
末
way
す
to
る機
take
会
me
を
and the
伺
dead
っていたん
apostle
で
out
しょ
at
う
the
ね。
same time.
埋葬
The
期間
burial
にとっ
agency
て
doesn't
人
discriminate.
間ではない霊
They
長
view
はそ
all
れだけで悪だか
non-humans
ら。
as evil. Arkway practically spits out the words before beginning to pace around. It feels like this just got a whole lot more complicated. Arkway isn't just targeted by other vampires, she's also being hunted by those who consider every vampire their enemy.
なんだよ。
What the hell?
それじゃ一人きり
Does
じゃ
that
ない
mean
か。
she's all alone?
あいつ。
I watch over Arkway as she wanders to and fro. Under the brilliant moonlight, she looks like a lost child with no place to call home. At this time, I'd like to take a short intermission so I can use the restroom. So, we'll be right back. And we're back. Let me just whet my whistle, and we'll continue. The hands on the clock steadily press on. Before I know it, a full 2 hours has passed since we came to the park. I'm all rested up, and the park has grown totally empty. It's time for the denizens of the night to come out and play, whether they be human or not.
アルクエド。
Arkway,
そろそろ
we
いい
should
んじゃないか。
probably get going.
そうね。そろそろいいと思う。
I'd say it's time. Despite what she says, her mind seems occupied by something else.
さっきから
Been
おか
acting
しいぞ
weird for a
ア
while
ルクエド。
now, Arkway.
昨日乗らないことでもあったのか。
そういうわけじゃないけど
Not really.
シキが話してくれ
Just
た
thinking
黒い
about
死
how
者
you
のこと
mentioned
が
the
ちょっと引っ
shadowy
かかって。
zombie attacked you. Her usual enthusiasm is nowhere to be seen. Just as I'm about to ask her what's bothering her, she breaks the silence.
あ、そうい
Oh,
えばね、
right.
シキ。
That reminds me, Shiki.
私、昨日ここで
Someone
ナン
hit
パさ
on
れ
me
た
at
の
the
よ。
park yesterday.
はい。
Excuse me? Talk about mood whiplash. This girl's got all the consistency of a kaleidoscope.
ごめん。ちょっと意味が
Sorry,
わから
I
ない。
don't really know what you're getting at.
だから、
I'm telling
昨
you,
日ここでシ
yesterday
キを
while I
待っ
was
ている
waiting for you,
間、
this guy called
男
out
の
to
人
me.
に声をかけられたって言ってるの。
いや、何が
No,
起きたのかは
I
わ
get
か
what
るんだ
happened.
が。
I'm just confused as to what this has to do with the
黒い死
zombie
者
I
につい
fought.
て考え事してるんじゃなかったのか。
してたわよ。
I
だから
remembered it
思い出
because
し
you
た
said
の
you。got attacked.
シキが襲われたみ
Just
たい
like
に
that zombie attacked
私も
you,
男
this
の
guy
人に
called
声を
out
か
to
け
me
ら
out
れ
of
たなっ
nowhere.
て。
なるほど。
Right.
そりゃよかった。
That's understandable, at least.
確かに外見
You are
だけなら
pretty,
お前は
on
美
the
人だ
outside
から
anyway.
な。
Any man with a
まっ
pair
とう
of
な
eyes
感
and a
性と
boatload of
強
courage
胆
is
に
bound to
値す
say
る胆
hi.
力を持つ男なら声の一つぐらいかけるさ。
やっぱり
You think?
私も最初
I
は
wondered
敵
if
か
he
なっ
was
て
out
思
to
った
get
ん
me
だ
at
けど、
first, but then I
シキが
remembered
言
you
ってた
telling
じ
me
ゃ
that
な
I
い。
stand out.
私はいるだけで目立つって。だからし
So
ば
I
らく
took a
出
second
方
to
を
check
伺
the
って
source
た
of
ら
the sound,
ただ
and
の
sure
人間
enough,
だって分かっ
it
た
was
わ。
just some ordinary human.
まさに間一髪
He's
ね、あ
lucky
の
he
人。
survived. I was this
ほら、
close to
昨
losing
夜
it
の
after a
私、
certain
誰かさん
someone
のおか
pissed
げで
me
ちょっ
off
と
last
イライ
night.
ラしてたから。
ちょっと待って。
Hold up.
まさかとは思う
You
け
didn't
ど、
actually
ナンパし
do
に来た
anything to
男
the
を
guy, right?
そのだな。
うんうん、何もし
No,
なか
he's
ったよ。
fine. We just
ちょっ
talked
と
for
だ
a
け
bit,
話して、
and then I
私
had
の
him
こ
forget
とを
about
忘
me.
れてもらっただけだから。その式の
But
言
who
葉を
knows what I
思い
might
出
have
さな
done
か
to
った
him if I
ら
hadn't
どうに
remembered
かし
what
て
you
たかも
told
し
me.
れないけど。
そうか。
Well done,
偉いぞ、
Arcade.
アルクエド。
I'm proud.
お前にも分
It's
別
good
っ
to
て
hear
も
you
のがあっ
actually
たん
showed
だ。
some common sense.
当然でしょ。
Of course.
私を怒らせるなんて式
My
ぐらい
anger
の
is
ものだ
reserved
も
for
の。
you and you alone.
他の誰にも
After all, you're the only
私を
one who
殺
go
し
out
た
of
り
their way
助
to
けた
kill
りし
me,
てくれ
only
る
to
人はい
wind
な
up
いんだ
helping
から。
me. Her voice is clear and full of trust. I'm losing track of how many times that carefree smile of hers has caught me off guard.
そりゃ、
Fair
ま
enough.
あ、
Anybody'd get angry if they
誰
were
だっ
killed.
て殺されれば頭にくる。
I manage a response and avert my gaze from Arcwade's wandering. A month ago, back when there were no serial killers to worry about, this park would be filled with young couples and students hanging out on their way home. Now it's just the two of us. And for just this moment, vampires and lines of death are on the back burner. Here we are, idling around a moonlit park like it was the most natural thing in the world.
あ、ねえ、
Hey,
ほら。
look! I glance up when she calls out to me.
なんだよ。
What is it?
何かあった？
Something happened?
ほら、あの時
Take a look.
これ
We're
でちょ
right
う
on
ど時
time.
間になったね。
Arcwade points at the park's clock with a satisfied smile. She's right. It's exactly 10 o'clock. The time we'd promised to meet. A promise that I broke. And here we are, in the very place where I left her all alone. The words seem stuck in my throat, though I can't say why. Why did such a small thing make my heart skip a beat? Why does such a small thing make her look so happy? I really don't know. We spent the entire day walking around town together. And I never once felt like she was some terrifying vampire.
一つ聞くけど。
There's something I want to ask. Stop this, Shigi.
何？
What is it?
その、
About you, I
お
mean.
前ってさ、
Don't bother with such meaningless bullshit.
うん、私が何？
Yeah, what about me?
本当に吸
Are you
血鬼な
really
の
a
かな？
vampire? What sort of answer are you expecting, you idiot?
吸血鬼なのかっ
Am I a
て。
vampire?
四季、
Why would you
今
wait
さら
until
何を
now
言
to
ってる
ask
の？
that?
今更じゃない。
I wasn't waiting.
今
I
になっ
only
て
just thought of it now.
そう思っただけだ。
I avert my eyes.
はあ、四季っ
I
て
don't know if
頭
your
が柔
brain
ら
is
かいん
soft
だ
or
か
if you're
硬い
just
んだ
thick in
か
the head.
私は気にしな
I
い
don't
けど
really mind,
それっ
but
てひ
you
どい侮
realize you
辱
just
よ。
insulted me, right?
何を根拠
What
に
even
そん
made
な
you
ことを
ask
言う
that?
のか聞かせて。
What indeed? I don't have anything to base it on, but she hasn't proven that she's a vampire either. Which is why...
だって
I mean,
お前は
what
血を
kind of
見るのも
vampire
嫌なん
can't
だろ
even
う。
stand the sight of blood?
そんな吸血鬼がい
You said
る
you
の
only
か。
qualify as half a vampire, but
自分で
in my
半
eyes,
人
a
前だと言
vampire
って
who's
た
never
けど、
drunk blood wouldn't even
血を
qualify
吸
as
った
that
ことのな
much.
い吸血鬼なんて半人前以下だと思う。
You know that isn't true. You just don't want her to be one.
そう。
Well,
なら四季、
then
ベン
stand
チか
up
ら
and
立
come
っ
over
て
here.
こっちに来て。
Arkwade's voice is flat and emotionless. I get up and walk over, just as she says. Our eyes meet. A mere 2 meters separates us. And then, Arkwade lets out a deep sigh before seemingly forcing a smile.
そうだよね。
You're totally
私も
right.
本当はそう思って
I've
たん
actually
だ。
thought the same thing before.
果たして
Like,
アル
is
クエイド・
Arkwade
ブルンスタ
Brunstad
ッドは
really
本
even
当
a
に吸
vampire?
血鬼なのでしょうかって。
Thank God. Tension leaves my shoulders as I sigh in relief. I was so afraid that my question would have hurt her feelings. But Arkwade shrugs it off like a joke. We're all good.
だよな。
Right?
アルクエイドは
You
どう
so
見ても
don't
吸
look like
じ
a
血鬼らしくない。
vampire.
じゃあ試してみ
Then
よ
why
う
don't we
か。
put it to the test? Arkwade flashes me a smile filled with mischief.
ああ、そうだな。
Yeah, we
なんな
should.
らため。
Wait, what?
私が本当に
Let's
血を
find
吸
out
える
if I
のか
can
どう
actually
か
drink blood.
試そっか。もしできたら何か
If
ご
I
褒美
manage
く
it,
れる？
will you give me
シキ。
something in return, Shiki? Norb, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. It's not what it looks like. If you don't know me, I'm Conla Redleaf, aka Conla the Kingslayer. I was once a Wolfboy warrior before I was defeated and captured and transformed into the orbacular being you see before you. Tonight we're reading some Tsukihime, and we're about to find out if Arkwade is actually a vampire or not. She claims to be, and she seems as strong as one, but she doesn't drink blood until maybe right now. And boy, is it awkward that you just showed up. Anyway, thanks for the raid, Norb. And if you got to take care of yourself after stream, go ahead and get yourself situated. Don't let me hold you up. But if you're sticking around, enjoy the show. How's stream going? It's going pretty good so far. We started out the stream with dying because a decision that we made last chapter actually affected the outcome in this chapter, which I did not expect. So I had to fast forward back through chapter 8 and then through chapter 9 and then make the right decision and then not die to continue chapter 10. But, all things considered, we're doing pretty well. Alright. Time to get bit, I guess.
No.
Ever so slowly, Arkwade approaches me with a mischievous grin. The sound of her footsteps reverberates through the air. The woman in white closes in on me. We both know it's just a joke. I know it's just a joke, yet I can no longer move my body. Wait. I can't even say it. It isn't her power that prevents me from speaking. I seem to have swallowed the word of my own accord. She's still approaching me. Step by step, bit by bit. Her Her advance is unceasing. I'm paralyzed, utterly enraptured by her lush lips as they inch ever closer.
シキは私のことを半人前だって言ったけど
Her sweet voice echoes around the back of my mind. One last footfall. Tap. She's come to a halt in front of me.
本当はね
But honestly,
血を吸うのなんて
drinking blood is such a simple thing. Her voice hums against my ear. I feel her breath. Her fingers. Her weight presses into my shoulders, into my entire being. My senses, my mind, drown in the cacophony of my beating heart. I want her, I want her, I want her, I want her. I fight to suppress the desires that rage within my chest. It takes everything I have to keep still, to keep my trembling left arm from reaching around her back, to stop my starving right arm from pulling her close. I want her so bad. She's irresistible. But even so, I can't allow myself to desire her. Because everything is different from last time. It's stronger, more intense. Even the thing I crave is fundamentally different now. I don't want to kill her. If it's a different impulse that's driving me insane here, then I shouldn't sully her courage with something so vulgar. Clenching my jaw so hard I might shatter my own molars, I swallow the feeling bubbling within me. The struggle lasts no more than a second. During that time, Archway neither moves nor flinches. A chill runs through my spine. It's just a joke. She's just having some fun at my expense. Why does her breath feel so hot against my neck? Like a fever fanning a flame beneath my skin. I try to say her name, but I shut my mouth before I can finish. Speaking now would be a rejection of my faith in her. It's over anyway. Any moment now, she'll pull back with a loud laugh and be back to regular old Archwade. She'll smile and say there's no way she'd drink my blood. Instead, her weight shifts against me. Her soft touch turns sharp as the sting of her nails presses into my shoulder. Her pale fingers tremble as she clutches at me. She's scared. My own thoughts don't register fear. Not yet, anyway. They're pure, blank nothingness. But Archwade is trembling more and more. Her breathing grows ragged. Archwade's breath is nearly flush against my skin, yet she feels so far away. I can't see her face, but I can feel her breath on my neck, her weight as her trembling body clings tighter and tighter to my own. Her slow, labored breathing grows increasingly rapid, until I can feel the heaviness of her desperate panting against my flesh. Unable to help it anymore, I'm forced to call out to her. It was supposed to be a joke. Her voice trembles, but her body no longer shakes, and her fingers grip my shoulders with newfound ferocity. I wince from the pain. Even though I don't wish to move, my body reflexively desires to get away from... But Archwade's grip doesn't weaken. Her nails dig into my flesh like a vice, firmly locking me into place. I'm sorry. I went too far. I shouldn't have teased you. So would you please let me go? Her grip doesn't loosen at all. This is bad. It's wrong. But who is it taboo for? Alarm bells ring out in my mind. My body pushes back with everything it can muster. But I'm too late. Everything is too late. Since when? Now? Or 5 minutes ago? A day ago? Or perhaps from the first time we met? Her heavy breaths reverberate past my neck and into my brain. They convey her arousal like a wave of cascading neurons. I can't. An echo of crude, instinctual longing strokes my earlobe. There's no need for brute strength. Her honeyed voice is enough as it carries the words. I want you. My flesh and spirit melt away under her. Against the nape of my neck, I feel a mad, desperate sigh. And in that moment, my sanity collapses. It's a primal fear, an unassailable power, a law unto itself. A being with whom I could never share an understanding. Its eyes swirl like tempests. Its maw lined with jagged peaks. This deflection of raw power, cold and unyielding as a waterfall, forbids all exchange of thought. The thing that's about to sink its fangs into my neck is not the woman I know, but the barest essence lurking within her core. And I've been returned to the natural order, to the primordial state from whence we spawned. I can't do anything. I can't move a single muscle. She's going to devour me. So, this is what it means to become prey. Before a being of this magnitude, humans are mere drops of water waiting to be gulped. Its fangs pierce my skin. Fear is all I know. I scream. Loudly enough to notice how pitiful I sound. In that moment, I'm not sure if I imagined it, but it felt like Arquade stopped just as I screamed. Yet before I can check, a violent noise whistles past us, and Arquade is knocked back as if blown away by a gale of wind. Yikes, that was scary. That one was all or nothing. Thank goodness she didn't retaliate. Miss Noelle?
Hi,
That's me. Good evening. Sorry, though, I don't have time to chat right now. Noelle comes to my side, but her eyes remain fixated toward where she launched Arquade. Arquade is okay. Despite having been launched a good 10 meters, she doesn't have a scratch on her. Hey. She seems dazed. As am I, actually. I don't know what I should be doing. I can't even think straight. But before I can collect myself... Now, don't be impatient, Shiki. You'll be next once we've taken care of this thing. So, be a good boy and wait your turn. Walls of shimmering white light spring forth. Before I could even realize it, Noelle had planted 3 blades in the ground around me. The light stretches between each sword, pivoting off the blades and trapping me within a triangular prison.
師匠譲り
That's a black key sacrament I learned from my master. You can call it a temple.
くれぐれ
Oh,
もこれに
and
は
don't
触
think
れ
of
ない
touching
よ
it,
うにね
okay? You'll be turned into a pillar of salt if you do. Not that I particularly
No.
care if your hands get all salty, so you do you.
それより
Anyway,
今問題なのは
back to the main problem.
し
Arquaid slowly pulls herself up. She eyes me in the newly constructed prison, then turns her attention to the nun at my side.
問題は
The issue here is this monster who's totally unharmed after my surprise attack.
程度の実
My
行作用
iron
じゃ
bore
通
wasn't
らない
up
っ
to
てわ
snuff.
け対抗者
Executor. Arquaid's demeanor shifts. There's something off about her eyes. They swirl with malice, threatening to pierce the nun's heart.
何してるの
What do you think you're doing? I knew it! There's just no way! I can't do this! I can't! Shut up and put your shitty life on the line where it belongs. It's your job to offer up your body to fight those monsters. Fine, but please.
後で絶対
Please get me an audience with the Cardinal after this. She leaps at Arquaid unnaturally, like she was given a push in the back. It's no contest. There's zero chance of getting to Arquaid with a move like that.
式を
Let Shiki go! Arquaid rushes at her, palm wide open as if preparing to swat a fly. No way. What the hell? How could you possibly have blocked Arquaid's attack after such a half-hearted charge? Hey, you're not so bad when you put your back into it. Time to earn your keep. It's not like all the slop you eat is paid for out of the goodness of our hearts. Not far from me, I hear someone speaking, the sound of their voice contrasting oddly with their choice of words. Though I might not be able to move my body, I can at least turn my gaze. There, I spot it. The same foreign kid I met outside the Tono mansion the other day. Each of his hands is outfitted with some kind of gauntlet. His fingers undulate, producing a mechanical clack with every twitch. The noise reminds me of an old-fashioned typewriter. What are you looking at, twerp? You never even seen a marionette before? In here I thought the Japanese were supposed to be all scholarly and shit. This fucking punk. Talks like me, the son of a bitch. He must be talking to me. But what do marionettes have to do with this? Those are dolls you sometimes see during street performances, where the performer strings them up and makes them look alive. Shit, small fry can't even last 2 minutes. Guess it's time for words to do the talking. Hey, Noelle, get back or she'll chop your head off. That was one hell of a fight. Arquaid is still heaving with exhaustion when the nun flees, but she's finally having time to look towards the barrier of light, towards me. Her eyes shine a bright crimson. Her breathing is ragged, and her back is arched like a predator, ready to pounce at any moment. What a fucking mess. You're no different from any other shitty ghoul at this rate, Princess. You're supposed to be the last of the true ancestors. Old man Laurentis would be real bummed seeing you now. What did you just say? Sanity returns to her eyes. Seeing his chance, the kid steps closer to Arquaid. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I'm Mario Garo Bestino, acting prelate of the Eastern Mission. A fucking prelate? Don't get started on the loftiness of my position. Not exactly a fan of talking about it. But I'm one of the shitload of the kids the old man adopted for his own convenience. So you're in charge of the executors here. Yeah, only just arrived though. Still, gotta put in the work, I guess, nepotism or not. So I'm not gonna let anyone fuck things up here. And especially not finding out letting a true ancestor lose herself on my turf. Arcwade's will to fight seems to have been snuffed out like a candle. Though that might actually be fear reflected in her eyes. Finally realized it, huh? You were gonna suck this kid dry, until he no longer had a drop of life left in him. You true ancestors think you're all that, but in the end, you're just a bunch of dirty bloodsuckers like the rest of them. No matter how many of your own kind you off, you're a monster all the same. You're wrong. I would never think of killing Shiki. Don't play dumb. Intent means fuck all. We're talking about true nature here. You gotta know that just being here is a problem, right? Or did you not hear his scream when he saw who you really are? I seriously fucking doubt that. Can't believe my eyes. You actually that pissed over this? And here my old man was always telling me you were some cold-hearted weapon, but really you're a fuck-up like everyone else. Whatever. I saw you fix your filthy gaze on the kid. You were drooling and panting over him like a broke hooker. How about I ask him what he thought about the whole experience? Kid is not pulling any punches, oh my god. The boy, Mario, turns my way. His gaze pierces my chest, momentarily taking my breath away. Despite his foul tongue, he does have a certain righteousness to it. You're up, Tono. Why don't you tell us all about it? I almost got swallowed whole. It was so scary I almost wet myself. Sound about right? More than anything, I want to scream at him and tell him he's wrong. But I stop myself short. Denying it would be the same as lying. I was scared shitless. Passing it off as any less would hurt Arcwade more than a lie ever could. There's hurt in Arcwade's eyes as she averts her gaze. You heard the acting prelate. Back off, vampire. Did you actually think a monster like yourself could mingle with humans? Forcing a human to obey your every whim. Typical vampire. Such a nasty, vulgar plan. Well, we're not going to let it happen. You can thank us later, Shiki. She was about to turn you into one of her kin. No, you're wrong. Sure, I was scared. I can't deny that. But that's not what was happening. I never once felt forced. She always respected my free will. She didn't force me into anything. I was with Arcwade because I wanted to be, not because anyone told me to. You're wrong about that. What is it with you assholes? Coming out of nowhere and acting like you know shit. Arcwade's never even drunk blood before. We were just messing around. What are you talking about? She's never drunk blood? You really believe that garbage she fed you? That true ancestor is exceptional, I'll admit. Not a single recorded casualty in 800 years. But that's only
うるさい
Shut up.
そん
I
な
don't
話なん
care.
てどうでもいいいいか
Listen,
アルクエ
it
ド
doesn't matter who you are. If
あ
you
んた
mess
ら
with
がなんで
Arcwade,
あろうと許さ
I'll
ない
make you pay.
大体俺が
I'm
俺本人
I'm with Arcwade
好き
because
で
I
アル
want
クエ
to
ドと
be.
一緒にいるんだ
And I don't give a shit what any of
に
you
とや
think.
かく言われる筋合いはない
は
Huh.
許さない
You'll make us pay. Noelle's voice is laced with an emotion I can't quite place. A fraction of the malevolence she'd been directing at Arcwade shifts my way. Still gripping her sword, she approaches me. Until...
おい豚の
Hey, Porky. Huh? Porky? Did you just call me Porky? How am I Porky?
ていうかあなた
This time I really should wash your mouth out with soap. Just because you're a twerp with a fancy daddy doesn't mean you get carried away all... The nun lets out a strange yelp and starts hopping up and down. All her hostility disappears like a leaf on the breeze. I'm starting to understand what the power balance is like here.
うちの納金がちゃちゃ入れてマジすまん
Sorry if chicken soup for brains here bothered you. For a flightless bird, she sure knows how to fly off the handle. Don't worry, she'll get hers later.
だがまあ
Even a broken clock is right twice a day. The whole sob story about never drinking a drop of blood is enough to make you cry, huh, Tono? Isn't that right, Arcwade Brunstad?
アルクエド
Arcwade doesn't answer. She just hangs her head and bites her lip. It's as if she's acknowledging that what he says is true.
あと訂正な
But let me make one
こ
thing
のガキ
clear.
にかけた結果
We
は
didn't
捕
put the
まえるため
barrier
じゃ
around
ね
the brat to apprehend
今
him.
ここにい
It's to
る
protect him
お
from
っ
the
かねえ
freakish
モンスタ
monster
ー
in
から
our
守る
midst.
ために仕方なくロハでかけてやったもんだこの意味
I assume you catch
口
my
にしなく
drift.
てもわかるよな
Arcwade lifts her head. I'm sorry. She barely whispers the words. The next moment, she's fled into the dark of night. You... I find myself shouting. Looking up at the... Excuse me. Looking up at the moon, I move my glasses so I can see the lines. Son of a... With a single slash, I kill two of the swords keeping me captive. My thoughts are a mess. Those fangs that almost... My own screaming. These outsiders and their self-righteous garbage. I can't deny it, but...
ごめんなさいって
I'm sorry.
それじゃ
That almost sounds like
そ
she...
れで
If all she can do is run away with that pained look on her face, wouldn't that mean these jerks are right?
てめえも短絡しか
Another short-sighted idiot.
追いかける
How
前に
about offering us a little
例の
thanks
一つ
before
も
you
言
go
ってこん
chasing
だぜ
after her,
クソ
fuckwad?
ガキ
You. The kid, Mario, doesn't block my path, but he does call out to me before I make a run for it.
てなんて言うか
You want me to thank you?
お前さ
Where do you get off?
えお前たちさえ
If you hadn't come along, Arcwade wouldn't have done a damn
何も
thing.
なかったんだからあ本気
Do
で
you
言って
really
んのか
believe that, or is that the desperation talking?
どっちにしろそこ
Either
の噴
way,
水
you
に
should
頭
try
突っ
sticking
込ん
your
で
head
た
in that fountain to
しら
cool
け
off.
切った嘘なんざつきや
You
がって
actually think you can save her
そ
when
れで
you're
あ
this
の
full
女
of
が
shit?
救えるのかよてめえ
Crude as they are, his words snap me back to reality. By pure chance, they struck me right where they needed to. But it's just as he says. What point is there in telling a lie even I don't believe? The kid is right. It'll only end up hurting Arcwade or destroying me in the process. Taking a deep breath, I suppress my need to chase after Archwade.
そうだな。
Yeah,
悔し
I
い
hate
け
to
どその
admit
通
it,
りだ。
but you're not wrong.
助かった。
Thanks for helping
ア
Archwade.
ルクエイドを助けてくれて。
I'm grateful for what you did. Shelving my distrust for the time being, I bow my head to the two of them.
いいぜ。気
There
が
we
変わっ
go.
た。ちょっ
I've
と
changed my
話聞
mind
いてけ、
about you.
トー
You
ノ。
should join me for a chat, Tono.
いや、
Though
違う
really,
な。
I mostly want to hear
俺
what
が
you've got
話
to
を
say.
聞きたいのか。
Yeah, same thing
まあ
in
い
the
い
end.。
どっち
Come
も同
on,
じだ。
over here.
ほら、こっち来な。
Mario saunters over to one of the park benches. Swallowing a deep breath, I follow after him. Honestly, I'd rather chase after Archwade with everything I've got. But in my heart of hearts, I know it wouldn't solve anything. And I have a feeling he knows what I should be doing instead.
代行
sir? Does
私
that
もです
include
か
me?
っていうか
Can I sit
座
down
って
too?
休んでいいですか
死ね、ブータ。
Fuck you, pig.
てめえ、
Go
俺の
stand
後
guard
ろで
behind me.
SP だろう
The
が。
only one sitting is
ベン
me.
チに座んのは
It
俺
isn't
だ
like
けだ。
Tono's gonna sit and
ト
let
ー
his
ノは
guard
そ
down
こま
either.
で気を許しちゃいねえからな。どうせそこで立ちんぼうだろ。
He saw right through me. Much like Noel, this kid is far from ordinary.
んじゃあまあ、
Well
こ
then,
っちから
let's
確
figure
認
out
だ
what you
な。
know first.
俺たちのことはどこ
What
ま
you've
で
heard
聞いて
about?
い
What
る
have you heard about us?
吸血鬼退治の
You
専門
specialize in the
家の
eradication of vampires.
アルクエイドは
Archwade
聖堂
said
教
you're
会
the
の
church's
代行者だと言っていた。
そうか。
Good.
それ
That's
だけ知って
plenty.
りゃ十分だ。
Saves me a lot of
説
time,
明
in
が
fact.
省ける。俺は親父の代
I
わ
was
りに
sent here on
派遣
behalf
さ
of
れ
my
た新人
pops.
でな。
I'm still new to this
実の
place,
と
so
こ
I've only
ろ、
got
この
half a
国の
grip
事
on
情
what's
はまだ
happening
半
here.
分ってところだ。そこの三下は俺
This
より
small fry
早
and
く
her
調査して
master
い
were
た
acting
か
on their
ら。
own before I
ただし
showed up.
独断。
You're real
俺じゃ
fucking
なかっ
lucky
た
I
ら
didn't deport you
師匠
together
だ
with
け
your
でなく
master,
てめえも
Corky.
更迭され
Be
てたからな、
grateful.
ブータ。感謝しろよ。
Yup.
感謝していま
Super
す
grateful. Love you,
おば
boss.
あちゃん大好きです
That about sums that up. Mario, your subordinate is clearly mouthing off about you when you aren't looking.
俺たちの仕事は吸血鬼掃除だ。
Our job is to cleanse
た
the
だし
world of
標的は
vampires.
真相。
Though true
Archwade
ancestors
だ
like Archwade aren't really our
厄介
target.
な競争相手
She's
だ。
tough competition
あ
for
れと
us, but
正面から
honestly,
やり
she's
合う
not
ほど
an
万
enemy
有
we
じゃ
want
ね
to
えから
fuck
な。
with head on.
で、
So,
姫様が追っている
Did the
吸
princess
血
tell
鬼
you
は
who she's
何
chasing?
者なのか。何か聞いてるか。
Mario's tone shifts ever so slightly. This is clearly no simple question, but I can't get a read on his intentions. Got no choice but to answer truthfully.
ロアって名前ぐ
She
らい
said his name is Roa.
上司タイプの吸血鬼で
He's a
も
Castellan
う
type
何年も
vampire,
前から
and
こ
he's
の町に
probably been
潜んで
hiding
い
in
た
Soya for a number of years.
それだけしか
And
姫
that's
様
all
は
she had to
口に
say.
しなかったわけか。こりゃ二重の
Fucking
意味で
hell,
外
talk
れ
about
だ
the
な。
blind leading the blind.
遠野も知らな
So
い
neither
し。
you nor the
真相も
princess
知らな
knows
い。
shit.
そ
No
れであの
wonder
瞑
you're
想
fumbling
繰
in
り
the
返る。
dark.
たく。
What's up with that
真
true
相に何があ
ancestor?
ったん
She's
だ。
supposed to be better
精
than
度
this.
が低いにも
Did
程
a
がある。
meteor hit her over the head
隕
or
石で
something?
も落ちてきたか。
いや
Um,
その
about that.
それはきっ
It's
と
probably because
俺が
I can't even bring myself to say it. But her current condition is definitely due to me killing her.
まあいい。
Though
も
there
う一体
were
大物が
reports
来
that
てたって
another
報
major
告も
power
ある
was
し
in
な。
the area.
眉唾だったん
I've
で
been
後
putting
回
it
しに
off
し
because
て
it
た
sounds
が。
like bull.
調査対
I
象に
guess I
挙げ
could
てお
mark
く
it for
か。
investigation.
よし。確認は
Alright,
これで
that's all I
済み
needed
だ。
to know.
ここからは本
Let's get to
題
the。point.
てめえ
I'm
を呼
gonna
び
tell
止
you all
めた
about
理
the
由。
bastard you're trying to
て
kill.
めえが殺したがってる敵の話をしてやるよ。
司祭代
Acting
行
prelate,
そ
you
れは
mustn't! Miss Noelle is gesturing feverishly behind him. This information must be highly confidential. And it's exactly what I'm dying to know about. Aside from his name, I still don't know a thing about the vampire we're facing.
俺は助かるけど
That'd help a lot.
いいのか
But is it really okay to share that sort of info with me?
よくはね、
Nope.
機密事項
This shit's classified.
だがまあ
But you're already knee-deep in it, so I might as well.
異教とはともか
I
く
believe in
無
offering a
神論
helping
者は
hand to
厚く遇
atheists
す
and
るのが
heathens
信条
alike.
でね。いず
The
れ
kind of
大事な資金
generosity
源
leads to
に
some serious cash flow in the end.
その発
Such
言
a
は
statement
教義に
runs
基づか
counter to our creed. Stop! Stop!
警告。
黙ってろ。
Shut
肝
it.
心な部分はモ
Let's
ザイク
censor
入
the
れるよ。
juicy parts.
じゃあまあ、
Yeah, let's
姫
give a
君
little
の稀
lecture
な
to the
る協力
princess's
者
favorite
にレ
collaborator,
クチャー
shall
といき
we?
ますか。
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're sitting down, stand up and stretch for me because this is probably gonna be long. Oh boy, what a stream.
Na Tono.
So, Tono, you said the guy you're dealing with is an old type of vampire, yeah? Then you must have also heard that they possess an imperfect type of immortality.
聞いている。
I have.
使徒は
Dead
人間
apostles
の
need
血
to
を
drink
吸わな
blood
くち
in
ゃ
order to
体が
maintain
保
their
てない。
bodies. But as long as they do that, they won't age or
逆に
die.
人間の血を吸っている分にはずっと老いずに生きていられる。だろう。
そうだ。
Pretty much.
けどさ、
Well, that doesn't make them all that immortal now,
不
does
老
it?
不死とは言えな
When
い
you
よ
think of
な。
immortality, you think
不
of
老不死って
perfection.
のは
A
完全
creature
のイ
so
メージだ
dependent
わ。
on human blood that
人
its
間
body
程度の
crumbles
血がなく
without
ちゃ
it
生きていけ
isn't
ない。
exactly perfect.
血を飲まないと
At
体が
this
崩
rate,
れ
I'd
て
say
いく
they're
生
even
き物
worse
な
than
んだ。
humans.
完全には程遠い。むしろ人間以下だろう。
それは
That sounds like a bunch of BS, I want to say. But he's not wrong. No one would dispute that vampires are superior to humans. But if they can't survive without ingesting blood, how are they different from any other organism?
確かに。
You've got a point.
どんな外的
It's
要
a
因
bit
で
bold to call
死んで
yourself
しまう
immortal
の
if
だ
you can still die through
それ
outside
は不老
causes.
不死とは呼べないよ
なんだとの。
Well, look at you.
話が早
You're
いな。
catching on real quick.
隣座るか。
Want to take a seat?
有能な
I
やつは
like a
好
guy
き
with a
だぞ
brain.
俺。
な。結構だよ。
No thanks.
けど、それが
So,
どうし
what
た
are
ん
you
だ。
getting at? For all their
欠点はあれ。
shortcomings, vampires are
吸血
still
鬼は
immortal
限
as
りな
long
く
as they can get their hands on human blood.
人間の血がある限り不老不死なのは変わらない。こんな不老不死
What
の
does
定義が
philosophizing about the
Arc
definition
Raid
of
の敵についての
immortality
話
have
な
to
の
do with Arcwade's target?
ああ、ちょいと
Yeah,
遠
yeah,
回りだが
I'm
な。
getting there. Keep your
もう
shirt
ちょっと
on.
我慢しろ。とにかく、
The
使徒
important
と区
part
別
is
さ
that
れる吸血
immortality
鬼
is
の
a
不老不死
precarious thing
は
for
不
dead
安定なもの
apostles.
なんだよ。
The only thing it does
奴
for
ら
them
の
is
場合、
extend their
単
lifespan
純
far
に寿
beyond
命
that
が
of
人
humans.
間の数倍になったということだけだからな。
単純に
I wouldn't say that's the only thing.
あいつら寿命
They're
だけ
also
じゃな
way
くて
stronger than any
力
regular
とかも
human.
人間離れしてるだろ
ああ、そこだ。
That.
使徒の固有能
The
力
unique
は
abilities
奴
are
らが
just
人
stuff
間だ
they
った
learned
頃
as
に手に入
humans,
れた
but
ものを
polished to
その
perfection
まま
over
何百年と
centuries.
成長させたスキルに過ぎない。奴らは自
Even
身が
after they
学んだ
become
ものを
vampires,
吸
they
血鬼に
continue
な
to
っても
study,
学び続け、
building on what they already
結
know
果とし
until
てそれが
eventually
原理に
it
なっただ
becomes
け
their
だ。
principle.
原理
Their principle.
その使徒の
A
命
dead
題、
apostle's thesis.
生きる
Their
目的、
purpose for living. An
死ねない呪
inexorable
い、
curse.
真の不老
And their
不死
only
に
path
至
to
る
true
唯一の
immortality.
道。これを原理
They
結
call it
界。
idea blood,
イデアブラ
since
ッ
it's
ドと
an
奴らは呼
interdict
んで
tied
る。
to their blood.
ま、
It's
一
like a
生かけ
research
ても
paper
終わ
you
らな
could
い
never
夏
finish
休み
even
の
if you
宿
spent
題
your
とで
entire
も思っ
life
と
on
け。
it. Sounds like a magic crest.
この原理のため、
Every
使
dead
徒たちは
apostle
それ
works
ぞ
in
れ
accordance
全
with
く
their own
別の目
principle,
的で
on
活動
account
す
of
る。
them having studied
学
different
んでいたも
things.
のが一人一人違うからな。でだ、
Which brings
そ
us
ん
to
な
our
人たちの
point.
中に、
Among the
真
dead
剣に
apostles
不老
was a
不死を
particular
学んで
shit
いやが
stain
る
who
クソ
studied
野郎がいやがっ
immortality.
た。
不老不死に
Studied
なったのに
immortality, even though
不
he was
老不死
already
を
immortal.
研究していたっていうことか。
ああ、
Yep.
使徒たちは吸
Normally,
血
when
鬼
a
にな
dead
った時
apostle
点
first
で、
becomes a
そ
vampire,
れ
they're
が人
aware
の身
that
で
it's
の
the
不老
peak
不死の頂
immortality they
点
can
だと
achieve
自
in their
覚する
human。form.
だがな、
But to him,
そい
it
つは
felt
む
like a
しろ
downgrade.
対価だと感じたらしい。こんな不完
He
全な
had
もの
no
は
use for
い
such
ら
an
ない。
imperfect form of
自分は
immortality,
もっと
so he
完
decided
全
to
な不
create
老不
his
死
own.
を作り上げる。なんてな。 だが形がある
But
以上
anything with a form is
滅びは
destined
必
to
然だ
waste away.
時間の
Nothing's immune to the weight
細
of
胞の
time,
摩耗
the decaying of
魂の
cells,
形
or
落
the
ちは
entropy of the
いかなる
soul.
存在にも例外はない生命は生
Any
まれ出
entity
た時
given
点で
life
死を
is
内
born
包して
with
いる
death loaded in.
自分がここ
As
にあ
long
る
as
以
the
上
self exists,
た
it
とえ
can't
年を
escape
取
its
らない肉
eventual
体を持
end,
ってしまって
even
も
if the body itself
存
is
在の死から
unaging.
逃れることはできない死から逃
The
れ
only
る
means of
と
escaping
いうこ
death
とは
is to die.
死ぬというこの絶対の矛
That's the
盾は
harsh truth behind the
どうして
riddle
も
of
解決で
immortality.
きない問題だ
そうだな。
Right.
死は
There's
誰にだっ
death
て
in
ある
everyone.
ない奴がいる
For
と
a
したら
being to be entirely without death, its death would have to have never existed in the first place. Even Arquate can be killed during the daytime. Nothing in this world could be entirely deathless.
ああ
You
存
got
在の
it.
死からは
There's
逃
no
れられ
escaping
な
the
い
death of your existence.
そこでな
So rather than searching
そいつ
for
は
how to
寿命を
prolong
伸
his
ばす
life,
方法で
this
は
guy
なく
started looking for ways to keep
死ん
living
だ後
after
も
death.
自己が存在し続ける方法に目をつけたそれこそが不老不
That
死
was
だ
the
と
solution
開
to
眼しやがったの
immortality.
さ
It's not part of our
うちの
church's
教義にはねえ
doctrine,
が
but you might know
輪
it
廻
as
転生ってやつだな
reincarnation.
今の自分が死んで
If
も
you
自
drop
分
dead
を保
right
存
now,
できた
but
ま
could
まで
somehow
新
transfer
しい
your
人間
current
として
self
やり
into a
直す
new
ことが
body
で
and
きれ
start
ば
over as a different
それは
person,
死を先駆けて
that'd
い
be
る
life after death.
ま、最
Though
も
really,
消
you
滅してい
couldn't
な
call
い
it
時点
death
で
at
死と
all,
は言え
since
な
your
い
self would never be
死の
erased in the
先を
first
行
place.
くというのは言い過ぎか
輪廻転生って
Wait, if he's reincarnating,
Somebody-
does that mean he starts
今の
over from
体が
a
終わっ
fetus
たら
every time?
また胎児からやり直す
そうだ
Sure does.
そいつは存
He
命してい
decides
る
on his
間
next host while he's still
次の
alive
自分
and
の肉
transfers
体
all
を
of
あ
his
らかじめ
information
決めて
into
おき
it once it's
そ
born.
の赤子が誕生した時点で自分の全情報を移植するそいつの情
His
報は
presence doesn't
その
surface
赤子
until
が
after
成
the
人
child comes of
ないし
age or reaches a
自己と
certain
しての
stage
知
of
性を持つまで
self-awareness.
影を潜めるそして
When the host has
自
grown
分を
enough for
引
him
き
to
継ぐ
take
にふさ
over,
わしい
he
知性が
assumes
育まれ
dominance,
た段階
transforming
で
them into a
その
vampire.
赤子はそいつになっちまうのさ
ちょっと待ってくれ
Hold on a second.
それって何
Don't
か
tell me he's doing surgery on the
まさか
child while it's still in the
赤
mother's
ちゃんが
belly.
母親の中にいる時に手術をするのか
Thank you, I appreciate that. Inutai Hanyo. Thanks for checking out the VODs.
いや医学的な手段じゃない
Nah, there's no
そいつ
medical
は今の肉体が
intervention at
滅ぼさ
play
れた
here.
瞬間に
He reincarnates into a
あらかじめ決めておいた体に
predetermined body the
転生
second his flesh is
要
destroyed.
は副写だ
It's
な
like a duplicate of the
さ
original.
っきは全情報
I
と
say
言
he
ったが
transfers his
要するに
information,
電波
but
み
it
たいな
might
も
be
ん
easier to think of it like radio waves.
この場合電波
Except
を
in
発
this
信す
case,
るのも
it's
受
human
信するのも
brains doing the
人間の
transmitting
脳になる
and the receiving.
そいつの優
That's
れ
where
た
his
ところは
specialty
な
lies. The
魂
human
なん
soul
て
is
いう
normally something
計測
intangible,
不能
which
に
fades
して
away without a
肉
vessel
体
of
という
flesh.
器がなければ
But
無
he
産し
made
て
it
しまう
into
も
a
のを
transmissible
伝
entity.
達可能なものとして加工したことだろうよ
Okay, leaving aside the question as to whether that's even possible, that would mean this person is born and raised as a human, until one day they transform into a completely different person, a vampire. Wait,
マリオ
Mario,
つまり
are you saying...
そいつが
ああ
Yep,
そういうことだ
you got it.
俺たち聖堂教
This is
会
the
と
vampire
真
that
相の
both the
姫
true
様が追ってい
ancestor
る
princess
吸血
and
鬼
we, the church, are chasing.
かつての名を
A man once
Mihail Roa
called
Valdemar.
Michael Roa Valdemar,
今は赤社の
the dead
蛇と
apostle, now
Tensei
dubbed the
Mugen
Serpent of
Shatoも言われる人だ。
Akasha and the Infinite Reincarnator. Akasha. Akasha. The Queen of the Damned. Reincarnated vampires. How does Natsu come up with this stuff? Bro, whatever he smokes, I want some because, oh my god. Anyway. Yeah, Akasha. Akasha's, the the Queen of the Damned, the oldest vampire in Anne Rice's Interview with the Vampire series. I only know that from watching the movie. Anyway.
蛇は無限や循環のシンボルだからな。
Fitting names.
脱皮して
The
新
snake
し
is
い
considered
体
a
に
symbol
な
of
るっての
eternity,
は
and just like the
こいつにはぴったりの
snake sheds
特徴
its
だ。
skin, the guy moves from body to body.
それが
That's who Arkwade is hunting. A reincarnating vampire. The mere thought prickles my skin. But now I finally know what we're up against, despite Arkawade's reticence.
しかし、
There's
ここ
just
からが
one
問題
problem.
でね。姫様はもともと
Princess was
吸
originally
血鬼を
devised
殺
as
す
a
ため
weapon
の
to
装
kill
置だったんだ
vampires.
が、
But after Roa
ロア
showed
が
up,
現
she
れてから
became
は
single-minded in
や
her
つだけ
pursuit
を
of
執
him.
拗に追いかけるようになっちまった。ロアが今まで転生
Roa
し
has
た回数は
reincarnated
16
16 times now.
そのことご
And
とく
every single time he's
真
been
相を消滅
snuffed
させ
out
て
by
い
the
る。
true ancestor. Akasha's also something specific to the Natsuverse, the universal principle from where everything originates. Akasha. Like the root? Don't tell me. Wait, don't answer that. Don't. The less I know, the better. Just in case. I'll have to look up Akasha though, because that's gotta come from some real mythology that I'm only marginally aware of. Like the term. Maybe Zoroastrianism. I know that's where Angra Mainyu comes from. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We haven't made it to Fate yet.
ことごとく消滅させてるって。
Snuffed out.
でもそいつは
But
死んで
what's
も
the
また
point
生
of
ま
it
れてく
all
る
if
ん
he
だ
just reincarnates again?
なら
そうだ。
There isn't
ロア
one.
は真祖に殺さ
Roa
れ、
gets killed by the
そ
true
の度に
ancestor,
転生し、
reincarnates,
ま
and
た
gets
真
killed
祖に
again.
殺される。
They just
そん
keep
な繰り
playing
返
their
しをも
game
う
of
ずっ
cat
と
and
続けて
mouse.
きた。その年数、
It's been 800
実
years.
に800年。あの姫
If
様
only
に
the princess had the
相
power
手
to
の
kill the
肉体で
fucker's
はなく、
essence instead of his
その
body,
意味を消滅さ
then
せ
we
られ
wouldn't
る
be
ような
replaying
力
the
があれ
same
ば、
cycle.
あんなクソ野郎をのさばらせることもなかったんだがな。
Pure disdain seems to underpin every syllable. Maybe I'm imagining it, but I get the feeling he has a thought or two about Roa that he hasn't mentioned out loud.
話はこれで終わりか。
Is that all you had to say?
なら
If so, I...
待てよ、ト
Hold your
ーノ。
horses,
ここ
Tono.
までのはサービスだ。
That was just
い
a
い知らせ
freebie.
と悪い知らせ、
You know the
どっちから
cliche.
聞くって
You
や
want
つ
the
だ。
good news first or the bad news?
もちろん、ここま
Everything
で
you
のは
heard
お
so
前にと
far
っ
has
て
been the
い
good
いニュー
news.
ス。た
Bet
めになっ
things
た
are
だ
a
ろ
lot。clearer now, huh?
ああ
Yeah,
ロアっ
I
てやつの
appreciate you
情報
telling me
は
about
感謝し
Roa,
てる。
but I'm not sure why. But I've got a creeping feeling that I shouldn't hear what's coming next.
あとちょっとだ。
Hang
勘
in a
弁して
little
聞いてい
longer.
け。
This is important.
ロアの厄介なとこ
See, the issue
ろ
with Roa
は、そ
is
の
that he's
発見
fucking
が
hard
極
to
めて困
find.
難なことだ。何しろれっき
The
と
guy
した
gets
人
born as
間
an
の子
honest
供
to
とし
God
て生まれ、
human to a
人
pair
間
of
の両親が
normal
いるん
human
だから。
parents.
ロアが吸血鬼
It's
とし
not
て
till the
肉体
body
と意
reaches
識を
an
変
age that
貌
Roa
さ
is
せるのは、
satisfied with
ロア
that
が
he
満足に
surfaces,
活動できる年になっ
transfiguring
て
the
から
host
だ。
into a vampire in both body and spirit.
そのため、
Until
そ
this
の人
transformation
間は
occurs,
吸
the
血鬼として
subject
の
doesn't
片
show
鱗
the
を
slightest
全く
hint
見
that
せ
they
な
might
い。
be a vampire.
そのくせロアとして
And
目
once
覚めれば、
Roa awakens,
今
he
まで
can
培
use
っ
the
た人
connections
間
he's
関係を利
cultivated
用
as
し
a
て
human
完
to
全に
blend
社会
in
に溶け込み
perfectly.
やがる。教会が異変に気
By
が
the
ついた
time the
時は
church
す
even
でに手
discovers
遅
what's
れ。
happening, the entire
一
city's
つの町が
already
その
a
まま首都になっ
necropolis.
た後なんだとさ。
At this point, I can't even nod along as he tells his story. I'm frozen stiff. I really don't like where this is going.
どうしたトノ？
Starting to look kind
顔
of
青い
pale
ぞ。
there, Tona. You holding up?
いやおかしいだろ。
Sorry, but I find this hard to believe.
よくわからないけど
The parts I understand
そ
still
の
don't
話は
make
おかし
sense.
い。生まれた時は
He's
人間な
born
んだ。
human, right?
なら
So even if the
いくら
personality
前世
from
の
his
人格
past
とや
life
らが目覚め
awakens,
ても
wouldn't the body still
体は
be
人
human?
間のままなんじゃないか。
残念ながらの
That'd be nice, but no.
転生するのは
It's not
人
his
格ではなく
personality that gets
魂だからな。
transplanted, but his soul.
一度神祖に血を
Anyone
吸
who's
われ
ever
た
had their
人間
blood
は
drunk by a
そ
true
の肉
ancestor
体のみ
doesn't
なら
just
ず
have their body
魂まで
tainted.
汚染され
Their
る
souls are blemished for all eternity.
ロアは魂とい
When
う情報
Roa
を
transfers
全
his
て
soul over to his next
次の
self,
自分に引き
he
継が
takes
せる
all his dirty laundry with him,
たとえ人間であろ
which
う
means
と
that the second
ロア
Roa
が目覚めた
awakens,
時点
his
で
host's
肉体の
body is
吸血鬼
transformed
に
into
変
that
貌
of a
する
vampire.
だが
But
だが
what?
遠野の言う通り
Just as you say, that'd make him a little on the weak side.
転生先
If
の
Roa
肉
were to
体が平凡
reincarnate
な
into
も
a
のなら
nobody, he'd
そ
wind
の
up
代
pretty
のロアは
pathetic
無
for
能
a
な吸
vampire.
血鬼になっちまうからなだからロアは
Which is
生
why
き
he
ているうち
deliberately
に転
chooses
生
his
先を
next
決定してお
reincarnation
く
while he's still alive.
転生先に選ばれる条
He
件は
always looked for
2
two conditions for his hosts.
一つは
The
富豪
first
である
being
こ
that they're
と
born into wealth.
社会的地位も
Belonging
高
to a
く
house with
財
both
産も
money
豊か
and
な家の子
status
供
makes
と
it
して生ま
easier
れ
to
れば
convert the entire
町
town
す
into
べてを吸
vampires.
血鬼化させるのに便利だからな
Especially since you're going to be playing remastered, right? I'll disrupt your playthroughs, but what's your previous history of the Type Moon? Yeah, just the anime adaptations. I watched the 06 Studio Dean, Fate Stay Night, Unlimited Blade Works by Ufotable, Heaven's Feel movies by Ufotable. I've played a little bit of Fate Grand Order. I haven't made it through like the final singularity or anything. And earlier this year we read through Witch on the Holy Night. So that's about everything that I know. I never read the original Fate visual novel, but now that it has an official English translation, that's like next on the list. And Hollow Ataraxia next year. Gosh, so many VNs, so little time, dude. It's crazy.
そしてもう一つこれ
But
が
there's
肝
one
な
more
んだ
thing,
が
and this is the
人
kicker.
間の中にも
You see,
特別な
there are
力を持
humans
つ
who've
輩
got
がい
special
る
powers.
魔術のような
And
学
I'm
ん
not
で
talking
習得
about
する神
mystics
秘で
that
は
can be
なく
learned, like
生まれ
magecraft,
ついて
but
その
special
肉体が持っ
abilities
てしまう
innate to the
得意
body
能
they're
力
born with.
一般に超能
Such
力
people
者
are sometimes labeled
鬼ごと差
paranormals
別さ
or
れるもの
demon spawn.
得意能力っての
Special
は肉
abilities
体
like
的なも
theirs
の
are
だから
passed down
な
through
家
bloodlines,
系
and when picking his
血で遺
next
伝する
host, Roa just
ロアは
loves to
自
pick
分の
bloodlines
新しい
with a
肉体に
streak of
そういった
inhumanity.
人間ではないものの家系を選ぶって話した
I think I'm starting to see where this is going.
富と名声がありその裏で
Family
人
with
間以
wealth
上
and
の力を
renown,
持
and
つ
whose
家系
bloodline has superhuman abilities.
それが転生先に選ばれる
Those are his
条
two
件ってわけ
conditions.
なんだが理解してくれたか
Starting to understand what I'm getting at?
Tono.
Shiki
Shiki-kun.
Tono? Oh yeah, Kado no Kyokai, that's... Yeah. Yeah, I've got to check that out. It's also on the list. Dizziness overtakes me. The corners of Mario's lips curl into a sneer. Noelle's gaze is ice cold. There's only one family in the city that meets those conditions. I hear a hollow, dry noise. It's coming from me.
何言ってるんだ
What are you saying?
俺かアキハ
That the vampire is either
どちらか
me or
が吸血鬼だ
Akiha?
っていうのか
いえ
No.
今回の転
We
生
already
先は
got the
男子で
proof
す
that his current reincarnation is a
それは証言が取れ
male,
て
so
い
it
ます
can't be your sister.
権代のロー
There's no
は
doubt that Roa's
遠野
current
家の長
host
男に
is the
間違い
Tono
はありません
family's eldest son. What? I don't understand a word she's saying. Doesn't that mean I'm Arcoid's... Doesn't that mean Arcoid's enemy is actually... There's no way. It can't be. If it's true, then why hasn't she killed me yet?
そりゃロアの意識
You
が
gotta
出るま
remember
で
that Roa is
そいつは
effectively
人
human
間
till
だ
his
からだよ
consciousness surfaces.
だがま
That
あ
said,
どうにも風向きが
this
違
isn't
う
how
な
things played out this time.
そこの三使
This
との報
dipshit's
告は間
report
違
was
いだ
wrong.
お
You're
前は
not
ロア
his
の転生先
reincarnation.
じゃない
The serpent of
赤者の蛇は
Akasha
別の人間だ
found someone else to sink its fangs into.
はい
Excuse me? Wait a minute. After all that build-up, it isn't even me?
はあ
You little punk! Did you even bother reading the report I gave you? How many days do you think we spent investigating? Okay, yeah, but wait, because I was putting the pieces together. Hold on, are you fucking with me, or? Cause like that would explain all of the seemingly dual personality, split personality thing, and why Shiki like murdered Arquaid when they first met. Like that would explain all of that. Don't answer any of my questions. don't answer anything. I'm telling you, it has to be Shigitono.
100% だ。
Does it now?
なら
It
前
sounds like
提
your
が間違
hypothesis
えて
was
んだよ
busted
こ
from
の
the
お布
start,
施泥
you
棒が。
alms thief.
俺は悪名
I'm
高
the
き人
infamous
間使い。
puppeteer and
ラウ
Cardinal
レンテス
Laurentis'
枢機卿の
most
秘
treasured
蔵っ子だ
son.
ぞ。
You think
人
you
を
and
見
your
る目
master's
だけは
ability to
てめ
read
えに
people
も
is any better
て
than
めえの
mine?
師匠にも負けてねえ。何のために事
Why
情
do you
聴
think
取
I've
した
been
と思
shooting
っ
the
てん
shit
だ。
with him?
10
10
分も
minutes
話
is
せば
all it
人と
takes
な
to
り
get a
も
good
そ
read
の
on
心理
someone's
も
inner
読み取れる。
workings.
こいつは
And this guy
まあ
is,
まっとうに
well,
いかれ
he's
てる
totally
が
fucked up.
同じく
But
らい
he's
まっ
also
とうな
totally
人間
human.
だ。吸血鬼の
If he
魂
had
が
a
プリント
vampire's
された
soul
人間
imprinted
に
on him, he
こ
wouldn't
ん
be
な
looking this
情けねえ
fucking
反応は
pitiful.
できねえよ。
Our conversation was just a ruse for him to determine whether or not I was Roa's host. I mean, I'm glad to be cleared of suspicion, but that just leaves me with more questions about this kid.
つまりどう
So,
いう
what does this mean?
俺たちにてめえをどう
It
に
means
か
we
する
don't have
権
the
利
right
は
to
ね
fuck
えっ
with
て
your
こと
life.
だ。けどまあ、
Can't say this
全
was
く
a
の無駄
total
話
waste of
でも
time,
な
though.
い。
You're still
ロ
very
ーはお
much
前の関
connected
係
to
者であ
Roa.
ることは動かねえしな。
The boy shrugs his shoulders and gets up from the bench. It appears he has zero interest in what happens to me after this.
ああ、
What's the
どうし
holdup?
たさっさと
Get
行け。
going.
人の
Oh,
恋路の
and
邪魔
my
をして
bad for
悪かっ
getting in
た
the way
な。
of your love
あ
life.
の吸血鬼を
You
追
were
うんだ
gonna
ろう。
chase after her, yeah?
今の
Your
真相
true
は血に飢え
ancestor
た
is
破
dealing
壊
with a
衝動の
lifetime's worth
塊
of
だが、
repressed bloodthirst.
理性ぐらいは
But
残って
she's
い
still
る。
pretty much sane.
自殺なんざおすす
I'm
め
not
できねえ
advocating that you
が。
go on a suicide mission, but I don't
止めるのも
particularly
野
feel
暮だ
like
しな。
stopping you either.
重ねて
Are
本
you
気
sure
でしか
about
し
this
たいない
acting
と
prelate?
みすみ
You're
す吸
practically
血鬼の
sending
意
him
識
to
を
the
増やす
slaughter.
なって
Even assuming
仮
he
に
isn't
彼が
Roa,
ロアで
wouldn't
は
that
な
be
いの
all
な
the
ら
more reason
そ
to
れ
take
こ
him
そ
under
保
our
護すべきでしょ
protection?
う。あなたもあなた
And what
よ。
about you?
さっき噛まれかけたく
With
せ
your
に
earlier
まだ
brush
あ
with
の
death
怪物の
enough?
本性が
How
わ
much
から
more
な
will
い
it
の
take before you see that monster for what she is? Watch your tongue, Noelle. That's my girlfriend you're talking about. Noelle makes no attempt to hide her hostility as she blocks my path. I'm sure she must have her reasons to be so cold towards vampires. But her reasons aren't mine. She's not the only one with beliefs she refuses to compromise on. I really need to go after Arquaid.
そっちこそいい加減にしてくれ。
I won't hear any more of it.
さっきのは
What happened earlier was
ただ
just a
の
joke.
冗談だったんだ。
She's a good vampire. She would never drink someone's
血を
blood.
吸わない。いい吸血鬼なんだから。
人を殺していないから
She's a
善
decent
人
person just because she's never killed a human before.
笑わせないで。
Don't make me laugh.
吸血鬼は
To
人間にとっ
humans,
て何
vampires
で
are
あれ悪
evil
なのよ。
incarnate.
いいえ、
Or rather,
人間
to
であ
be
りた
part
い
of
と思うなら
humanity, you
あ
must
の枠
consider
組み
them
自体
evil.
は悪と区別しなくちゃいけない。それができない人間
Anyone who
に
can't do that has no
人
right
と
to
して
call
の権
themselves
利はない
human.
わ。人でないのなら
And if you aren't human,
私の排除
then
対
you're
象
on my hit list.
よく考えてく
Think
ださい。
carefully before you answer.
あなたは
Where are you
これから
planning to
どこ
go
に
from
向かう？
here? She urges me to pick between life and death. If I declare that I'm chasing after Arquaid, she'll swing for my head with all her might. Ooh. Okay, just in case I, just in case, just in case. I want another start chapter to end up in death again. I don't think we have a chance at a fight here. But maybe if we run...
Knock
it off, Noelle. Save your strength.
だいたい
You wouldn't be able to kill the kid
その
anyhow.
ガキは殺せ
You'd
ねえ
just
ぞ
get your ass kicked.
返り討ちに遭うのがオチだ
はあ、なんで
What? Why?
なんでって
The effects
そ
of
ろ
being
そろピア
strung
ノの
up will
影
hit you
響が出
soon
る頃
enough.
だからだよお前ね
You went
あ
head
の
to head
姫
with the
様と打
princess.
ち合ったん
It's
だ
gonna
ぞ
take a month for your
1
limbs
ヶ
to
月は手
regain
足に
feeling.
力が入らねえか
You
ら
should get back to the
ま
church
だ
while you
動
still
ける
can
うちに
move.
教会に帰っとけ
What is this? Why does my entire body feel like it's been tased? Man, they're really good at the common Noel L. And that was arc at 5%. True. God damn, the writing is really good at giving you just tonal whiplash. Miss Noel no longer blocks my path. Instead, she writhes on the ground.
あとはそっちの問題
The
だ
rest is your problem to
ノエル
fix.
の発言は気にする
Feel
こと
free
は
to
ねえが
ignore the shit Noel said.
まあ
Though
帰れるうち
it'd be
に帰っ
smarter
て
to
おく
go
の
home
は
while you still
人間
can.
らしい知恵ってやつだ
This might be your last chance to pretend
何
you were
もか
never
もなかっ
involved
た
in
こと
any
に
of
で
this.
きるのはこれが最後のチャンスかもな
He never gets an answer. There's no more time to waste. In search of Arcuate, I bolt out into the night. I sprint through the city in a reckless search. But there's no sign of her. Without any leads, this town is way too big to find a single person on such short notice. Does this in every story, and somehow it never ends up out of place. Yeah, right? Like he does it well. It's never like jarring. I mean, it's like intentionally jarring. It never takes away from the story. It's always just like, man, what a shift, right? The only choice here is to narrow down my options. Arcuate stands out, so I should be able to spot her from a distance as long as we're in the same area. I've got to predict where she might go, and take my chances. If Arcuate's anywhere, it's... probably her apartment, I should think. I'm saving like a motherfucker now. I'm not letting that shit happen to me anymore. I've been cocky for like 8 chapters. I should check her apartment. She might have given up on the hunt after this disaster of a night, and just gone home to rest. I ring her bell. There's no response, no matter how long I wait or how many times I ring. I don't sense anything moving behind the door. She hasn't come home. That, or she's refusing to come out. There's a moment of hesitation, but I erase it with a deep breath and take out my knife. Time to kill the lock. I'll apologize to Arcuate later. But before I make my cut, I try putting a hand on the doorknob. Huh? The door wasn't even locked. It opens easily with a click.
アルクエイド
Arcuate? Are you
いる
here?
のか
There's no response. The bed is made up neatly. She did say she waited in the park all night, after which she came straight to the mansion to ambush me in the morning. Which means she'll probably hasn't been back here in over a day. I strike the wall and sprint out of the room as fast as I can. There's no point in scolding myself for my stupidity. That's another typo. If I have the time to vent my anger at the wall, I should put it to use searching for her instead. I make it to the area around the station. Narrowing my eyes, I peer out at the blinding artificial lights and the bustling crowds. All I got to track her down is a hunch and my own 2 feet. My chances are staggeringly bad, but they aren't zero. I'll follow the lines to track her down.
これが
There's no way of knowing if this will actually help, but
わからないけど
Arquid doesn't possess the same abundance of death that other life forms do. In a world overflowing with death, she's the only respite from these repulsive lines. If I look out across the crowds, she could stand out as a singular, unblemished beacon. It's not the most refined plan, but it's the best I have right now. Pain bursts behind my eyes. I do my best to view everything in that detached general way without focusing on any one line too much. Arquid told me this pain is caused by the burden that seeing death puts on the brain. My glasses can't stay off for too long. Figures. She's not on the main street.
大通りにはいないな
Everyone downtown has perfectly ordinary lines. There's not a single soul around that looks like the ones we hunted down before, with masses of graffiti crisscrossing their bodies. I rub my temples to soothe the throbbing beneath the skin. My headache will only intensify if I keep my glasses off. But I have to hold out a little longer on the off chance she's somewhere on the main streets. It's fine. It'll be easier from here on out. Once I get into the alleys, there'll be fewer people, and way fewer lines. I need to hurry for those darkened back streets. In a place where even the moonlight can't reach, it should be easy to spot her bright, pale form. The exhaustion of running, combined with my throbbing headache, makes me want to hurl. When I wipe the sweat from my forehead, I notice how feverish I am. I can feel my temperature even with my own hand. I don't remember ever feeling this hot, not when I've had a near 40-degree fever.
でも
But this is
ここ
it.
で
It's the only place I haven't checked yet. At the end of this road lies the alley where we had our first conversation. If she's not here, I'll have to admit my gut was off. A wave of cold hits me the moment I step into the alley. The chill that crawls down my spine is icy enough to cool my fever. I see something strange in the distance. Sparks popping and crackling within the darkness. Or, to be more precise, lines of death, thick globs of them, thrumming and churning before they vanish into nothingness.
まさか
She couldn't be. The intermingled lines of death belong to zombies. The fact that they're disappearing can only mean one thing.
あんな体で
Is she actually
一
fighting
人
them
で
while she's
戦
like
ってる
this?
のか
Against my better judgment, I press on through the pain and exhaustion, all but forgetting the foreboding chill that hangs thick in the air. Pushing against the rusted iron door, I slip into the dark passage. I'm in the alley entrance. The buildings press in on both sides. I wade through the lines as if traversing a muddied river. At least 100 lines were cut here tonight. But that doesn't make sense. I know this place, dead or alive. There's no space for 100 zombies to fit in here. That means the grisly scene before me can only be a single body, dismembered into dozens of little pieces. It doesn't matter. I refuse to think about it. But what I can't bear is that with every step I take, the creaking and gnawing of bone rattles my ears. Instinct strokes my brainstem with saw-like teeth whispering, "Stop, don't go, turn back. That which awaits you at the end is not for your eyes to behold," it says. Be quiet. I know that already, but I won't go back. I won't abandon Arquid. If I leave her now, Got an awful haunting feeling that she'll die. It's a premonition I can't shake, so despite my better judgment, I press further in. I'm here. There's no trace of zombie flesh. My mind runs cold. My vision is consumed. An ocean of red liquid waste covers every surface. The remnants of zombies now faceless, arms crushed to pulp, insides completely mangled, violated totally and needlessly. The thick stench of blood mingles with the cold, still air, robbing me of my voice. Everything is red. The walls, the ground, perhaps even the moon's glow, have taken on a crimson hue. A dull, squelching noise echoes through the alley. A creature, maybe the last of many, covered in thick, heavy lines, dies at her hands. She crushes it without effort or mercy, with a single hand, like an ant. The zombie's head is grabbed by unseen hands and lifted into the air, where it dangles for a moment before an enormous pressure caves it inward, splattering the walls with blood and brains. I gaze upon this world where even the moonlight is crimson. At its center stands Arcoade. She hasn't noticed me. She's just staring at the moon, entranced, her breathing heavy and wild. I can't call for her. The creaking sensation in my spine reaches its climax. It's as if the saw finally cut through the bone. Snap. My consciousness is screaming. I can't stay here. I don't want to die, it wails. But it's too late. In this world of red and white, I am an intruder. The woman in white turns. Like a one-eyed demon, she shifts her terrible glare my way. That golden eye is blinding. Our eyes didn't meet, but I looked into hers all the same. That alone was enough to make the blood rush to my head. Enough to erase all reason, all sense of self. The first thing I feel is pure survival instinct. You can't be here. You can't look at that. Don't make your presence known. Don't let them see you. You can't talk to them. You can't coexist. It's impossible. You can't fight it. You can't escape. You can't even pray. No matter what you do, you can no longer be saved. This creature is on a different level. Though the concept of levels is meaningless here. The difference between us is so vast, we may as well be on different planes of existence. It is more than me. It eclipses my being. Which is why every one of my blood vessels dilates at once. It starts with fear. A bloodlust akin to rapture follows soon after. Like lightning flashing across a clear sky, the clearest conclusion in the history of mankind. My cells rejoice at a revelation on par with that of the most enlightened saints. It's simple. This thing shouldn't be allowed to exist. We have no need for it. So we must kill it. Kill it quickly. Kill it here. Kill it now. Be swept away by the pulsing river in your veins and expel that thing. My heart leaps. I know I couldn't win, yet every part of me rumbles and moans, urging me to kill her. This is all backwards. If I don't want to die, should I kill? Even though I'll be killed, should I kill? Is my head crammed with nothing but thoughts of murder? It's no use. My ego is gone. eye. I shouldn't look into that golden eye. There's nothing I can do. There's no way to escape her. Thump, thump, thump. My blood declares, boiling with every beat. It surges in a way I can hardly resist. But there's something else. Something desperate to crush the desiccated husk of my rationality. Why do I want to kill? Is it because I don't want to die? So I need to kill before I'm killed? What a stupid thought. I'm going to die laughing at this rate. You don't need a reason. Be honest with yourself, Shikitono. Don't you remember what you did to that woman once upon a time? Shut the fuck up. No, your rationality is what needs to shut up. It's really that simple, isn't it? I want her. I want Arcuade. I've craved her from the moment I saw her, so badly it made me want to puke. I want all of her. Her body and mind. Her tears and her saliva. Her blood. Her flesh. Her desire. Her frustration. My breathing is abnormal. I'm losing consciousness. The golden pupil flickers. Looking at her, I think that no matter how much I kill her, it'll never be enough.
Shiki.
Her eyes are red again. But it's already too late. We're past the point of no return. Yeah, it's like that one part in Nier Automata. You're thinking about how much you want to XXXX2B, aren't you? A stifled cry enters my ears. Like I care. I grip my knife tighter and push the woman to the ground. It's easy. All strength has left her body. Straddling her, I wrap one hand around her throat. I raise the other high in the air, knife poised. There's just one thing left. Striking a single blow into the space between her breasts. Get a hold of yourself, Shiki. You can't keep using your eyes. I hear the woman's voice. The pulsing beat in my head boils. Shut up. My fingers tighten their grip around her neck. She throws her head back in pain. I struggle to believe it. She's normally brimming with strength, yet she can't even rid herself of my grip. Still struggling for air, she gasps my name. Thump. My heart pounds, impelled by the excitement in my blood. Each breath is wilder than the last. My vision is distorted. Every part of me feels like it's turned to lava. It's hot. So hot. I want release. My body moves. Slowly. Purposefully. I remove myself from her stomach, sliding downward. Spreading her legs, I sink my hips into the space between. Her eyes shimmer with anxiety. That gaze only makes my brain boil at a higher pitch. My vision is bloodshot. I feel like I might faint. Every cell in my body cheers with elation. This is what we were born for. If I don't this woman right now, I'll go insane. Her vermilion-tinged cheeks, her neck so very soft. Nothing could surpass the form of the woman beneath me. I can feel her every motion. Her eyes, brilliant pools of gold that seem to suck in my soul. My arm leaves her neck. Its fingers trace her chest. They feel the softness of her body, of her legs. When her fingertips meet the pale skin of her abdomen, I notice the warmth that lies beneath her flesh. Yeah, it does scream age scene derogatory. This feels bad. this feels bad.
違うよ
Shiki,
こんなの
this isn't you.
式じゃない
Her voice trembles with heat. Her red eyes plead to me. With that, the last of my thoughts become unhinged. There's a soft gasp, a cry as if to stifle her shame. You've come at a bad time. With both hands, she desperately tries to push me off, but I grab her wrists, pinning them to the ground so they can't move. If only I had nails to hammer them down with. With her hands like this, she looks like she belongs on a crucifix. Her eyes are filled with contempt and regret toward the man holding her down. The sight is intoxicating. She's even more alluring than she was before. I can't use both my arms. The second I let go, she'd no doubt sever my neck. The tension elicits a grin from me. I must be more beast than man. My urge to violate her is surpassed by my desire to see us kill each other.
やめて
Stop.
やめないと
You'll regret it.
後悔する
With you. Once more, my hand seizes her pretty pale throat. It's so pale, so pale. Only my mouth retains the freedom to move. I set my teeth to her chest. Shiki,
落ち着いて
compose yourself. Her body, still resisting, convulses under his touch. He sighs. His breath traces her stomach. And we've begun speaking in the third person. I was wondering when that was going to start happening again. Both of them are inherent machines of murder and impulse. I love the duality. Yeah, it's... There's a lot going on here. And we've already gone an hour and a half over, more than an hour and a half over time that I usually, need to stop, but this is too intense. The tickle of warm air is enough to make her squirm. He moves aside her clothing and brings his tongue to her sensitive snow-white abdomen. Suddenly, he recalls a hunger. That's right, his stomach is empty. He's always been hungry. Saliva falls as he drools with a never-sated appetite. What the fuck was that autocorrect? Shikoku is like a Japanese demon, I think. Or a Tanuki spirit. The same one from Naruto. Yeah, Shiki... A lot has happened if you haven't been here this chapter, but where we're at now, Shiki has been without his glasses for too long and is losing his fucking mind. He is not himself. The woman pushes against him, but she is no match for the hunger. What are you waiting for? It was the same before. Back then, you were the main dish, but this time, you get to dine. For all our differences, we are identical at our core. For drinking your blood at the park, this stupid impulse, the burgers you had for lunch. It's all the same. We eat because we must. We eat because it's fun. We eat because we want to. We devour each other out of love. That's all this is. For us animals, that's all it needs to be. This resistance was inevitable. Our plump breasts jiggle below me. That trembling, mouth-watering canvas. The mark of a healthy woman. I sink my teeth into one of her breasts. I don't want to be here anymore. This feels so wrong. I didn't know it was going to get this close to being like I didn't know it was going to get I didn't know it was going to be like this. I thought all the age scenes were going to be like cute and like alluding to stuff, and then we're going to gloss over them because there are no real age scenes in this version. But this is this is troubling. I'm acting right now. It's okay. It's just a story. She raises her voice. Her back arches with surprise. I don't pay it any mind. I gnaw until it feels like I might rip through, stopping short so I can run my tongue across and savor and taste. Her body heats up. I no longer feel a trace of the cold that hung so thick in the air. We're suddenly back to talking in the first person again. She struggles to muffle her cries, perhaps embarrassed by the sound. She do this only? There's pity in her voice. My mind blurs. I've already abandoned all sanity and thought, but now it feels like my sense of self is getting more and more clouded. Yeah, I'm confident we're not going to necessarily get in trouble for this. I'm just, regardless of the fact that it's clearly incredibly uncomfortable, and makes me uncomfortable too, even just reading it. I'm not going to pretend that it doesn't. But, like, Twitch does have lists that are... Twitch does have games that are blacklisted, and this isn't one of them. And, like, there are straight up... There's like, straight up nude, full-ass sex scenes in, like, The Witcher and Baldur's Gate 3 that I guess are okay for some reason. And this is less explicit than that, despite its more... despite its more inappropriate nature, to put it as politely as I can. It feels like it should get us in trouble. We're just gonna keep going. I trust that it's going to reel itself in. I know that there are no age scenes in this version of the game. There's nothing like explicit, as terrible as this is. Stop. I won't forgive you. So... Her voice trembles with despair, but I don't hear it. I don't understand it. My knife rises higher, higher into the air. My vision is drowned by a bloody haze. The more conscious I grow of my urge to kill, the harder it becomes to stop myself from moving. Stop.
お願い
Please. A mournful voice. Her eyes are wet with tears.
違うよ
This is wrong.
シキは
You
私のこと
even
好きじゃ
like me.
のに
My head hurts. My instincts scream to keep going. And my heart insists that if I stop now, I'm dead. That somewhere down the line she'll gut me in my sleep. But she's crying. This woman who always smiles so brightly, so confidently, is crying. I can't believe it. I can't allow it. If it were me, I would never make you cry. My head hurts. It's screaming at me to run. The conflicting impulses mesh together. One last time, I ask myself what I want to do. What the fuck do I do? I'm fucking stressed. I'm so fucking stressed out, dude. I can't. I don't know. I don't know. Inu, I'm gonna trust you. I'm trusting you. I feel like I shouldn't have trusted you. I'm a beast composed of pure desire. This beautiful creature, this wretched body, this maddening emotion. Just as I did before, I want to unleash everything within me and violate her. This is not the time to care for her well-being. A plague of surging blood awakens from within. A craniocell inhabits all rationality. As long as its shape is still human, human logic applies. Break, bend, split, slice. Reap, peel, rend, tear. There's no end, no closure, nothing. The more I kill, the more I need. I finally remember. This is what I am. What I've always been. I just wasn't in the right place before. Automatically, organically, I repeat, and repeat, and repeat. I'll forget my humanity until 7 nights have passed. This is not the outcome that I wanted. I'm sorry, are we not done yet? I rise from a sea of blood. It goes to show how extraordinary she was. I disassembled a single creature, but the entire alley is splattered with blood and guts. The monotonous crimson hurts my eyes. The ground is sticky, yet slippery, making it hard to walk. The air reeks of blood. Bro did his level 3 super. My headache subsides. I've thrown away my sense of self. Even as I turn on my heel to head home, I realize I've long since lost my place to return to.
ああ、お前か。
It's you. Come to think of it, this is where we met last time, too. Is this a coincidence, or are you just finishing what you started? Creation is such a finely crafted thing. Its wild fangs are bared and aimed at my throat. The sound of wriggling, squelching flesh echoes behind my back. To my front stands the panther, and to my back lies something unspeakable. Ultimately, the demon regenerating behind me isn't something that can be killed by human hands.
まったく。
Damn.
下
What
手
a
だね。
disgrace.
どうも。
Shrugging, I offer up my throat. A ringing noise explodes from within. It's osteophony, the conduction of sound through bone, as the beast's jaw crunches the vertebrae in my neck. The noise bursts upward through my narrow cranium. I try to impart my final words, but without a throat, there is no way for me to speak. What did I yearn for? What did I love? What did I fear? These questions don't matter to an inhuman bastard. To a fool who'd forgotten everything from the start. At least my death is practically instant, sparing me from a fate gruesome beyond comprehension. There's nothing left to think about now. Though I would have liked to express my gratitude to the panther that came all the way here, just to finish me off. Good. Yeah, that's a end deserving of death. That's an act deserving of a bad end. We need to go back. Let's go home. No, we have to go. We have to go back. No CL Sensei. I'm already. It's almost 11 o'clock at night. I imagine CL is going to beat the shit out of you because you killed Arkway. Why would you do that? I can't do it. I can't make her cry again. Last time my headache made me feel this way, I killed her. So no, not again. I came here to watch the VOD and said, "What do you mean he's still alive?" Yeah, we're well over time. Even if it burns my brain to cinders, I won't defile Arkwade. I pull away from Arkwade. The headache dissipates, and my heartbeat returns to normal. The clouds of violence clear from my mind, granting me full realization of what I was doing. Oh, well, I'm sure you'll get it one day. Well, we do have a save state. We can go back at any time. What the hell? I can hardly believe myself, but the memory is all too clear. I pushed Arkwade against the ground. I tightened my hand around her neck, and I was on the verge of running my knife through her body. And I'd sought out her flesh, like a beast. What do I say to this? Arcwade readjusts her clothes as she gets back on her feet. How can I even start apologizing? Sorry isn't going to cut it. I did something deplorable. Evil.
アルクエイド、
Arcwade,
俺は
気にしないで。
it's okay.
謝らなくちゃいけない
I'm the
の
one
は
who needs to apologize
私の
here.
方なんだから。
No, she's wrong. This was my fault. Who gives a shit about chronic anemia and never-ending dizziness? Neither of them matter. None of this would have happened if I weren't so fucked up.
シキは私の真顔を見てし
You
まった。
saw my mystic eyes.
抑えるこ
There
と
was
な
no
んて
way
で
for
き
you
る
to
はずが
resist.
ない。吸血鬼の目は無
Remember how
料
I
の
said
魔眼だと
vampires
言っ
have
たでし
mystic
ょ。
eyes with the power to enthrall?
見た人間の気持ちに
Meeting my
関係
gaze
な
would
く
have taken anyone
自
captive,
分の虜
regardless
に
of
す
their
る呪い。
feelings. So, you
だ
really
か
don't
ら
need
気
to
に
worry
しない
about
で。
it. The
シ
lust
キ
you
が
felt
私に性
was
的
all a
欲
part
求
of
を
that.
感じたのもその一環。直視の魔眼があっ
Despite
て
your
も
mystic eyes of death
あ
perception,
なたは所詮
you're
人
still
間だ
just a
から。
regular human after all. Ark, don't you start. You're an innocent one. Stop coping about your eyes. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault, you precious being. We love you, and we're sorry. Arkwade coolly clears me of all responsibility. But I can't accept that. It's true that I went crazy the second I saw those golden eyes. That was nothing more than the trigger that set me off, though. It doesn't change the fact that in that moment, I truly, from the bottom of my heart, wanted to.
身勝手な勘違いはしないで。
Don't misunderstand this.
私、
I was out of my
さっ
mind
き
just
は
now.
正気じゃなかったの。
I was so thirsty.
どうしようも
I
なく
couldn't
輝いて
handle
て
it on my own.
自分じゃ解決で
That's
き
why
な
I
かっ
had to
た。
seek out these zombies.
だから
to
死
release
者た
that
ちを見つけて
frustration.
発散した。
You just got caught up in the
あなたは
fallout.
それに巻き込まれただ
There's
け。
nothing wrong with you, Shiki.
あなたの
It was
心
me
とは関
controlling
係
your
なく
body.
あなたの体を操ってしまった。公園での
Even
ことだって。
back in the park,
あと少しで
I came this close to
私は
ruining you.
台無しにするところだった。
Pained silence overtakes her as she bites her lips. Though she doesn't speak a single word, I hear her apology clearly. Just seeing her so repentant is making my heart ache. It didn't feel like I was being controlled. If anything, it felt like my true desire had been unleashed, like my mind was just following their lead.
アルクエイド、
Arkwade,
俺は
謝らないで。
don't apologize.
シキ、
This was an accident,
これは
Shiki.
事故よ。私も忘
I'll
れる
forget
から
about it.
あ
So
なた
you
も
should do the
忘れ
same.
て。
It'll be
そう
better
した
for
方
both
が
of us.
お互いのためになるわ。
Arkwade whispers these words before quietly walking away. Fucking two at once! Holy shit. Arkwade whispers these words before quietly walking away.
ある
Her name catches in my throat. And though I want to reach my hand to stop her, it refuses to move.
怖い思いをさせて。
I'm sorry for
ごめん
making
な
go
さい。
through. I'm sorry for making you go through something so scary.
さよならシキ。
Goodbye, Shiki.
私たち、
It's probably
もう
for
会
the
わ
best
ない
if we
方が
don't
い
meet
いよ
again.
ね。
What? But. And like that, she disappears from the dark alleyway. The last thing I saw was her forced smile. Then she turned and leaped, like a rabbit on the moon.
なんで
Why? Even if I gave chase, I'd never catch up. It's not like I'd have a way to stop her, even if I did.
なんで
Why?
お前
Did
が
you
謝るんだよ。
Self-hatred and remorse gouge at my heart. until there's nothing left. In the alley, the stage for this unspeakable tragedy, I gaze up at the white moon, as if to repent. She doesn't know the level of simping we're capable of. Krim, you tuned in a little bit late. Bad things were happening. This is as much magic manipulation bullshit is going on. That was our fault. Anyway, I don't want to be here anymore. That's gonna do it for today's stream. That made me feel really bad. That gave me flashbacks to Berserk. And anything that gives me flashbacks to Berserk is not a good experience. It's a quality story, but not a good experience. Great stream, even though I was so late to it. Thank you. I appreciate you stopping in. It means a lot to me that you've been watching the VODs, and I'm glad that we just so happened to be running so late that you managed to catch us live. Thank you for the you guys are you guys are nice. Alright, let's see. Who could possibly be online at this hour? I need to send you guys out somewhere, and then I need to go get some food. The despair helps me feel anything. I've been there. Let's see. A lot of people are actually on this late. Ooh, you know what? Is she online? I don't think so. No, not tonight. Alright. Let's see. Hey, yo, really? Alright, hold on. Alright, Pyro Pups. What time do you usually start? We usually start 6 p.m. Eastern Time. That's GMT minus 5, I think, depending on daylight savings time. I don't know. But you can follow me on Twitter. Yeah, if you can follow me on Twitter, and that'll give you the schedule, and then you can convert that to your local time as you need, and that'll be I post a schedule just about every week. Sometimes we do guerrilla streams, but most of the time we're scheduled. Any specific days? For this week, it'll be today and then maybe Thursday. It's scheduled for Thursday, but if the next chapter is as long as this one, and it's like chapter 11, which I'm pretty sure is like the penultimate one, I might save it and do like a big long one on Monday, like a week from today, so that we do and knock it all out in one. I don't know, I haven't really decided yet. But anyway, for now, yeah, tomorrow we'll be back with Black Myth Wukong. I'm excited to try that out. And speaking of which, I'll let you guys get ahead of me, because fucking Delta's on right now. I don't think I've ever been live when Delta was live. For those of you for those of you Pyro Pups in chat, you know Delta, but Delta's a fellow fan of Cinder, and I didn't know that he streamed. So we're gonna head over there and say hello. As always, our raid message is Raid Leaf. And be sure to spam responsibly. And yeah, it has been quite a stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you guys enjoyed the story. Certainly not the circumstances that were happening later on there, but Wait a minute. Is Delta on or not? Oh no, he's okay. He's having some slight technical difficulties, but he's still there. Okay, all right. We're forget forget what I just said. Everything's fine. All right, like I said, thank you guys for joining me. Thank you guys for goodbye. That's it. I don't know. Rating now. Oh no, that was the cat. Man, I'm tired. I'm hungry. I need to relax. I'm sending you guys off to Delta. Have fun. Be nice. Delta's a cool guy. I met him at WeebCon. So, goodbye and good night. I'd appreciate it if you stick around for the raid, even if you're not going to stick around in Delta's stream. I know it's late for a lot of people in my time zone. So, thanks again, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye.